I've been lying about my identity online for over 5 years. I've been lying about my identity for over 5 years, and it's gotten to the point where I'm being driven insane because of this. I'm a minor, and I'm friends with other minors, but I've lied about being 5 years older than I actually am. This persona of mine can drive, has a job that has nothing to do with the real me's interests at all, and looks nothing like me. I've sent them pictures of somewhat famous people and claimed that they were me. I am pretty sure they know it's not me in those photos, because I sent them pictures of different people each time, but I think they might have believed some of the descriptions I've given them. I've bonded with these online friends more than I have with people I know in real life. I've grown to love them, and I think they might feel the same with me. I want to stop lying. I love them so much, but it's likely going to crush them when I tell them the truth. One of my online friends has asked to meet when she visits my country, but I'm too much of a coward to actually tell her the truth. I don't know why little me had to go on and lie about everything. I can barely keep up with my own lies. I've lied about things I shouldn't have lied about. I don't know what to say or what to do anymore. I know I'm an asshole, but I need help. I still want to be friends with them. I know it's selfish. You want me to stop answering the phone? You got it. This happened when I was working at a cemetery. The managers were crazy micromanagers. When I first started as an admin receptionist, I would answer the door, we locked it for COVID reasons, answer the phones, and transfer to others. I would also help the family service advisors with their scheduling. They were always super busy attending to grieving families, and you never rush families, obviously, so they would often be quite swamped. We then had a team meeting where I was personally called out for not doing my job. I was doing the job of others. I shouldn't be answering the phone since the FSAs should be answering. We had caller ID, so we knew who was calling. And the FSAs should answer the door for their own appointments. The FSAs should schedule their own appointments, even if it meant they started falling behind on their paperwork and being late to funerals. So I did as was asked and stopped. I just sat there and got paid for doing nothing. I got called out again for not answering or scheduling. I showed them the meeting agenda they provided, outlining how I shouldn't be doing that anymore. Needless to say, I didn't last long there, in an effort to keep my sanity. Leaning into the no questions policy. I work at a retail store where each sale requires on average 10 minutes of paperwork. That's if you're fast and know what you're doing. 2 months into the job, the boss told us new hires to stop asking questions in front of the customers. We look like clowns and customers lose confidence. The only training they provided was asking questions. They'd stick you with a customer and make you guess how to process the paperwork. If you got stuck, you'd ask for help. They tell you what to click, but not why. Then they info dump all exceptions to the rule they just gave you. Asterisk, asterisk, malicious compliance. Stop asking questions, and I take my sweet-ass time, 30, 40 min twos, guessing my way through paperwork. I've undercharged customers. A customer actually walked out. Call me when you all actually have time for me because I can't be here all day. A customer decided not to buy. The senior employee was mad I didn't ask about shipping. Yes, we usually don't, but we sometimes make exceptions. Always ask questions. When I'm at the sales desk, instead of asking if we sell a product or accept an insurance, I just tell callers that we don't. This saves me from doing the work of looking them up. When I'm working the reception desk, I waste time looking up obscure insurance policies instead of just asking a senior employee. I'm not Latino, but I speak some Spanish. Now when Spanish speakers call, I only respond in English. Before I would speak Spanish and ask for help if I need it. Now because of the no questions policy, I don't even ask my coworkers if they are free to take a call. I feel bad for these people though, but not too bad. All they have to do is call back and hope I don't answer LOL. I'm casually having naughties with a manager. For the past few months, I've been hooking up with a manager at my job. Yes, she does have the power to fire me. Yes, it is against company policy. During a company happy hour, I was talking to her more than I usually do, and we have a lot in common. We are talking about relationship woes and just generally sharing horror stories. She then just casually mentions how it's hard for her to even find a hookup since she is trans. I was a bit shocked due to one. Her being management and not really expecting her really fraternized with me on this level, and two, I actually had no idea that she was trans to begin with. I convinced myself that she dropped that tidbit to test the waters, and it worked. I was curious, we spoke a bit more. I was into it, and we ended up back at my place. We have been hooking up sporadically ever since. She will tell me that she is putting an end to things and avoid me like the plague, to then turn around and sleep with me multiple days in a row. She also refuses to talk about work in a way that makes me feel like she is compartmentalizing. But to be fair to her, that isn't my business. About 2 weeks ago, she told me that we can no longer meet, which I saw coming, and I told her that I understood, wish for her the best, and hope to keep things professional between us. I've had zero luck since then with other women, just for her to call me at 1 a.m. on a Thursday, come over and sleep with me again. On one hand, I feel a bit pathetic constantly allowing her to walk in and out whenever she pleases, like I'm a doormat. On the other hand, she can directly fire me, and I won't lie. The naughties is really good. As for my career, I've already started looking for other jobs, which sucks, because I actually love my job. As for my dating life, I guess I'm interested in exploring some more and dating people who don't directly control my employment. Entitled Mom Wants to Eat Our Wedding Cake Top. We're coming up on our M28, F28, first wedding anniversary. It falls on a Monday this year. My mom approached me recently and told me that we could cut into our wedding cake top with the whole family the day before our anniversary, because she wants to be a part of our anniversary celebration, and the weekend is more convenient for everyone. I was planning to cut the cake with my wife only on our actual anniversary. The cake top is in my mom's freezer, as she has a full-size freezer in her garage, and we only have a small apartment-sized half-freezer. Of course, I doubt the cake will be as good as the day we had it, but it's more so for the symbolism of our anniversary. For my parents' anniversaries, we've never been a part of it. They go on trips without us and have never asked us to join them, so I'm a bit frustrated at this double standard. My wife and I would not mind sharing the cake with them after our anniversary, but from talking with my mom, it sounds like she wants us to make it into a family thing. Is that even normal? My mom also caused a lot of unnecessary drama and stress surrounding our wedding last year, in that she wanted to forego hair and makeup my wife had arranged for, and we covered the cost of, and would laugh condescendingly at us when we would try to express our viewpoints on why these things were important to us. She also tried to invite a bunch of people, even though she was not paying for anything. So from that experience leading up to our wedding, I learned that she lacks respect for myself as an adult, my wife, and our marriage. My wife and I thought the best way to resolve this is to perform a cake heist, as I don't want to risk giving my mom a heads up and allowing something to happen. I'm not sure if she would eat it directly out of spite, but I also wouldn't put it past her. What is everyone's thoughts on a cake heist? Just going over there unannounced to secure the cake. We need to save hours. This was back about 8 years ago when I worked for the big green store in the UK. We were going through a belt-tightening period. Sales were down, no recruitment to replace leavers, i.e. circling the drain right before we parted ways with Schmalschmart ahem. I'd been sent on to nights to evaluate and fix them, came in for 10 p.m. for shift start, and immediately got collared by my line manager who I had a mutual loathing going on with. He rants at me that I have to cut hours, pick a colleague, he doesn't care who, and send them home. I have a little think about it, and pull in my 3 little minions. I explain the demands, but I also tell them that I think this is massively unfair, expecting one person to lose an entire shift. So I said that we'd all go home 2 HRs early. That'd give them the saved 8 HRs. We'd still manage to get most tasks done, and who wouldn't be happy finishing early, right? So that's what we did. Next evening, store manager pulls me in, asks me, WTF happened? Morning crew turned up, and we were all gone, and had to pull the AM delivery into the chiller by themselves. So I told him my reasoning. Turns out that the night team wasn't meant to be part of where the hours were cut. Seems Mr. Line Manager was trying to hit 2 birds with 1 stone, free up hours for his shift, and also get me in trouble for failing my tasks. What actually happened was that my minions pulled together in solidarity, we nailed our shit, and by all being gone the following morning, we drew full attention to the shenanigans. We got apologies and he got in trouble, got in. I had a happy ending and it went south. I was cutting carbs calories to lose weight. Apparently that made my libido testosterone low, so I had trouble erecting when the deed was being done, and it finished off under 5 mins with me dripping out while soft. I never felt so embarrassed before. Looks like I need to start eating carbs and fill my calories. No wonder I couldn't sleep at all, kept waking at 2 a.m. ChatGPT told me it's due to low blood sugar due to me not eating enough. And when the body senses low calories, it thinks I am starving, so it shuts down reproduction. Revenge 1. The drinks are on me. Or are they? This sub got me thinking about some of the delicious petty revenges I've executed over my life. Some opportunistic, some planned, but all worthy of sharing, which I'll be doing over the coming weeks. Here's your starter. Busy student nightclub in a UK northern town circa 2010. I'd bought my first drink, a cheap double N mixer, when a girl next to me at the bar accidentally knocked it over, soaking my front. She apologized and kindly offered to replace it, so I stood talking to my mate while she waited to be served. After a while, I noticed someone walking away from the bar with 2 thin black straps covering an otherwise bare back, and realized it was her walking off with her drinks. I asked where my drink was. People don't always do what they say they're going to. Let that be a lesson. Fuming was an understatement, but I didn't want to kick off and ruin a good night cause of some cocky bitch. Hours later, the punters were thinning out, and as I was getting ready to leave, I noticed 2 familiar thin black straps on an otherwise bare back, with the wearer pressing someone against the wall, ferociously snogging. Fueled by quite a few cheap doubles and realizing this was the perfect opportunity, I quickly amalgamated a pint of leftover drinks. She threw her head back and let out a blood-curdling screech as I seamlessly walked past, tipped the lot down her bare back without stopping, and made my exit. And on that night, my lovely's balance was restored. IP for free. Not a native speaker. Many moons ago, I was a developer working in my first job, in a small software company. I had a 1-year contract and was developing an administrative system to process equipment tests and test results. I wrote it for the software company I worked for, who developed it bespoke for a customer. It was a long time ago, and almost all software was custom-made at that time. The customer was nice and had a good IT officer on site that could also develop, but had no time to do so, and certainly not from scratch. When the end of my contract was coming near and the software was running, I tried to negotiate new terms, but without an interesting offer. The job market was not good at that time. Living was cheap in that area, and I guess they just assumed I would stay. I found, however, something else as I was young and did not really care about anything else than cool assignments with new technology. So at the last day, I shook hands and wished them the best. That did not fall well. They wanted me to stay, demanded me to stay, but under local law, walking in the next day meant accepting a contract with all attached obligations like a non-competition agreement, 8 weeks' notice, etc., etc. I walked out, and a week later I got a threatening letter from their lawyer about abandoning post, misleading them, caused financial losses. Whilst I assumed they had little on me, even a little problem is a big one if you do not have money and quick access to legal support. They wanted me to fix issues on the bespoke system as the customer made some tickets that no one could resolve, but I already started a new job. I did not have the source code anymore, no libraries, etc. **Q, MC****. I found a lawyer who basically said, "Go and do it, commit to nothing, and this way you showed your goodwill. That is enough in this jurisdiction." I went to the software company to get the sources and libraries that I needed to work on the software. I informed them that I would go to the customer site to use as I needed their hardware and installation to see their issues on-prem and fix them right there, so the customer could sign off and provide absolution. The software company agreed and was probably proud of pressuring me into working for them for free as a punishment for my betrayal. I went to the customer site, sat with the IT officer in order to set up a dev and test environment, copied the source code, libraries, documentation, and digged into my code. At the end of the day, the issue list was addressed. Before closing down, I explained that I needed to delete the source code when ready, but that I was hungry and wanted to grab a bite, and that they should continue testing, just to be sure. When I came back, the tests were successful. I deleted all source code, etc., made pictures of what I did, and emailed the report. In parallel, the IT officer was labeling a portable drive, and I saw a finished backup job on his monitor. The customer never made a ticket anymore and did not extend their maintenance and support contract. Edit for clarity, my bad, D. I made over 20 companies mail my friend copies of the U.S. Constitution. Now, the title may have you questioning why I mailed my friend 20 copies of the U.S. Constitution, and the answer is simple: there is no great reason. I'll preface this by saying I am no longer friends with this person. We do not even talk. I never felt this story got the laughs it deserved while we were friends, so I bring it here to hopefully get a couple. This story takes place my freshman year of college, or university, what have you. Me and this friend were close all throughout grade school. When it came time for college, we went to two different ones hundreds of miles apart. Our friendship hadn't really faltered, and we were still really close. We talked every day, and though I had made friends at college, I still considered this friend from grade school one of my closest ones. Come spring semester, me and this friend got into an argument. I remember it very vaguely. It's been years. Concerts, travel plans, something in between. We ignored each other for days until we finally began talking again. But in all honesty, I was still upset. And I was more upset that she couldn't tell how upset I was since I wasn't there. On my desk one night while we were talking, sat a pocket constitution that I had gotten in class. It was upside down and had an order more plastered on the back. I looked up the website and, surprisingly, it was free. I put in a burner email, her address, and her name, and bam, Constitution. But it didn't end there. I began scraping the web to find more websites that mail pocket constitutions, keeping democracy alive, one pocket constitution at a time. I found between 10, 20 websites that mail pocket constitutions. She received them all. However, months went by, and she never mentioned why strange constitutions kept arriving at her door. Eventually, I asked her about it. Lied, stating I received one, found it odd. She said she got a bunch. Just never questioned it, thought it was cool. I guess it was a waste of time, but it kept me busy and relieved my anger, so... Win-win? ETA. For all who are saying this isn't petty nor revenge. I did start this by saying there was no great reason for my actions. I really just wanted to tell this story. I did try to find a dump prank subreddit, but could only find one with videos uploaded, so this was the closest subreddit I found to do so. Sorry to disappoint. Also, I am not AI. Is that a compliment? Grandmother and mom kicked me out, then asked me to help them move. So I got into a bad situation and needed to move in with my grandmother and mom. Well, they kicked me out for not always telling them where I am and what I'm doing at all times of the day. Well, I'm 30. I shouldn't have to tell them what I'm doing every minute of the day. I have a life and they don't need to know what I do with it. It's not like I do drugs or crimes. I'm just hanging with people or work. Also, they got mad if I went out then work. Well, I started talking about moving out, so they told me I had 1 week to find a place. Well, I found one. I bet they didn't think I could do it. So what do they message me up with? When are you coming over to help us move, like nothing ever happened to help you move? Who do they think they are? Not sorry. Or how's it going? It's when are you helping us move? So I didn't answer. They messaged me. Don't bother coming to dinner. Well, I had no intention of coming anyways. Now they are messaging me all squirming even though they already hired a moving company that also packs. And I asked them, does it make it cheaper if you pack stuff yourself? Nope, it doesn't. So why do they need help moving is beyond me. It's not like it will be any cheaper if I do. So I don't know why they would force me to pack everything. Maybe they are trying to piss me off. An update regarding my parents. And a question I have to maybe bring this to light. https://www.reddit.com/r/entitled parents/comment/1ku9r4e/mya_dad_flu_off_the_handle_after_I_accidentally/ https://www.reddit.com/r/entitled parents/comment/1ku9r4e/my_dad_my_after_dad_accidentally/. Above is the post where I talked about a confrontation between me and my dad. My dad hasn't apologized to me yet, but he has cooled off. I just now got a job that should be able to get me to live on my own away from him and mom. And in case you were worried about my safety, I am stronger than my father, and the next time he pulls something like that, I will stand up for myself. I am in the process of finding an apartment and a roommate. I had an idea previously to bring this incident to the public, and that would be once moving out to record him over the phone talking about it, and other times he screamed at me, then releasing it online. Is there a better way to bring this to the public view? Dream come true. I admire this vlogger guy. I'm not going to share more details about him for privacy. Every time he made posts and reels, I'd make sure to comment or put heart or smile emojis. I really have a huge crush on him, and of course I am hoping he'd notice me. One day I was so shocked that after sending an emoji, he messaged me, said hi and asked how my day was. He'd do this every time I send an emoji to his posts. Then this turned into an everyday thing. Hi and hellos day and night. Then one night he asked if he could call. Of course I said yes. When I saw him, he was in bed and oh my, he was so sexy. No shirt on and just a blanket. He started to flirt and of course I obliged. We were actually having naughties online. It was so sexy and gifted. Though we were on different time zones, we'd do this day and night. I'm like a teenage girl who got noticed by her crush. Now he knows I've got a big crush on him. By long shot, I know we're never gonna meet. But I'm just enjoying us, as long as he still notices me. EM lets son play with my €200 Lego set after being told not to. So I'm a big Lego collector, and a year ago for my birthday, I received a retired Indominus Rex breakout set, which was my dream since I first saw it. I built it at my grandmother's house since my grandfather passed away at that time, so I wanted to stay with her while I built it. So, fast forwards to some months ago, a relative of my grandmother went to visit her and decided to bring her 10-year-old son with her. After some chatting, she asks my grandmother if her son could play with it, which the response from my grandmother was no, since I told her, when I built it, that no one was allowed to touch it if it wasn't for moving stuff, since that Lego is expensive and means a lot to me. So EM decides to let her son play with it. My grandmother tries to stop her, but it's already too late. An hour after, when my father was picking me up from martial arts, he told me that the kid, while playing with the Lego, accidentally destroyed many parts of it. And when I arrived there, I saw my grandmother trying to fix the Lego and many pieces on the ground or scattered across the room. After I had to rebuild it, we tried to confront the EM, and she passed it off like it was nothing and told us that if there's a toy, her son should be able to play with it. She never apologized either. To this day, I'm still not sure if there are missing parts around the house. I'm too weak to go no contact with my shitty mother who thinks everything I have built with my husband should be used to help her out. My 40F mother, 61F, has just texted me asking for money for the 4th time in 2 weeks. About 30 minutes after the first text, and no reply from me, she texted, "I don't plan on responding tonight, but now I'm so stressed about it I won't be able to sleep." We had a huge fight back in April where I kicked her out of my house, and I promised myself I was going to delete her number and go no contact. Well, I couldn't bring myself to do it. People don't tell you how hard it is to actually go no contact with your own mother, no matter how shitty they are or how many times they've hurt you. I could seriously write a book about how awful she is, but I'll just give a few snippets. 1. She didn't raise my sister or me. My grandparents on my dad's side did. Dad spent a lot of my childhood in jail. 2. She is insanely lazy, has had probably well over 100 jobs from which she either quits or gets fired, and is terrible with money when she does actually have some. She assumes someone, that is my sister or me, will always bail her out because that's what family does. 3. Stole over $10,000 in cash, over $20,000 if you count gambling losses, from Carnival at the casino, and then came back from the cruise and immediately filed bankruptcy. 4. Went on a Mediterranean cruise, different from the one above, then messaged both my sister and me from the airport asking for money for an Uber because she had none left. 5. When I had my son, she came to help when he was a newborn. He had colic and basically cried all day and never slept. I woke her up about 7 a.m. asking for help because I hadn't slept all night, and she cussed at me, told me it was too early and that she was on vacation. 6. When she visits us, she stays in the basement 95% of the time, doesn't eat with us, will literally make a plate of food I cooked, and then walk past us eating at the table to go eat in the basement. Spends maybe 10 minutes a day with the kids, and never helps cook or clean. We're basically a free place to stay with a built-in chef and maid. Since I kicked her out of my house back in April, she has been homeless and living in her car. She did recently start a job a few weeks ago. She actually doesn't even have a phone right now. Texted earlier from a friend's phone. Because she told me she's broken 4 phones in the past month by hitting them or throwing them in anger. She wouldn't know responsibility if it got up and smacked her in the face. So, how do you actually go no contact? How do you get past the guilt? I have a lot of anxiety, medicated, and I'm a type A personality with way too much emotion. But I'm really fucking tired of being the parent in our relationship. My mother forces bra on me. My F, 32, mother, F, 55, wants me to wear bra while her religious friends spend 2 days in their home. I came to stay at their place for vacation. I refuse to wear it, and I don't understand why should I. It has been 10 years since I stopped, and for 10 years she keeps trying that. She asked me to make concessions, to what I have replied that she also can. I am not up for covering it somehow. I am honestly annoyed that she even lets herself to comment on what and how I wear. I am sure she will continue to pressure me during a week or make a big scandal out of that. I am thinking to leave for these 2 days if she puts her friends above me, and it bothers her so much. I am out of options how to tell her to mind her own business without provoking a scandal. Advice? Can't drink water in plain sight with a 110-degree heat index. This current heat wave reminds me of when I worked security at Fort Lee, Virginia. We were in the middle of a heat wave. A LT told us we could not drink water in plain sight. We could drink in the guardhouse or a side building, not in the open when checking ID cards. My shift started at 12:45. After about 30 minutes into the shift, a vehicle with 4 colonels inside came into my lane. I collect all the IDs and walk to the guardhouse. I proceed to take a good drink from my Camelback. I walk back to the vehicle. The colonel that was driving asked what was that all about. I inform him that my LT says we can't drink water in plain sight, while the heat index is 110 degrees. I also tell him that I kept the IDs so he wouldn't run the gate. About 20 minutes later, that same LT drove to all the gates, saying we can now drink water in plain sight. Spam call fun. Used to get spam calls for a lady named Virginia. Every day it was call after call after call for car insurance, life insurance, etc., etc., etc. Would get incredibly annoying. Did everything from talking nasty to them, banging pots or pans on the phone when it's on speaker, even farting down the phone at them. Got a call one day asking to speak with Virginia. It went, "Let this, good morning, may I speak with Virginia, please?" Me. "I'm so sorry, but Virginia passed away last week." "Oh, I'm sorry to hear that." "Oh, don't be. She was a total bitch. We're glad she's unalived." At this point, you could hear the thoughts ticking over in her brain. She replied, "Again, I'm really sorry. No need to apologize. She truly was an evil bitch. In fact, we're throwing her a glad she's unalived party. And BBQ this weekend, would you like to come?" She kind of gasped a little bit and then hung up. Road rage revenge. Today I was on the highway heading out to our summer place. 2-lane highway at 9 a.m. minimal traffic. We are all good. As I'm passing a rig on the highway, some idiot starts riding my bumper, like almost in my back seat. I can see him flailing his arms and yelling. My cruise control is set at 120 km/h, so not like I'm going slow. As he was passing the rig, he makes a dangerous swerve right in front of the truck, passes me on the inside lane, gives me the middle finger and starts brake-checking me, being a total ass. But the idiot has his company's name and phone number in huge letters across his rear window. At this point, I'm pissed off, and I can be a petty asshole. so I called the number hoping I would get the guy driving the car. A man answered, and I asked if it was him driving like a maniac on the highway. He said no, he was in town. I told him what the clown with his company name was doing on the highway, and the gentleman thanked me and said he'd deal with it. Because the arsehole is still ahead of me, I see him answer his phone followed by a lot of hand-waving. He then pulled into right lane and slowed right down. As I passed him, I was laughing my ass off because it looked like the boss was tearing a strip off him. Let that be a lesson to everyone. I may look old, but I don't mind taking the time to ruin someone's day. Rant complete. Thanks for listening. Just scrub harder. This happened years ago when I worked as dishwasher semi-janitor for a bakery. Essentially, my job description was just to clean. One day, someone spilled raspberry filling all over the wall underneath the hand-washing station. My boss asked me to scrape off the excess and sanitize, so I did that. Unfortunately, the stain was left, because raspberry filling is actually radioactive or something. She asked about the stain. I then explained to her that I could tell the filling had stained the paint, and if I scrubbed any harder, I would scrub the paint off the wall, and the wall was likely stained underneath as well. She told me to scrub harder, so I did. I scrubbed to my heart's content until the paint came off. Then I scrubbed the wall underneath for good measure. Again, raspberry filling is like nothing else. These fillings stained everything immediately. When she looked back at the area, she complained about the paint being ruined and told me I had scrubbed too hard. Fuck you, Laura. 30 minutes or 2+ hours, your call. Context. I'm a paramedic that works semi-rural, 1-hour drive to hospital. We work 12-hour shifts from 6-6. Commonly, we would arrive at 5:30 so the off-coming crew could go home earlier after handover of equipment. Anyway, the 5:30 arrival time was a gentleman's agreement so that the off-coming crew wouldn't have to attend a call-out that would put them over their finish time and potentially breach their 14 hours maximum working time. Local driving laws can't be working for more than 14 hours if your job involves driving. At 14 hours, you must stop driving no matter where you are unless you have a critical patient. Occasionally, a job would come in during that 5:30-6 period which the new shift would take, and then claim the early start as overtime. Standard practice here, normally never a problem. One day, the manager sends out an email stating that no staff should be turning up early and starting work before 6 because it was costing too much in overtime. So that's what we all did. Every single crew, which was 30+ staff. At the peak of winter, which is usually one of the busiest times of the year. It sucked finishing late a fair bit, but making the boss pay us 2+ hours of overtime and giving them the headache of driving us back to station once we breached 14 hours instead of paying for 30 minutes was great. After 2 months of hemorrhaging money in overtime payments, we get another email. You can now go back to the 5:30 arrangement. I've been petty since I was in elementary school. I'm Gen X, and I thought it was silly to classify these generational groups, because I know some diabolical Gen Z and I love them for that. However, this involves my father. Back in the day, getting corporal punishment was a spanking from your father with a thick leather belt. My dad was a vet from Vietnam and a narcissist, a combination that wasn't ideal for a parent. I think I was in first grade, so 6 or 7 maybe I was in a higher grade, but still young. My little brother, the golden child, could never get in trouble no matter how much I tried. I was no saint. He was a dick, so no regret. We rode bikes everywhere and all the time, from sun up to sun down, always looking for strangers giving free candy from their generic white van. My bike was laying in the front yard, partly in the driveway, because that's where I dropped it when I ran in the house to watch Gilligan's Island, and probably the Three Stooges. So my pettiness is this. My father comes home from work and runs over my bike, comes in yelling and ready to give me a whooping. I was about to give in when I saw that he brought home a coworker. That's when I had the greatest of ideas. I started to cry, really wailed, and was yelling in between my sobs, "Please, Daddy, don't beat me again." Then I tried to hide behind a chair near his coworker. To really sell my performance, and that's what it was, a preference, I started to pee all in my pants. My father's face went white, like he might lose his job if this guy starts to talk back at work. My dad changed gears and went into protective mode, not mine, but his own, saying for whoever would listen that I don't beat you. The guy had to leave right after my Oscar preference. My father just looked at me and asked why I did that. I said I didn't want a spanking. He did not spank me. A beating is more like it. I'm kidding, he apparently respected my ingenuity or guile. I'm sure CPS was a thing back then, but nothing ever came of it. My next bike was a real POS, though. I swear this is the gospel, not even a little embellishment. Entitled Mom tried to reserve the baby name I've had picked since I was 12. I, 28F, am 8 months pregnant with my first child. Ever since I was a kid, I've loved the name Eliana. It's unique, feminine, and just always felt special to me. My friends and family have known this forever, even jokingly calling dibs on middle names when I was still in high school. Fast forward, my cousin, 29F, is also pregnant by surprise and recently announced she's having a girl too. At the baby shower last week, I mentioned that we've officially chosen Eliana as the name. She froze. In front of everyone, she goes, no, that's the name I'm using. I already told my mom and everyone at work. You can't use it. I said, I've had this name picked out since before you even graduated high school. You literally made fun of it in the past. She says, doesn't matter. I'm the first to say it now while we're both pregnant. It's mine. My aunt, her mom, then backed her up saying, just let her have this. You can always pick another name. No, I'm not picking another name for the baby I've waited years for just because my cousin impulsively called dibs. Entitlement level. Naming rights thief. I told her she can use it too if she wants, but I'm not changing. If we both end up with daughters named Eliana, that's her hill to die on. Holy Revenge. Number 5 here. https://www.askamaanager.org/2021/08/the-confetti-the-other-stories-of-work.html reminded me of this story. I worked at a place with Miss Wright, first name always. Although she was a co-worker, not our supervisor, she knew the correct and only way to do things. Everything. This made her a popular item of discussion, but not popular among us. We tolerated her as best we could, but enjoyed giving her subtle tweaks. She was an orderly individual, very neat, and everything had to be just right. It wasn't, oh, she has OCD, humor her. More like, the stapler goes here, and only here. Oh, your stapler is wrong. Let me fix that for you. So, of course, the first person in the office in the morning might accidentally switch 2 books on her shelf, or stack her inbox underneath the outbox. If she asked about it, someone would suggest that perhaps the cleaning crew moved it, or that she was mistaken. This was decades ago. We had desks, not cubicles. Our desks had phones, and paper was the primary storage and communication media. Our office had copiers and printers and scanners, none of that newfangled multifunction stuff. The other department in our building published and managed technical documents the size of phone books. Wow, I am out of date. Imagine 500, 1,500-page manuals. They had printers the size of small cars to produce these manuals. The repo room included several triple drill press machines for cutting holes in the manuals so they could be put in binders. One time, Miss Wright decided to rearrange a coworker's desk. Nothing really bad, since everything was in folders or organizers, but still weird. That was the straw that broke that camel's back. Much later, the coworker got his revenge. He went to the repo room and came back with a coffee cup full of the holes punched from the manuals. He covered an 11 inches x 17 inches piece of paper with a layer of the holes, removed Miss Wright's center desk drawer, and taped one edge of the paper to the drawer, then carefully replaced it. Sometime later, Miss Wright sat down, opened her drawer, and dumped generous portion of holes all over her lap. When she noticed, she stood up, spreading the holes even more. Here is the coworker's true genius. For months afterwards, every few days, he'd sprinkle a few holes around her desk when she was away from it. She went nuts trying to figure out where they were coming from, taking out the drawers, looking underneath it, shuffling through the books on her shelf. Ignore me at your super fancy upscale bar? Fine, I'll bring my kid. For context, I'm American and this happened in Germany a few days ago. Might have been some cultural thing, but anyway. I finally had some time to myself. Husband was watching kid, 10. I went down to the hotel bar by myself for a couple drinks. Very high-end, the bartenders were wearing suits and such. I got one drink, then could not get anyone's attention, even to pay the bill and leave. It was not at all crowded. I don't speak much German, but they all seem to not have a problem understanding everything. So I text husband, meet me here with child. She's not even very disruptive, just wanted all the bar snacks, pretzels, etc. They finally asked if I needed anything, so I ordered one more drink and the bill. So 3 bartenders ignored me when only 2 other people were sitting at the bar. Not a big deal, but it pissed me off so bad. I actually felt invisible. I was such a fucked up child. Do I even deserve to heal? TW, essay, grooming, rewritten. Yes, I've posted this story before, but felt I've left out some decently important details, so I've added them in this version. Sorry. Hey there. 20M throwaway account. I've been reflecting on myself as of late. The realization? I fucking suck. I say this as if I haven't already known this for a long time. For a ton of reasons. But the things I've been fixating on lately are the fucked up naughties things I did when I was younger. First, I should supply a bit of context. I was exposed to pornography when I was younger. I lump legitimate porn, anime, hentai, and certain erotic YouTube videos into this group. And it absolutely fucking destroyed my perception of naughties. Every fetish I have currently, I discovered before the age of 10. Damned inflation fetish. I'm currently only diagnosed with ADHD, though I suspect that I also have OCD, and had behavioral issues growing up. I would often act out at home and at school, and had a personal aide follow me around to keep me in line until I went into high school. Not to mention, I wasn't really parented much growing up. Things like that happen when your dad is a drug addict. I was pretty much just left alone to watch TV and play video games all the time. I was also often left with my grandma while the rest of the family went out and had fun. I was never really taught about consent or boundaries or what was right or wrong. I've largely had to teach myself over the years. Keep in mind, I'm not using these issues as an excuse for anything I've done. I like to think of it as an explanation. With that context in mind, here are my naughties confessions. Underscore 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 underscore. When I was 11, I used to peep on my sister while she was showering. Same with my brother's girlfriend at the time. When I was 11, I touched one of my friends while they were sleeping. They were about 10 at the time. I was simply poking at their chest. This happened one time. When I was 12, I touched my brother in his sleep as well. I remember putting his genitals in my mouth for a second. He woke up, and I remember my family being mad. I wasn't punished, and I have no idea if my family remembers. I also have an incredibly cloudy memory of almost touching a baby when I was 12. I truly do not believe I actually did this, and it's just my mind spinning a memory to make it seem like I was going to do it. But it's such a prevalent thought in my mind that I figured I should mention it. At the time, I legitimately didn't understand how bad these things were. I knew I probably shouldn't be doing it, but I didn't understand that some people literally never heal from shit like this. It's not like I did these things because I'm evil or got off on the power trip. I truly believe I was just curious. I genuinely hate this past of mine. I've been deeply thinking about unaliving about this for a long time now, but it's gotten worse as of late. The other day I looked around for places I could potentially unalive myself at. Underscore, 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 underscore. Underscore 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 underscore. At the ages of 12, 15, I had an addiction to sexting. A big addiction. I discovered Omegle alongside my brother at like 10, and eventually, I realized the creepy side of the internet. I willingly sent pictures of myself to older men and women. I would also do this with similarly aged people, if I ever managed to find them. Most of these people were probably adults. I did this so much that I have no idea how many people I associated with. I have a very specific memory of this older person complimenting me on my size at the time, and how I'd get bigger as I got older. I got hooked on this feeling of acceptance, I guess? Like, I sucked ass with girls IRL, so this was something I was craving. Thing is, not only was I not aware of the risks involved, I literally didn't know it was a crime. 3 years, had no clue. Once I realized, I never did it again. I've actually developed a phobia of my face being on the internet since then. For what it's worth, I never harassed anybody for their pictures. Maybe asked one or two too many times, but that's about it. I never threatened anybody like I hear in the horror stories. And I never shared them around with people. Never understood why people do that. Unfortunately, I wasn't incredibly nice to the people I met online through this. I'd often form close relationships simply because it made the experience better, and would eventually ghost everyone I met this way. 5 years have passed since then, and I'm paranoid and anxious every day that the cops are going to bust down my door and jail me. This paranoia has honestly ruined my life, and I deserve it. Underscore, 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 underscore. I feel so much guilt over the things I did. Seriously, I know my text style is very flat, but I've been stressing myself out to no end in terms of both the moral and legal consequences of what I've done. I feel as though everybody, everywhere, would fucking hate me for what I did. And that's okay. I'm not owed anybody's forgiveness. You don't violate someone's trust and then beg for them to like you. But what scares the hell out of me is what my current best friend would think. Literally the only person I care about anymore. I'd be a liar if I said she wasn't one of my only reasons that I'm still alive. This woman thinks I'm the greatest person ever. She wants me to come live with her and everything. We talk on the phone almost 24/7. What's fucked up is that I really don't deserve her. I've been such a shit friend to her because of my past. I've told her so many times how shitty I am, how she needs to find someone better to associate with, and she keeps refusing. She tells me her life would be empty without me. Underscore. Underscore 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 underscore. Thank you all for reading to the end of this. Even if you didn't, and just kinda scrolled through it, I appreciate it. This has all been the ramblings of an unemployed man with a fucked up sleep schedule who hasn't been eating due to stress. I would like to say, for the victims of Naughty's assault abuse that are reading this, I'm incredibly sorry for what you went through. Maybe it's insulting for me to apologize considering I'm the villain here, but I sincerely hope you all can find healing and live healthy lives. You're not gross or unworthy, like I see so many say. What happened to you isn't your fault. Also, feel free to ask whatever questions you want in the comments. This isn't exactly meant to be an AMA, but if anybody wants some extra details, I might be willing to give it. So, random people on the internet, do I deserve to heal from this? Do I deserve to rot in jail? Should I just unalive myself like I've wanted to? Rude BF that reads newspaper in my face. About 20 years ago, BF and I would sometimes enjoy eating breakfast at those restaurants where you can read the daily newspaper for free. It was good and cheap and perfect for the young couple we were. Thing is, BF liked reading the newspaper while eating, which I get. We didn't have a subscription at home, so it was a nice occasion for him. But sometimes he would also hold it up so I had it straight to my face, not just having it open beside his plate. Now I had told him multiple times I found that rude, but he did it anyway. So one time I had enough. His attention being taken by the newspaper and the newspaper over his plate providing the perfect cover, I made my way to his bacon. I ate one slice out of pettiness. He didn't even notice. I told him back in the car, and I told him I'll do it again if he continues being rude. From that day, he always read his journal only beside his plate. IDK if my mom is being weird or not. Hi peeps. This is my first time posting on here, so sorry if it sounds a bit crappy. Long story short, my mom buys me a lot of shorts considering it's boiling in Britain. Yeah, come at me with the bottle of water jokes. But one thing I've only just realized now is whenever I wear said shorts she bought me, if I'm doing literally anything in them, for example, bending over, lying down, sitting down, etc., she always says stuff along the lines of, "Your butt is poking out," or, "Those shorts look really weird on you." Mainly comments on my body or how the clothes look on me. She says it's inappropriate around boys. That slag still don't know I'm fruity. Does my mom just have a little habit of saying that, or is she just being weird? I took a gamble and made a bot spend $170 more on a Jeep Wrangler wagon than its original MSRP. I found a local online auction house for my area about a week ago, and it got me addicted. A few days ago, I came across this $600 Jeep Wrangler wagon to carry my kids around in. Bidding started at $5, so I bid it and waited. Over the next couple of days, the bidding kept going up, but I kept seeing this one user bid 75 cents over my bid the second I sent mine in. After the total came to about $90, the user was still ahead. I sat on it for a few hours, came back and saw that that user was still at the top. I really didn't wanna, but I tossed up $150 and saw that the next one was sitting at $150.75 right after me. I ended up bidding more and more until eventually it hit the last 5 minutes and I got it up to around $770 and the bot still had it at $770.75. The bot ended up winning the auction. Now IDK if that user is going to actually pick it up or not, because the auction site uses automatic payments with payments being final. On top of the auction price, there is a 20% fee of the total win price to include state tax. I'm glad I gambled, and it paid off because otherwise it would have been me who'd have to pay all that for the item, because after 20% auction fee and sales tax, it probably would have been closer to $1. K may not have gotten the wagon, but at least I was able to beat someone to spend more money on something IDK if this JS considered petty revenge, but it was pretty petty immo. Edit. The Jeep Wrangler wagon is literally a wagon for kids that you can pull or push. It's not an actual car, lol. Yes, sir. You're the lawyer, sir. This happened many years ago, but I was just reminded of it last night by a former coworker. I got my degree in business with a paralegal minor. Worked as a paralegal for a few years before moving to a new city. Upon arriving in new city, I found that legal secretaries got paid OT while paralegals didn't. And with very similar base salaries and similar work hours at the end of the day, the legal secretaries made more money. So I took a job as a legal secretary. I worked directly for 2 attorneys. One, L, had a couple years' experience, knew I had education and experience to be a paralegal, and utilized me as such. Other, B, was fresh out of law school and newly passed bar exam. He had a massive "I'm the lawyer" chip on his shoulder. One day named partner, NP, who was notorious for flying off the handle at mistakes, assigns B to prepare some legal documents. Instead of saying, "Hey, NP needs documents on this file to handle this issue," and having me do them, he takes the time to actually dictate the documents. As I'm working on them, I realize he's made a logistical mistake. He'd drafted the document in a way that would result in it not being legally enforceable. I go to his office and explain, "Hey, I was working on this and I noticed X and that's not how that works. You need to have it do Y instead or it won't be enforceable." He says, "I know what I'm doing and that's the way it needs to be done, so just do it as I dictated it." Yep, of course, absolutely. I did it his way. Reminded him when I handed it to him that we'd had prior conversation and that I'd completed the document exactly as he'd wanted it. He happily nods, and off he goes to NP to give him the finished work. Less than 30 minutes later, NP is in B's office door, way throwing a hissy fit that document was prepared that way. "You can't do that! You've literally made this document worthless!" Blah, blah, blah. I sat out in my cube and hid behind a piece of paper while NP told B to prepare the document exactly how I'd told him it needed to be prepared. I wish I could say that going forward B listened to me when I raised concerns, but he only lasted a year, and in that time never lost the "I'm the lawyer you're not" attitude. Meanwhile, years after I left that job, joined corporate world and moved up in my career, I was still close with NP, who actually referred my company business, and I attended his funeral when he passed a few years ago. I cheated on my partner and I had the best naughties of my life. My partner, 22F, and I, 23F, are in a long-term relationship. We have experienced being with other people together, and we weren't exclusive for the first year of the relationship, until I had naughties with a person without her, and she didn't feel okay about it, so we decided to close off the relationship. A year and a half later, a man from when I was single started texting me. I didn't know if it was friendly vibes or not, but I let it happen. Him and I never actually hooked up or went on a date. We decided to meet up for drinks, and he definitely thought is was a date. I let him know right away that I was in a relationship. He stopped being so flirty and vibes were okay, until we got drunk. We ended up going back to his apartment and we had the hottest, best naughties of my life. We couldn't stop. I never been satisfied by anyone like that, not even my partner. Even writing this and thinking about it makes my body shake. The next morning I knew it was wrong and I never talked to him again. It's been 7 months since. I want to tell my partner because I genuinely love her and I feel guilty and I haven't done anything with anyone, and I'm not planning to, but having this secret turns me on to this day. You said to put your shit outside. You never said where. This happened about 10 years ago, but it still makes me laugh every time I think about it. I was in my early 20s, dating this guy who was ridiculously controlling and full of himself. Classic narcissist. Everything revolved around him, and in his mind he could do no wrong. You know the type. Anyway, after I caught him cheating, I finally hit my limit and told him I was done for good. The way I found out he was cheating was the best part. I'd had my suspicions for a while, so I went through his phone. Sure enough, there were months of messages between him and some girl he worked with. Flirty garbage, talking about how he couldn't wait to leave me. All that nonsense. But one text in particular had me rolling my eyes. He had sent her this the day before. "She's driving me crazy. She's got me through the roof. I need you so bad, babe." Got me through the roof? Pretty sure that's not how the expression goes. Your blood pressure can be through the roof. Your anxiety, your rage, sure. But unless you're Spider-Man or a haunted Victorian child, you are not through the damn roof. The next morning while he was at work, I texted him and said I was done. He kept pressing me to explain, but I never admitted I'd read his messages. I let him stew in his own arrogance until he finally realized I wasn't bluffing. By that point, he had pretty much moved into my house, so naturally, he wanted all his stuff back. He texted me something like, "You better have all my shit outside when I get there, and I mean every fucking bit of it. I'm not making 2 trips. Oh, don't worry, sweetheart. I gathered every last thing he had at my place, which included at least 1/3 of his wardrobe, a pile of overpriced hats, 2 pairs of pristine Jordans, and an iPad. I stuffed everything, minus the iPad, into a trash bag, tied it loosely, walked outside, and launched it straight onto the roof. Some of his clothes flew out midair and scattered across the yard. Most of it landed on the roof and just chilled up there like it paid rent. As for the iPad, I put it in a box and set it near the edge of the driveway. Not long after, a couple of teenagers walked by and peeked inside. I was sitting on the porch when one of them asked, "Is this yours?" "Nope." "Can we have it?" "Sure, why not?" He said to put his stuff outside. He never said I had to guard it. About 2 hours later, he pulled up, saw his clothes strewn across the lawn and a trash bag dangling off the roof, and lost it. He started pounding on the door, furious, yelling, "Why the fuck are my clothes on the roof?" I swung the door open, looked him unalived in the eye, and said, "Well, judging by the texts you sent your little girlfriend, apparently I had you through the roof. I figured your clothes might as well join you. You told me to put your shit outside. You didn't say where." He stood there red-faced, fists clenched, seething. "And how the fuck am I supposed to get my shit off the roof?" I shrugged, smiled sweetly, and said, "Maybe your girlfriend can loan you a ladder," then slammed the door in his face. The funniest part is that he ended up making 2 trips after all. LOL. He did come back later with a ladder. Whether or not she loaned it to him, I couldn't say. I stayed inside with the door locked and haven't heard much from him since. ETA. The one and only time I talked to him after the breakup was the next day when he texted to ask if he could come get his iPad. I told him the truth, that I sat it outside like he asked me to. If it's not there, I guess someone stole it. Sorry. I don't think he believed me because he threatened to GPS track it. I told him to go ahead. Don't know if he was ever able to locate it or not because I blocked his number after that. Lol. Just zip up your pocket. This is really a minor case of malicious compliance, especially compared to some of the stories here. But I find this story really funny, and I wanted to share it. I was having a conversation with my mom in the car, and I needed to get my phone out for something. It took me about 2.5 seconds longer because I always zip up my jacket pockets. Mom started teasing, kind of berating me for being so anxious that I needed to zip my pockets every time, and that I really don't need to, as she never zips her pocket and her phone always stays put. I remind her that I take public transportation to school, and I don't care how likely it would be that my phone falls out of my pocket if one bad roll of the dice would make me lose my phone completely. She brushes that off entirely and goes back to, "My phone never falls out of my pocket." This really annoys me, especially because when my mom's passionate about something, she tends to not listen to any reason. However, unfortunately for her, I got the intense need to prove a pint from her side of the family, so I shrug at her and unclipped my seatbelt. The following conversation went on as so. Mom, what are you doing? Put your seatbelt back on. Me, why? It's not like you're going to crash. Mom, that doesn't matter. Put your seatbelt back on. Me, but I drive with you all the time, and I've never once actually needed the seatbelt. My mom glared at me for a few seconds, zipped up her pocket, then told me to put the seatbelt back on, which I did. Don't ask me to wear a collared shirt at 9 p.m. for the following morning and not expect a surprise. This one is actually pretty funny. I was doing training to become an instructor in a very, very lax job where jeans are a requirement. I was doing training 3 hours away and they never told us we needed a collared shirt. I was just planning to wear black V-neck shirts all weekend while teaching. However, the night before my 7 a.m. class, at 9 p.m. they text us and said, "You need to have a collared shirt for tomorrow." I was like, "Ain't no way you're telling me this 3 hours from home." Irritated, I went to Target at 9 p.m. and said, "I'm gonna wear a Hawaiian shirt just to be spiteful." They said collared, not what kind of collared. So I picked up one and showed up with it the next morning, took off my jacket and looked my boss square in the eye and said, "Be careful what you ask for." They all laughed so hard. The students loved it. They loved it. I loved it. And that's the story of how I ended up with a Lilo and Stitch Hawaiian shirt. Neighbors and their nasty dog. I'm a dog owner, and I'm considerate about my neighbors and my neighborhood. My dog isn't loose, never left barking or harassing anyone. When we walk, I pick up after him. A few blocks away, there's a neighbor with a big nasty dog. I found out the hard way. I was walking my little dog on the opposite side of the street when this big dog came out of nowhere, out into the street barking, teeth bared, threatening us. I picked up my dog and stood my ground yelling, "No, get home!" And I kept yelling until he turned around and went back home. The owners were home and must have heard their dog barking and heard me yelling, but they couldn't be bothered to do anything. I don't walk past that house anymore, but from a block over I've seen the dog out chasing other people. Today, I was walking my dog, and what do I find but piles of big dog poop down an entire block on the street. It's fresh. I look down the street and guess who? It's a young couple with a child in a stroller walking the big angry dog. On my way back home, I picked up the poop, took a trip past their house, and tossed it on the front lawn. Maybe one of them will find it next time they mow the lawn. I experience naughty's gratification when harming plants. CW. Stuff gets seriously fucked up and immoral. Paraphilia, child molestation, and incest mentioned. Asterisk, 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 dendrophile, asterisk, asterisk, equal sign. Somebody who experiences an unusual attraction towards plants, more often trees. Asterisk, 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 dendrosadist, asterisk, asterisk, equal sign. Somebody who experiences naughty's gratification when causing direct harm towards plants and/or witnessing it happen. I first realized I was a dendrosadist after I got my phone taken away because I wanted to talk about how my mom was molesting me my entire childhood. And I also got kind of brainwashed into believing it was okay. During lunch, my dad took Jur's side, so I pretended to comply and understand that I was exaggerating. In secret, I went to my mom's room and targeted her asterisk, 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 beloved asterisk, asterisk, asterisk orchids. I tore off pieces off them and bit their leaves, except for my own orchid to get back at my mom. But in the process, I felt a tingly feeling in my cheeks and stomach. Asterisk naughty's gratification. I now feel so disgusted with myself with being a dendrosadist, and I only do it to get back at my mom. Like today she was scolding me and I bit her plants a couple more times. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. I feel so disgusting and vile, I'm afraid to tell anybody I know. Asterisk, 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 BTW, my mom touched my ass while writing this. I. You can program your calculator, use your phone instead. Sorry if this isn't exactly malicious, but it kind of is. Also, I'm writing this on my phone and my autocorrect hates me. Short but funny story from college. I was taking a science class back in my college days. I had a TI 89-ish calculator for all my classes. My professor apparently a rule where you couldn't use scientific calculators, you can only use a basic one. Well, on a test day, I brought in my regular TI calculator and the professor came up to me, saying I can program that and to use my phone instead. The funny part, I'm a software engineer, I was going for a computer science degree at the time of this, who probably could figure out how to write a basic calculator app with anything I could have cheated with. From then on out, I just used my phone, knowing that I could secretly cheat if I really wanted to, just because you can program your TI but not your phone apparently. Local mom. Can you take me to a colonoscopy early in the AM? Me. It's my 30th birthday. Local mom. So, yes. #AITA, for not taking my friend to colonoscopy. F29, immigrated to Canada years ago and became very close with a woman here, F52, who's basically my local mom. We're not biologically related, but we've been incredibly close for over a decade. She was my guarantor for my first apartment. She gave me real guidance when I was completely on my own. I took care of her during cancer treatment, used to babysit her son, and I'm even listed as his legal guardian if anything ever happens to her and her husband. She's been an important person in my life, and I've always shown up for her, especially when it mattered. But now I feel borderline insane, because she's upset I won't take her to a colonoscopy on the morning of my 30th birthday. She brought it up in person and said something like, "I'm about to make you an offer you can't refuse. Take me to my colonoscopy appointment." I kind of laughed and said I'm not sure what I'm doing that day yet, and she replied, "You can take me in the morning and celebrate in the evening." I half joked, "That's not really how I imagined spending my 30th birthday," thinking we'd figure something else out or she'd ask her husband, other friends instead. She brushed it all off, involving and said not to worry because she'll be getting me a gift anyway. I was confused, but didn't push it. Figured I'd let her know in a few days since I'm also planning to go whale watching that week and didn't have solid travel plans yet. To be clear, I never committed to it. I didn't ghost or flake. I just said I wasn't sure if I'd be available on top of being not overly eager, LOL. This is literally the second time in 12 years I've said no to her. The first was when she wanted me to take an Uber with her kid to the arcade and I wasn't feeling well. She got upset about that too. So now I feel like every time I try to set even a small boundary, I get coldness. She acts passive-aggressive vibes and disappointment. I don't even care that much about my birthday, But I do care about not being guilt-tripped into feeling like a bad person for not revolving my life around her medical appointments, especially when I've always shown up in emergencies, no questions asked. I love her, but I'm starting to feel low-key manipulated. Am I being selfish, or is this a healthy boundary? Or is this just what happens when a relationship gets too one-sided and I finally pull back? Car salespeople should not judge a book by its cover. When I was just 20, I landed a lucrative development contract with a company in the city, their wall seat, and as a result found myself the director of a small computer company. In the 80s in the UK, most new cars on the road were company cars because it was very tax efficient, so I called a local Ford dealer to set up a test drive of one of their higher-end cars. Not that Fords were particularly high-end, but it was their top-of-the-line performance model, and I'm sure they made a nice profit on them. We made an appointment for a test drive, but when I showed up, the salesman took one look at me and told me that the car was not available. He was very dismissive, and when I pointed out that we had an appointment, he said, "Yeah, well, we don't have a car." No apology, nothing, just a satisfied smirk. I told him, "Okay, when you do get a car, maybe you can give me a call." I handed him one of my newly minted business cards with Director as the title. Suddenly, he was very interested, but I was over it at that point, and walked out while he followed me explaining that he had made a mistake, and they did have a car after all. I didn't bother, just continued to walk out. I bought that exact car from a different dealer a few towns over about a week later. The first service was at 600 miles and was included in the purchase price, but I could take it to any Ford dealer, so I made a point of going to the one that had ignored me. The service desk was very close to the salesman's desk, so I made a big show of handing over the key to my new car and loudly letting them know that it was here for the 600-mile service. The sales guy looked over and looked pretty sick. He knew he had missed out on an easy commission. I don't belong in the world. Everything from mundane tasks, the talking interactions, the sights, sounds, transport, the people, all the sensations. I feel so overwhelmed, so trapped all the time, and I don't really understand why. It affects all relationships with family, friends, socializing, job selection, and in the past with uni school. All in life. I feel too much emotions, too much sensitivity of things around me, and as a result, I'm often exhausted in mental, physical sense and lack a lot of expressivity or much of any spark. I'm mostly quiet, reserved, and just want to escape it all. I wish I could explain to others, but it never ends well, and often only criticisms or annoyance. I keep so much inside of these types of stresses, sensory overloads, and inadequacies. I never felt so ashamed, and I feel I've failed God, my country, and people. I wish I didn't exist. It was international waters. I was middle seat on my first overseas flight from Sydney to San Fran, and woke several times with the guy in the aisle seat next to me, elbows literally in my ribs. I gently pushed them back a few times over the course of 10 hours, but it was clear he deg-yaff. With 2 hours left, the cabin crew turned the lights on, and the coffee cart came around, and I asked for a coffee. I stood up and reached over to grab it and don't know, must have hit some mid-air turbulence or something and accidentally dumped half the hot coffee in his lap. As the cabin crew helped him clean up, I sat back down and put my earphones in and went back to sleep. His elbows somehow managed to stay over his side for the rest of the flight. Funniest thing was watching him go through customs with a damp brown stain on his beige khakis. Ruin my senior year? I'm a wreck yours too. This is not my story, but my friend, roommate. For the sake of privacy, we will call her Summer, who gave me permission to tell her story. Summer was one of 2 friends I had when I lived in Texas. Our other best friend was Jessica, a brilliant student athlete who was being scouted by a ton of universities starting in sophomore year. During our junior year, Jessica was traveling out of state for competitions and to meet with recruiters. She dreamed of going to a D1 school outside of Texas. I ended up moving back to Oregon before our senior year, but still kept in touch with Jessica and Summer. It was around this time that a rumor began spreading around school that during one of Jessica's out-of-state visits, she had an abortion. This was around the time abortion had been outlawed in Texas, and it could have had devastating consequences for her. Her coaches and her parents were quick to disprove the rumors, but the ones about how Jessica was sleeping around and getting her college acceptances from doing favors for the recruiters clung to her like a toxic cloud. It didn't help when Jessica came out as asexual. Most of the students didn't believe her. That was when Jessica decided she would be graduating early to take an early acceptance to a D1 school on the East Coast. This was great for Jess, as it meant getting away from our toxic high school, but devastating for Summer, who was left behind to finish our senior year alone. There was nothing she could do except keep her head down and try and survive. One day, while in the locker room, she overheard a couple of girls talking a few aisles down. They were the girlfriends of some of the football players, and they thought they were untouchable. One of them was bragging about how she made Jessica leave by starting that rumor. Summer tracked down one of their hangers-on and forced her to spill. The lackey broke. She said that it was Tammy the bragger who started it. She didn't even know Jessica personally. She just didn't like how she was getting these offers, getting all the adoration from the school, and she hated how her running back boyfriend tried to hit on her at a bonfire the year before. Tammy came from a religious family. She was the model of a good Christian girl, a future trad wife who was on track to go to college, meet a man or marry her high school sweetheart, and have a kid by 21. Summer said she considered calling Tammy's mom by pretending to be someone from Planned Parenthood, something she got from watching Mean Girls, but decided against it. She had a better idea. Her sister worked at a health center at a college out of state. Before coming home to visit for spring break, Summer asked if she could bring condoms and some stuff about birth control. The sister did just that and gave her a discreet white paper bag with condoms and printouts of the various methods of birth control. They didn't have the college's information, so there was no way this could be tracked. While Tammy left her backpack unattended in the locker room, Summer slipped the bag into an outer pocket and waited. She didn't remember when it happened, only that there were several days where Tammy didn't come to school. She didn't show up for any of the big events our old high school put on at the end of the year. No prom, no last football game of the year, no senior night. She wasn't seen with the cheerleaders or the dance team. For the rest of the year, her mom dropped her off and picked her up from school. The rumor was that Tammy's mom found the bag of condoms while going through her backpack and freaked out. They put her on lockdown and basically canceled her senior year. She was supposed to go to some big Christian university, but they decided to pull her out and make her attend a smaller college close to home. It's been a few years since that time. Recently, Summer went back to visit her parents in their hometown. While she was getting some snacks at Dollar General, she saw Tammy ringing up purchases at the cash wrap. According to Summer, she looked miserable. My parents were getting dozens of calls from random call centers every day. This was about 10 years ago, and my mom and dad still had a landline at their house. I used to go there quite often back then. They would get lots of calls at all times of day. It was extremely annoying, but they were usually polite and spoke with the callers and had some trouble hanging up. I used to say, "Guys, never answer the phone, but it might be important." "No, Mum, it's never important, and no one would call you here if it was important. They would call your mobile." Then I remembered an old Beavis and Butthead episode when they phoned this guy called Harry Sack, and as he answered, they would put the phone near the toilet and flush, so Harry would hear the flushing sounds. I thought, hey, these fucking call centers will love this. So every time someone called, I'd get the phone and take it to the toilet, then pull a nice, strong, loud flush for the caller to enjoy. I don't know why, but that felt really good. And I did it several times. Just answer the phone, don't say a word. You'll hear them say some shit about a new credit card or whatever. Then you flush the toilet and put your phone's mic near it. Important. Don't forget to clean the phone later, because some toilets spray up a bit of water when flushed. Edit. Found Harry Sacks on Beavis and Butthead https://m.youtube.com/watch ?V $SL-YQ-FWV-S. I, 22, don't give a flying fuck that my brother, 18, was unalived. My 18-year-old brother was unalived in April from a drug overdose. I don't care. I don't give a fuck. He wanted to die. I don't really respect his unaliving, and I have less respect for him now after what he did. Is it sad that he was unalived? Yes, I felt sad about it for a few months. But the truth is, he did it to himself. So it's not sad in all actuality, those were just emotions I felt because A, he was a fucking child, and any child's unaliving is fucked up, and B, he was genetically related to me. He's only my half-brother because we both have different dads, but he was still my brother. My mother was unalived from drug overdose in 2013, when I was 10, and my brother was 6. Maybe he was too young to remember, but he was smart enough to understand the basic principle that drugs can cause unaliving. Going out the same way your mother did, especially if it was an accident, is silly. It's not funny at all, but it's so fucking silly, and stupid, and dumb, and his unaliving was stupid. I really couldn't give a fuck, and I haven't spoken to his father, our biological cousin, either because I have nothing to say to him. TLDR. My brother basically unalive himself, and I don't give a fuck. I never really did. The only sad thing about it was his age. My HOA's battle with the community cat. Last year, a cat started talking to mine through a window. I thought this was cute that they decided to be friends, but when I opened the door, the stray cat ran off. I assumed I would never see him again since no cats survive very long outside where I live. We have coyotes, hawks, and owls, which have all led to me never seeing the same cat more than once in the 11 years I've lived here. This cat, who we've since named Blue, is just different. He kept coming by to visit every day for a month. Eventually, he walked inside the house. My wife caught him and took him to the Humane Society, assuming they would put him up for adoption. Instead, they told us about their community cat program. They spayed and vaccinated him, clipped his ear, and told us to return him where we found him. We released him and assumed after kidnapping him and chopping his balls off that he'd never want to have anything to do with us again. Instead, he kept coming by. He would come inside, snuggle our dogs and cat, and sleep with them all day, then go out at night and do whatever he wanted. Then we'd be walking the dogs around the neighborhood, and he would start following us, which everyone who saw thought was hilarious. Everyone except my HOA, that is. They got pissed, claimed the cat was mine, and told me that I couldn't let him out unsupervised. We started keeping him inside and just taking him on walks with the dogs to get his wiggles out, because when he didn't get outside time, he would start destroying everything in the house. This was working pretty well, but he kept eating any low-lying bird families, and this pissed off a couple of the neighbors who again complained to the HOA. So then the board proposed a change to the neighborhood rules that would require all pets to be leashed, not just dogs. A lot of people wrote in saying this was idiotic, joking about leashing their turtles and guinea pigs, etc. Nevertheless, the board passed the new rule. When I read it, I realized it didn't say anything about the length of the leash or that it needed to be held, so we got him a ridiculously short leash that he now just drags along behind him. I also contacted the Humane Society and told them how ridiculous my HOA has been, and they are going to send their social media team over to make some videos of the cat for their channels. Edit. So I think cat tax means photos. Couldn't figure out how to include photos on this post, but here's some for you. https://www.reddit.com/r/sleepingcat/comment/1 cgbqej/mass_hysteria/ https://www.reddit.com/r/sleepingcat/comment/1 cgbqej/mass_hysteria/. You need me to stop calling in advance for my TCG order? I just got home from this experience and I wanted to share. As a hobby, I have taken to trading card games, Pokemon and Magic the Gathering to be specific. I'm not collecting sealed products, but rather, I am usually buying bulk so that I can make multiple decks and play with my family. This is important because I am often making huge bulk orders that consist of 50 cards or more. There are a few shops near me, and I am fortunate enough to be close to about 5 hobby shops that sell Pokemon and Magic singles. I managed to drag my family into the Pokemon TCG hobby roughly a year ago. Since then, the process of making an order was to select from their online stock and check out with the cart. At this time, you are given 2 options: pay in advance for your order or pay in the store. Paying in advance, while very sensible, has often led to cards being paid for that they did not have in stock. As in, It was mistakenly labeled as in stock, but actually was not. This would then result in a refund system that would take 2-3 days to complete. The issue is that it was super inconvenient when I had to wait for 2-3 days to recoup the money. I personally experienced a transaction of a $10 card that needed to be refunded. So I spoke to one of the staff, and they told me, when you have big orders, it's perfectly fine to call ahead of time, and we can pick the order when we have time. In fact, as long as you don't abuse this process, it works out for everyone. That staff member is awesome, and so for a year, that's exactly what I did. This process accomplishes 3 things. Asterisk 1, I am not paying for a product that couldn't be fulfilled. Asterisk 2, I would reduce my time waiting because I called ahead of time by 4 to 5 hours. Asterisk 3, the staff members would have plenty of time to grab the order. I never abused this process, and always came through when I said I would come through. Now, this wouldn't be malicious compliance if not for the next part. About 2 months ago, me and my family took the dive into Magic the Gathering because Commander is a blast. This has caused me to start hoarding cards again and making decks for myself and for my family's usage. So I was back into the swing of things again, making 50+ single card orders from this shop that I loved very much. During my usual 4-hour in advance phone call, I was told, "Hey, you have to stop calling in these orders. It's store policy to only pull orders that have been paid for. We won't be pulling your cards until they are paid for." Weird. I was told otherwise, but I will ask them when I get there. So I get there to pick up and pay for my order and tried to explain that this process was something that a previous staff member told me was A-OK and even encouraged. There were 2 staff members, and they both responded again with a very terse and repeated message of "it's store policy." The message was fine enough, but the tone and rudeness had me floored. They told me from now on, prepay for all of my orders, and then come to pick them up. So here is where the malicious compliance begins. It was clear what they wanted me to do: prepay and show up. So a few weeks later, what I did was scroll through their inventory and started the blingification of my decks. I proceeded to spend roughly 40 minutes scrolling through their online inventory and adding to my cart with various amounts of most holofoil basic land card I could find for under $1. For those of you who aren't familiar, these basic lands are pretty cheap, 10 cents, 60 cents each. They also are categorized by sets and as individual printings, so each basic land has its own set and its own foil print version. This means that they would need to hunt each land by set and by foil print. I had carded roughly 100 cards that they would need to hunt through at least 40 different sets. They would also need to specifically find the foil only of the basic lands. Even more, I gave them an hour of time to pick the order. An hour, while definitely not a lot of time, is more than enough to grab this order. When I get there, it was one of the 2 guys that had reinforced the new method of ordering. Even better, he was swamped. He hadn't even started my order. I would have loved to give him the 4 to 5 hours that I normally would give, but it was store policy that I stop calling in advance and just order, pay, and show up. So I wait. I asked if they started my order. He quickly responded with, "Yes, I am getting to it." I think that even he knew that this would have been much easier if I had called 4 hours in advance like I normally would. This may be strange to say, but I was very happy that there were 4 cards that were not available for the order. So I had paid for 4 cards that I would never see fulfilled. Do you remember the staff member that was awesome? Yeah, he showed up about 30 minutes into my wait, and he asked if I had been waiting for a long time. I had said that it was about 30 minutes. For my wait, he had given me one of the tournament participant packs, and I had actually pulled a $30 card, Roaming Throne. The exchange was made. I waited 40 minutes. 4 cards were missing. I plan on approaching their social media, or shop owner, and ask for clarification from the establishment on what I should be doing in the future. That will be something I do in the near future, but for now, I feel vindicated. The staff member had to frantically hunt for the cards, and even had to tell me that there were cards missing, all things that the previous system avoided. Car dealership. Contacting me in error. I kept getting emails for someone else's car appointments from a dealership in a different state. I live in the US. I was able to figure out the person's actual email, so I messaged them to let them know the wrong email was in the dealer's system. They never responded to me after several messages being sent. My next step was to contact the actual car dealership, which was very easy. I spoke to at least 3 different people over the course of 4 or 5 months, and they all assured me they would update the information. It never happened. I then took it upon myself to mess with all of them. I would reply to the emails that the appointment needed to be rescheduled. In some cases, I would get notified of my new upcoming appointment. I did that for probably a year. I could tell based on the emails that the vehicle was a new vehicle, so they must have had standard free services like oil changes that they were providing and setting up appointments for. After the first year, I decided I wanted to sell the car. I used one of the calculators the dealership provided and would set up phone calls to have a sales rep contact me to discuss trade and value and what kind of new car I was looking for. I assume it was confusing to the car owner when they got those calls. Over the course of this, I would also get surveys. I would always indicate in the survey I would like a call back. This is kind of a 2-for-1 petty revenge, one for the owner of the vehicle and one for the car dealership. I eventually stopped getting emails. Thanks for letting me use your rewards. This will be short and sweet. All I wanted was a bubble tea to get me through an afternoon slump. I walk the 5 minutes from my office to the store, and there is a small line ahead of me, which isn't unusual for this area, tourist-heavy city. Standing ahead of me are a gaggle of probably college-age girls talking loudly over each other, and while not directly inconveniencing anyone, they were a tad annoying. I had my headphones in and my sunglasses on still, and they seemed to think I wasn't paying attention. They pay for their drinks and are moving over to the pickup when one of them leans over and says, "Hey, put my phone number in for the points for the next one." And at this point I realize that I am the next one. The girl behind the counter looks uncomfortable about the whole thing, but doesn't say anything as the gaggle walk away to pick up their orders. Now, I don't drink bubble teas often enough to rack up rewards points, but they add up to a $5 discount when you get enough, and I was a bit grumpy over the audacity of these girls to just enter their phone number for someone else's order. I am getting ready to ask the girl behind the counter to clear the screen so I could enter my own phone number when I see that there is a little button for $5 on the account. I don't know if their last order got them the reward or if they already had one, but the second I saw that button, I realized what I had to do. I push the button, and the girl behind the counter sees the notification and then just smiles and processes the order. Now I didn't really have to do this, and it might have been a little over the top, but I put the biggest smile on my face and walked over to the pickup and said, "Hey, thanks for letting me use that reward. That was very kind of you to pay it forward." The shock on their faces put a smile on mine for my walk back to work. Entitled mom wants us to stay late because she just arrived. I do face paint at various popular kids' attractions throughout my city. I work for a company that has contracts with the locations, and then I just go in as needed. My company also offers caricatures, and I believe a few other things. I'm sure I've got tons of stories, but this one always sticks out to me. It was New Year's Eve. I had plans that night, and thankfully my boss was letting me off at 4 p.m. because the location I was at had a private event starting at 5. The caricature artist was also off at 4. It takes us roughly 30 mins to clean everything up, so around 3:45 we start cleaning up. I'm finishing up everything and throwing my trash out, closing up our registers, and getting ready to pull my signs in. My stand has a sign that says closed that I put up. As I'm pulling my signs in, a lady comes up the stairs with a boy and asks if I'm closed. I tell her that I am, and she asks why I'm closing at 4. I explain that it's New Year's Eve, and the location has an event going on that I'm not needed for. She goes off about how she wanted her son to get his face painted, and she can't believe I'm closing. I apologize, but I wasn't supposed to be there past 4. Honestly, if I still had my supplies out, I usually will do a face paint, but everything was put up and cleaned, and I didn't have time to redo everything. She notices the caricatures, then asks if they're closing. I let her know they are, and she's flipping out again about how it's only 4 and we should stay longer because she wants stuff. She says, "We just got here and you guys are leaving? How are we supposed to get anything done?" She continues to insist that I stay longer to paint her kid's face and make the caricature artist stay as well, but it was already after 4 at this point and we were both exhausted. Finally, she just rolls her eyes and walks away, still yelling about how she just got there and how ridiculous it is that she can't get her son's face painted. The son didn't have any interest in the face paint. It was the mother who wanted him to get it. I wonder how she reacted when she found out the entire location was closing down for the event within the hour. Confession. I think my dental assistant likes me. So, I, 18F, have been going to the orthodontist for months now, and somewhere along the way, I think I'm starting to develop this stupid crush on one of his dental assistants. He's not that much older than me, looks no older than 23, might even be like 19, 21. And he's always really quiet and extra professional, but that almost makes it worse because every little interaction feels more intense in my head. Like the time he took my x-ray, the height difference was asterisk way too hot asterisk. Or like one time I think the ortho allowed him to try actually doing my adjustment, and it was like the gentlest thing ever as he played with my mouth, adjusting himself to better perform the tasks. I couldn't help but feel like it was kinda naughties, even though that was just his profession. On the other hand, all the other assistants would adjust my head and would value efficiency and being fast, even if it meant being a bit aggressive. One even gave me a light scratch with one of her tools, lol. Like I literally sat there with my eyes closed, fantasizing about how I'd love to just pin down his wrists as he was working above me. And him, working above me, almost felt like an embrace rather than working from the side. And the light, too. He had that a bit farther as to not blind me, even though all the older assistants just want to get the job done fast, so they'd put the light right in my face, or the way his hands brush near my face. It seems as if he's just doing his job, and just anxiously trying to make sure he does right by patients, especially considering he told the ortho to check at the end. He also seems to have been helping out at the clinic for a while now, but not actually doing all the procedures, so it feels like they took him off of the probation and I'm like one of his first patients. He just kept reassuring me a few times while working, and NGL, the closeness and proximity and eye contact was just hot it. Like hell yeah, I want to wake up next to that guy each day. Not to mention once he made a silly but awkwardly funny mistake, but owned up to it when confronted. Humility is rare in a lot of guys. It's kind of embarrassing because nowadays I catch myself looking forward to appointments way more than I should. I don't know if it's just me craving some sort of connection or if I really like him. Either way, it's stuck in my head, and I don't feel like I can tell anyone in my real life without sounding unhinged. And as someone interested in entering the healthcare field, which has aspects that are genuinely intimate if put out of context, I wonder if future patients might see me the same way. I do know that I want to be like him and prioritize patient comfort first. So yeah, that's my confession. I've got a dumb crush on my orthodontist's dental assistant, even though he's probably using me for practice. Not to mention the whole power role dynamics are just really hot and I like flipping the script sometimes. And when I get my braces off soon and am no longer going there, I think I'll be upset because I want to marry this man but want to know if he feels the same way or if I'm in my head. Again, not like I can just ask and risk him losing his job, but I'll miss his fingers in my mouth. You want me to tell people about our Plus service and set it up for them? Bet. Hey all, posted a few weeks ago about pharmacy life and all the stuff we have to ask that got changed pretty quickly, and today we had another bout of MC, which is basically a repeat, but with more aggravation and technology. We had a new push come through last week from my pharmacy manager and DM, where we are strongly encouraged to tell people about the Plus service asterisk and set it up for them. I'm sure you see where this is going. Again, it's busy where we are. It's summer. People are snowbirding down here, so business is still high. We're fixing issues with insurance and still filling a good bit every day, as well as doing all our usual inventory stuff. I really don't have more time for stuff at this point. So around 3-ish, we have a customer come in. Mom that I know. Very nice. Also had a big family. She didn't know we have an online platform. Guess who had to show her and kick off MC? I took her down to the counseling window and she pulled out her phone. I then showed her what to download, how to set up her account, and explain what to do to refill her scripts, check refills, and show her how to have us request a refill. Oh, but wait, remember she has a big family? Let's make it a family account. 4 more people to add that have scripts. Need names, DOBs, and address checks. So about 25 minutes later, everything is explained and set up, and she's asking me a few more questions when my pharmacist pops out and says, "Hey, we really need you to get back in here." And so when I got back in soon after, we had a quick talk, after we got the queue caught back up that went downhill after the time I was out there. Pharmacist: "You can't spend that much time with a patient showing them the plus option." Me: "But the email text you sent me said the DM wants us to be active in setting up the accounts and assisting customers. Are you asking me to not do what he's asking now?" Pharmacist: "We just need it to be faster." Me: "Then I won't do it so I can be fast. You can't have this both ways if a customer needs help and they happen to be slow. Should I email the DM and ask if he wants this to be another use your best judgment like our last issue?" Convo basically ended there. Kinda pissed off the pharmacist, but that's not my problem. You tell me to do the job. Don't be surprised when I do the job. If you don't like it, then don't ask for it. I'll update if this changes in the future. Edit. Cleaned up some phrasing. Never assume someone is the help. I was building a house in an established neighborhood. It was a pipe stem lot, the last one in the neighborhood, and had recently been offered for sale. Since it was the last lot, it was fenced along 3 sides before I started. The first floor deck was done and the windows were delivered. The window company spread them out along the base of the foundation and along the fence. I was there alone at the time of delivery. For context, I am a woman of color, in my early 30s, at the time. The neighbor to the left side, white male approx, 55, came over and started yelling about the windows being on his fence. He wanted them moved, this was his fence, yada yada. I stared at him. I'd never seen an old white guy have a temper tantrum before. I'm pretty sure he thought I was some paid laborer and not the actual homeowner. As I said, I was there by myself. I moved the windows by myself, some were 4x5, farther down the fence, past his back property line, and also propped up more, awkwardly against the foundation. There was a gate along the fence between our properties. We were framing in the 2nd floor early one evening when I saw the old guy with his wife, drinks in hand in their yard, near the gate. When they couldn't open it, they walked down to the end of the fence and were peering around. I was cracking up. After that very unpleasant exchange, I was sure there would never be a time we would need to use that gate, so I nailed it shut. Accidentally destroying important manager documents caused they forced me in to give my doctor's note, despite being sick. First, I am German and English is not my native language, so I apologize for any mistakes I may do. A little bit of background. Due to horrible teachers and my easily intimidated personality, I developed the fear of making mistakes, since I was getting yelled at constantly for making some. Now, my body tried to avoid school, and the stress that comes with it by developing the habit of vomiting, to prove my mother I was sick so I could stay home. Problem was, my body tries it a lot when I get stressed out. Now I can suppress that habit to a certain degree if I focus on my breathing and close my eyes. But sooner or later I have to leave the stress-causing situation, or I vomit. Now a little bit of German background, since I don't know if this concept exists in other countries. We call it Zeitarbeit, and Google translated it to temporarily employment. But long story short, it just means that you don't apply at the company you want to work for. You apply for the Zeitarbeit company, ZC, who then find jobs for you. You go to the ZC, give any important informations they need to find you a job you don't totally hate, and if they find something, they call you, and you have an interview with the new company you may work for. Then, if you agree to work there, you are a temporarily employee for 6 months. After the 6 month, they either let you go if the company believes it doesn't work out, or you get hired and now have a full job. In theory, that sounds awesome. In practicality, the companies spare money if they let go of the temporarily employee and circle to new ones, so your chance of staying is barely non-existing. Not to mention, in the 6 month, they don't need a reason to let you go, other than to say it doesn't work out. Now to the story. The first 2 jobs I got through ZC, I try hard to impress them, doing overtime, work more outside my job description, always being on time and never be sick. I ignored my mental problems and drowned them at home to endure everything. However, I wouldn't be here if I got hired. This story takes place in 2018, my 4th job, a factory where I have to pack and sort stuff. However, now I was far less enthusiastic, no overtime, keeping to my job description, but I still was always on time and stayed my 40 hours/week. However, the manager demanded overtime nearly daily. I wasn't going to do it, not for minimum wage, and she didn't like it. But I was doing my job, so I believe she kept me in for the full 6 months before they let me go. But then, I made an absolute fatal mistake by daring to get sick. I got a cyst very close to my private area and I could barely walk, stand, or even sit. Laying was uncomfortable, but at least not painful. I went to the doctor, got antibiotics and a doctor's note for 7 days. 5 for the antibiotics and 2 to see if it helped enough. I called in my job to state I was sick for a week, but my manager demanded I gave it to her in person, or she would let me go then and there. Now I was annoyed, tired and in pain that I have to go in, since I was just in my 2nd month working there, so I accepted, and my parents drove me in. I waddled like an X-legged penguin through the factory into her office. She didn't saw me walk since she was writing something. I put the doctor's notice on her desk, close to some other documents. She looked up at me and started talking. A lot. Now you can imagine that condescending Karen tone in her voice. She started lecturing me how she dislikes I don't do overtime, and now that I'm lazy and went to the doctor to get a week of paid vacation. That I need to work on my working morale, and that my chances of getting hired are very slim, and I need to put in 110% if I want to have a chance. Now my pain around my private area started worsening due to me standing, so I barely listened to her after that. But I noticed her voice got louder and louder, and she somehow talked herself into rage, nearly yelling at this point. And I felt my stomach started turning. I started my strategies to keep my stomach calm since I knew it would be maybe a few minutes of her complaining before I can leave. I tried to cut in to explain that I need to go home to rest, but she had none of it and interrupted me, telling me how disrespectful it is to interrupt some. The irony, LL. Cue my malicious compliance. I stopped calming down my stomach and let it does what it want to do, and surprise, not even after a minute, everything comes out, hitting her desk and covers some of her documents, and half of my doctor's note. Her face was absolutely priceless, though I wished I could enjoyed it more, next to my pain and new taste. After her initial shock and silent, she finally sent me home to rest. I still think about it till today. After the week, I came back rather healthy, and I got pulled into her office, where she and another manager waited for me. After a few words back and forth, they asked me why I didn't even try turn around as I vomited, since I apparently destroyed some important documents. And even though I was not obligated to it, I explained the cyst I had, that I couldn't even walk, stand, or turn around without a lot of pain, let alone going to the next restroom or trash bin, and that I shouldn't even been there in the first place, since a doctor's note can be handed over after I came back. The other manager looked super pissy at my manager. After more unimportant back and forth, I returned back to work. I still got let go after the 6th month, but I wasn't sorry about this job. I then decided to start focusing on my mental health and my addiction problem. For the last bit of fact, the manager was gone quickly after me and the factory was destroyed end of 2024. According to some of my old colleagues, they were constantly hiring and more people were quitting on their own. Mom wakes me to ask the same question she texted 15 minutes ago. So I, 27 non-bi, am sick RN. I have a mind infection and an aggressive head cold, and my period was wrapping up, so I'm tired. I'm currently sleeping like 10+ hours a day from the levels of sick AF. My mom at 10:45 a.m. today makes a group chat with my sister and I, and asked if we'd want a dress or coat. This is very out character since it took her a month with 3 reminders that my birthday is a thing that's now past, but whatever. My sister tells Mom she likes both and sends a pic of her kid playing, with a total of 15 minutes passing before she calls me to ask me what one I want. She knows I tend to be busy and will get back to her later. She also knows I'm so sick that unaliving is scared of poking me with a stick. But she calls, and when I answer, sounding like unaliving's plague-riddled cousin because I just woke and sick, fully believing it might be an emergency since our family mainly calls when an emergency is happening and texts the rest. No, she just wanted to know if I wanted the dress or coat from the text she sent us 15 minutes ago. And then once I tell her, she's like, "Okay, what size?" Girl! I beg you to read my last text to you telling you that I've been hit with a 3 threat and I'm not down for the count. She could have waited. I'm good at getting back to her when I'm not fucking sleeping off being sick. She knows it too. She won't shut up about how I'm the only one of her bio kids that talks to her on a semi-regular basis. Hell, this is still within my normal sleeping hours since I don't need to be human till noon normally. I'm probably overreacting from being sick, but she couldn't wait till I woke up to answer the text. It had to be right fucking then and there. But what's the policy? Years ago, my daughter was in her senior year at high school. She was on the honor roll, captain of the cheerleaders, among other school stuff. She had missed a few credits related to being out sick, with mono in her freshman year, and her guidance counselor kept telling her she could make up the credits in her senior year. No problems. 3 weeks into the school year, she comes home sobbing and angry. The superintendent, who was 3 years into our school system, decided that my daughter could not be a senior because of the missing 2 credits and would be put onto a junior homeroom, stripped of all her senior activities, including cheer captain. The school department offices were a few homes away from ours. Hubs and I walked down there and asked to see the super, Dr. Von Clueless, Ph.D. She comes out of her office and I explained the situation and that we were not happy, especially when my daughter was repeatedly told that the 2 credits would not affect her senior year. "Sorry, that is the policy," the woman stated. "Oh, you want to talk policy? Barbara? What is the policy regarding smoking on school grounds?" She got all huffy and screamed at me, "You take care of your backyard and I will take care of mine." She walked away, red-faced with me yelling, "But what is the policy, Barbara?" I went home and got my 35mm cameras and walked back to the office, stood on the side street and took many snaps of her and the janitor cleaning up the back of her office, the 5-gallon butt can and all the butts on the ground surrounding it. Later that day, about 7 p.m., I went back and took snaps of the dumpster with the butt bucket in it. The next day, my daughter was back in her senior homeroom and all her senior privileges intact. Around December, there were other issues with some students and other parents had it on the school board agenda. My daughter and I, along with about 6 other student-parent teams, attended the meeting. Barbara was not happy to see me there. The item was tabled instead of being addressed. Reason, students being there. After the meeting, a group of us were standing in the parking lot of the high school. The super and her committee were a few yards away. I lit a butt. One of the board members comes over to tell me the policy RT smoking on school grounds. Have Barbara come tell me that. I said it loud enough for Barbara to hear me. She turned and looked at me and turned back around, ignoring the situation. I laughed. And that was not the only run-in I had with her. And I won all the others too. Her contract was not renewed a year later. Bye-bye, Barbara. Entitled Parents Did Not Teach Manners. I know that everyone has different parenting styles, and I can't really judge because I don't have a human child, but I believe the title of this is warranted. Considering the many entitled parent stories I've heard from my sister, who works retail, and this incident at Walmart, yeah, the title stays. My sister and I went to Walmart yesterday for a few things, very short list with items that we needed. Definitely didn't expect to be on the receiving end of an entitled kid, EK, and their entitled mom, EM, then the entitled dad, ED. While my sister was looking at some possible new pants for work, I wandered over to the toy aisle to look at the new merch from Mariah Elizabeth. Yes, I'm in my 30s, but age doesn't matter when it comes to enjoying art. A few of Mariah's videos got me through lockdown a few years back because I tried them and I enjoyed it. I picked up the newest blind bag and was looking at the back to see what random characters she chose for the buddies. Enter EK, who looks to be about 7, 10. The conversation is as follows. EK, my toy, you asterisk, points at the bag I'm holding. Me. How do you ask for things, even from a perfect stranger? EK. Give it, now! A asterisk screams and stomps. Foot. Me. No, I'm sorry. That's not the polite way to ask for something. If you really want one, there's more on the shelf. EK. No, I want that one. You opened it. You know what's inside. O asterisk. I turn the bag all around, showing that it's still sealed. Me. Not opened, see? EK. Mommy, they won't give me toy. O asterisk. EM walks into aisle. Her cart is filled to the brim with stuff. I can see at least 6 bottles of cola, 7 loaves of bread, 8 boxes of cereal, a bunch of TV dinners, boxes of waffles, Pop-Tarts, boxes of macaroni and cheese, and several toys. Asterisk. EM. Why aren't you handing over that toy to my daughter? Me. I'm more than happy to if she uses her manners. There's other bags, I could easily pick one. However, I'm not handing it over because she demands it. She looks old enough to know how to use her manners. Summer vacation is no excuse for forgetting manners. EM. Are you calling my parenting style faulty? How dare you? Do you even have kids? Me. That's irrelevant. Manners are basic knowledge. I have second cousins younger than her that have far better manners. If she asks nicely, I'll hand it over, no fuss. But she demanded a perfect stranger to hand it over. EK. I want that toy. Give it. Me. See what I mean? If I talked to anyone like that at her age, I would have been sent to the corner. EM. I don't care about that. My daughter wants the toy. You give it to her. Me. Well, I see where she gets her lack of manners from. O asterisk. By this time, my sister has shown up. She's just outside the aisle with our cart of stuff. She's watching silently, but I can tell that she will step in the minute she thinks that I need her. As mentioned, she works retail. She's literally pushed entitled parents and Karens out of the store where she works. Me. Ma'am, listen. There are other bags on the shelf. If she really wants one, she can pick it out and put it in the mountain that is your shopping cart. But I won't hand something over to kid that isn't using basic manners. I'd be reinforcing bad behavior. EM. Honey, can you talk sense into this brat? E asterisk ED enters the aisle from the opposite end. A wise choice. Otherwise, I'm sure my sister wouldn't have allowed him in. This dude is at least 6'0" inches and I'm only 5'2". He looks down at me and sneers. Ed, what's going on here? Me. Your entitled child wants this toy, won't ask for it nicely, and neither will your wife. EK. Daddy, I want the toy. Ed. Just give it to her. Me. Oh God, not you too. Did none of you learn manners? I look to be younger than you and even I know how to talk to people. ED. Just hand it over, you're too old for that toy anyway. Me. There's no age limit to Mariah's videos. Since you all won't use your manners, I'm not going to hand it over. J asterisk. I toss the blind bag over EK and EM's heads. My sister catches it effortlessly and puts it in the seat of the cart. EM stomps her foot like her daughter has been doing and gives her husband a look. The guy sighs and approaches me. I stand my ground and my sister pushes our cart closer, coming to stand right next to me with a look of, don't you even touch her. O asterisk sister, back off. I asterisk ED backs up. My sister and I leave the aisle. EK is loudly crying and EM is calling us various slurs that have no right being said in the presence of a child as we leave. Sister, you okay? Me. I'm fine, thanks for the backup. Sister. It's no trouble. You did great on your own, though. G asterisk. After checking out, we're heading out to my sister's car. A 5-8-year-old girl is behind us with her parent guardian, also heading to a vehicle. She points at the blind bag. Girl. I like that. I wanted one, but big lady took all of them. G asterisk. I resisted the urge to facepalm. Of course, EM from earlier would cater to her demon child. Me. Would you like this one? Girl. Really? Can I? Please? Day asterisk. I smile and take the bag out of the cart and hand it to her. The girl gasps and hugs the bag close. Girl. Thank you. Thank you, lady. That's so sweet of you. Do I owe you the money that you spent on it? Me. Not at all. A sweet girl having a smile like that is payment enough. I poured a drink on a girl's head. I, 28M, was at a music festival that I had been looking forward to for months with 2 friends. There is no assigned seating at the outdoor venue, and there are a few hundred people. While the opener was on, I went to get 3 drinks for me and my friends, a beer can in one hand and 2 open plastic cups in the other. On my way back to try and find my friends, the main artist was starting. The cheering and music was amazing. The energy was exactly what I had been looking forward to, and the crowd was all trying to get closer to the stage. I was bumped and spilt a bit on myself and another girl. She was not happy and tried to say something to me, but I couldn't hear her. I apologized the best I could, knowing she likely couldn't hear me, and tried to continue through the crowd. When I turned away, she grabbed my hand and wrestled 2 of the drinks from me, only to throw them on the floor, spilling more on both of us and everyone around us. I couldn't believe what was happening and looked back at her, trying to understand why. When I saw her and the grin on her face, I knew why. So I took my 3rd drink, the full beer can, and poured it on her head. I then immediately turned around to head back to the bar and get more drinks. I heard people yelling behind me, asking WTF was that, but realized as I went to defend myself what I had really just done and how nobody around us would have saw the first part of the interaction. So I kept walking and didn't look back. I brought my mom and brother from Brazil to visit me in the US and ended up emotionally destroyed in my own home. I live in the US and hadn't seen my mom or 15-year-old brother in 1 year. They live in Brazil, and I wanted to give them a special experience. So I paid for everything, including 2 international business class tickets, as we used to do once a year, to make them feel comfortable and loved, also in her case, healthy-wise. I had planned this trip with care, especially hoping to reconnect with my brother. But from the moment they arrived, my mom was cold, critical, and manipulative in 2 days. She made passive-aggressive remarks like, "You could have married better," and mocked the fact that I cook and care for my home, even though she lives in Brazil with maids, driver, supported largely by my help. Then things escalated. During a weekend trip, she messaged my husband privately, saying she wanted to speak to him alone. He immediately showed me and told me he wouldn't entertain that. But the next morning, while I was upstairs, she cornered him at the hotel anyway. He texted me while it was happening because he didn't want this drama or entertaining this type of behavior, clearly uncomfortable. When I came down for breakfast, he told her directly, "Anything you want to say should be said to both of us." But in that private moment, she had already tried. She brought up personal things I did over 6 years ago, trying to throw dirt and stir doubt in our marriage. What she didn't expect was that my husband already knew everything, and he asked her, calmly and clearly, "I know all of this. What exactly is your goal in bringing this up?" She started to cry, and he was all over meetings and asked to us leave the table at breakfast, which I think that was okay. I tried to ask why she would do that. At the room later, BTW for context, we went to a place in Big Sur for a weekend and she stayed in the room and trying to burn with my own husband. After we arrive, when she figured she won't manipulate my husband and they clash personalities, she'd lock herself in the room for a week. Why would a mother try to sabotage her daughter's relationship with the man who is my partner, husband, and we are happy? After that, she played the victim, and slowly she turned my brother against me. The boy I loved like my son, but after being so mistreated, I'm feeling angry. The one I wanted to reconnect with now barely looks at me, barely speaks. He stays in the room with her. I feel erased in my own home. We have 2 days left. I'm emotionally drained. I gave them everything: comfort, love, respect. And I'm walking away with silence, manipulation, and heartbreak. What would you do after something like this? How do you recover when your own mother tries to burn down the life you built and takes your brother with her? And why? I finally quit my masturbation addiction with my girlfriend's help. For the past 3 months, my naughties drive was super high, and I was masturbating daily, sometimes even 2, 3 times a day. Then I met this girl and fell in love with her, even though she was engaged at the time. We became a couple within 2 weeks and texted for almost 15 hours a day. She helped me change my masturbation habit, and now I can concentrate on so much more. I even come to Reddit less often now. I think my mom wants to reduce or eliminate my support network and take control over my life. Trigger warning, transphobia, emotional abuse, and a T-slur. I, 26, am a transgender person. I've been hiding it from my mom for a while trying to come up with a plan to come out to her because some people on my circle. However, I went to the other side of the country for a full week, and when I came back, turns out that someone had forcibly outed me to her. While I was out, she broke into my bedroom, went through all of my stuffs, and even hid or thrown clothes and stuffs of mine. I was luckily able to recover everything, but it was so harsh, I called her out later for her reaction. But she insists that every mom would have reacted that way. Her reaction was so over the top that she drank my homemade mead, spilled some on my bookshelf, and now some books very important to me have fungus, and said was justified in throwing out my clothes because they are trash. She even, somehow, found out who my psychologist was and stalked her and took a selfie on the door of her office. This gives me reason to suspect that it was my ex who told her I broke up with him just before traveling, and who my psychologist is, and other important stuffs are information only he could have told her. She did all of that, and then waited for me to come back to confront me. However, we originally talked a lot, and she ended up understanding a bit, and we were kinda good. However, she is showing her controlling tendencies. She tells me constantly to not expose myself, which for me always sounds like stay in the closet. She has said the exact same thing when I haven't figured I'm trans yet, and was just living as a bi guy dating men. She always shelters in on protection, but then freaks the hell out when sees me with painted nails. Also, I think she is going after my support network. She doesn't like my psychologist, who is also a sexologist, and also owns a naughties shop. My mom claims that I'm her client just because she is in the private sector with her own office, therefore gotta pay to go see her. But then every private medical specialist has clients instead of patients. Fuck. Where we live, there are entire medical sectors that are on the private only, because those are very specific specialties and none of them think the public sector will do them justice monetarily. She is also going on conspiracy theories claiming that my psychologist is hurting me and experimenting with me. What experiment? I have no fucking idea, but I came to her already very clear that I'm transgender. She even said that when we started, that I was clearer than many other patients she had before who were still on the I'm doubting my gender and I'm scared phase. Also, my mom has said terrible things about her son. Things like, why don't she experiment on her own son? Why don't she inject hormones on her son? And, I hope that child turns out to be fucked up with a mom like that. Like, I believe a sexologist as a parent is a green flag, actually. Also, she thinks her profession is a sales funnel to the sex shop, but she has never promoted the sex shop to me, and when I wanted to buy something from her, is because I wanted, not because she spammed me with ads from her store. My mom has told me to stop seeing her and dragged me to see a psychologist in a public hospital. I went, and I told that old man that I was there because my mom don't like my psychologist, explained the situation and my transition to him. He admitted was not capable to be my doctor and was cool about it. He said there was nothing wrong with her having a shop, and also said it was okay to keep seeing her because I've already been seeing her for about 2 years, and she is capable, and I trust her. He even said that maybe could be my mom who is more in need of therapy than me. My mom then went to see the same psychologist, but IDK what he told her. But when I told her that he said it was okay for him to keep seeing my current psychologist, she was not happy. So I told her, you wanted a second opinion? There is the second opinion. Also is trying to police my friendships. About 2 weeks before all of this, I went to a friend's house. Her mom and my mom are friends too. They gave me some heels for free. And also we dressed up and did my makeup and took some amateur modeling like photos on a wall she has with magazines covers. It was really amazing and I felt so included and validated by them. Well, my mom claims that the heels are a travesty shoes and would make me look like a T-word previously mentioned. When my mom found out about the real reason why I went to her house that night, she also blew up, like saying that my friend has sold me out because she posted the photos and betrayed you, ignoring the fact that I myself posted the photos on my Instagram. If she reshared them later, I don't care, but my mom is selectively deaf to that part. She has told me to stop talking to her and seems to have a personal vendetta against her friend and her daughter, trash-talking them. She says was betrayed because they knew the secret before her and didn't have the decency to tell her. No matter that I specifically told them not to tell my mom because I wasn't ready to come out to her as trans. She is even meddling with the friend's voluntary work by trash-talking her to anyone who would listen. She seems upset that some people knew the secret before her, but I'm unsure with how many of them is she willing to go to war because of it. She seems to want to take control over my transition and who can or cannot know I'm trans, which could mean nobody if she could control that. She is 100% a boy mom, and she seems so fixated on keeping me as a soon. That also comes in small signs like gendering me correctly, but then correcting herself. She is also trying to reinforce how masculine I am. By the way she describes me, you might think I'm the guy from the Chad meme, while everyone else agrees that I'm getting more and more feminine. Even people tell me that parts I feel dysphoria for actually look feminine. Also, I have to hide my hormones now because she wants me to stop taking them until I see an endocrinologist she approves of. I was so good on my transition, but now I'm feeling dysphoric and depressed very constantly. My depression is the worst I have felt in years, and I feel trapped at my own home, and feel like I have no one. I end up sad posting on social media, and then feeling guilty about it. I feel terrible, and the moments of happiness are very short. I wish I could just be myself without the constant dysphoria triggers, or feeling like my girly presentation is being constantly policed because she doesn't want me to look like a T-slur. I just can't keep up. Rant alert. I just can't keep up with life. Everything is so stressful. There's too much to do day in and day out. Nothing is ever finished. I'm exhausted. I work as a nurse and go above and beyond for all of my patients. I stay in work late or miss my break unpaid just to make sure my patients felt listened to and anything I could do for them was done. I love this. I love my patients. But what about me? I suffer with chronic conditions, endo and U/C. I'm in constant pain and my doctors won't listen to me. I was sent to A&E from my doctor's office with severe abdo pains. I had a CT which showed inflammation in my bowel and was sent home with no treatment, no pain meds, no follow-ups. I contact my family doctor to ask to discuss as I still have so much pain. They lost my stool samples twice. Then I go back to work to be told I have taken too much time off from work due to surgery and chronic illnesses. I can't take it. I just want to get on top of my health as well as my patients. Why is this so hard? It's been 18 years of fighting for treatments, to be heard or for someone to understand. It's fucking hard. Adulting sucks. How am I going to do this for another 40+ years? There's no joy in life for me, and there hasn't been for a long time. 1 step forward, 3 steps back is my whole life. I can't ever just catch a break. I haven't had time off for almost 4 years. Any holidays I've had have been used to catch up on essays or take care of others. I have no family, no money, no health. What's that fucking point anymore? I'm too tired and don't want to care. No, the stock take must agree with the system. Look again. Years ago, I worked for an office supplies chain store. It was an okay job for a student on the weekend. The store manager would occasionally ask us to do a stock take. It involved going around with a hand scanner and making sure that what we had in the store agreed with what the computer system said we did. Unfortunately, we had a lot of theft in the store, and so frequently there were missing items, lots of them. The IT system was also a complete mess, so we would frequently find items that the system said we didn't have. The store manager was of the firm belief that there was no theft, and that the stock system was completely infallible. If you went up to him and said, "Hey, SM, the system reckons we've got 37 of these 19 inches CRT monitors. I found 3. I think there's an issue." He's brush it off and say we weren't looking hard enough and that we're not leaving the store until the hand scanner agrees with the stock system. Cue malicious compliance. We would scan the same monitor multiple times until we had 37 of them. If we found something that the stock system said we didn't have, it either got hidden behind the stacks of office paper on top of one of the offices, or more frequently, it would end up inside the paper and card compactor. We made sure that the hand scanners would always agree with the stock system, and we got to leave the store on time. A few years later, I found out that the store manager had been fired by the company because they did an external audit of the store and found a stock system that said there were thousands of items that weren't there, and that the stock takes must have been falsified. Whacking off addiction. NSFW story. Ever since I lost my virginity at 16, I've been a freaky human being. I've been addicted to whacking off and naughties ever since fast forward. Now I'm 19, soon to be 22 years in a relationship and still whack off. I feel guilty because I do it everywhere at work, home parking garages, it's bad. I feel bad because it drains me, my mental health, and because I was a PH video here and there, I know it's just my brain looking for dopamine. But why must I always feel this way? I hate it. Me and my girl love each other, support each other, have the best naughties interactions. Why must I whack off other than to last longer in bed? Why do I always get the feeling down there at every moment whenever I'm doing anything? I've added new things to my daily life to have more activities and such. My other confession is IDK why I always get urges to have naughties with other people, men or women. I will not ever incline to do that as that's stupid. I worked on my insecurities issue and still I get thoughts of that. Or thoughts of why I didn't explore my male naughties side. But that's pretty much it. I hope I can get some help to clear my mind, thoughts, and mentally recover from this stress. Thanks for reading. Should I feel bad about not being able to drive, even thought it wasn't up to me? I, 18 years old, grew up with a very overbearing mother. Most things people my age have, such as IDs, driver's licenses, or even jobs, are things she has denied me. Up until very recently, I've been avoiding thinking about such, but now that I'm leaving for college the 20th, I can't help but feel underprepared. I've tried to convince her many times that driving is a necessity, but she doesn't see the appeal as she doesn't drive either. I have reached out to family members such as my aunt who did tell me she would enroll me into driving school. However, my aunt has her own life and own kids to take care of, and it's not very likely she'll have the time or money to do that for me. Though I know I've done what I could, I can't help but feel like a failure, especially when I see kids younger than me driving. What should I do? Petty revenge on a smelly teacher. At my school I went to for years, 9 to 11, US would be high school. The language depth head teacher was a heavy smoker. She came to surveil our class one day for some reason, and she sat one row over and one row back of me. She had that lingering death crud smell of a smoker, and I didn't appreciate having to smell it. Also, I was kind of an arsehole, so I took revenge. I rummaged a Bic Biro pen out from my knapsack. That's the cylindrical white plastic kind, versus the previous clear hexagonal design. What else is white and cylindrical? Yup, I held that pen between two fingers, occasionally put it in my mouth and then took it out again, periodically flicked it with my thumb or tapped it with my pointer finger. Right in her line of sight. Not big exaggerated motions that might get me pinched for disrupting, just enough for her to unavoidably see and to center punch her nerves. She grew steadily more antsy fidgety as the class period dragged on, and when the bell went, she flew out of the door and down the corridor, in the direction of the staff room. My little anger problem. I stay by myself, hours away from my estranged family. I don't have any friends or go out much. I don't drink or smoke or even have naughties. I recently lost a job and have been having trouble keeping a job over the years. It's been breaking me down so bad that I am trying hard not to give up and hurt myself. Over the last couple of weeks, I've been feeling so angry. It's the type of anger that any little thing has been setting me off, getting so angry that I cry every time. I've been having thoughts about hurting myself, but even worse when the angry moments come. I've been wanting to say bad things to certain people, say how I really feel about them. I've been wanting to say things that will hurt them to their core. I've been wanting to make them feel low. I've been getting irritated and thinking about how people from my past has done me and how I couldn't defend myself. But y'all, I have been controlling it, crying instead of actually lashing out. I'm scared to be put on meds, questioning if it may destroy my career plans. Please do not judge me or say that I'm mentally ill. This is part of the reason I've been holding in so much. For those who wish to be remembered. I'm starting this to document my thoughts and feelings. I'm not really good at anything, but I can somehow write. A thing recently in life that has been bothering me is that I used to tell people that I want to be remembered, that I want to go out with a bang, or to have an everlasting impact on the world. In recent times, however, I've come to the realization that my statements aren't really true. It's not that I want to die and have the whole world remember me in a good way. It's that I want to die knowing I've done one good thing in my life. I'm constantly being reminded by people, family members, friends, my girlfriend, that they're proud of me. But to me, I don't see what they're proud of. All these people telling me they're proud of me for getting up in the morning or for getting on with my day, I really don't see how that is such a great thing, though. What's so remarkably unbelievable about that? They woke up this morning and made it to the next day. They don't achieve applause. The way I view it is the same way I view sportsmen and athletes getting applause for doing what they're asked to do in their sport. I work behind a counter of a small shop in a small town, yet you don't see people clapping me every time I scan an item or give the correct amount of change. I don't want a round of applause for my efforts to get out of bed or to go about my day. I'm not proud of that. I'm not ecstatic that I've done that today. It's something everyone does, so why should I specifically be proud of my efforts? I don't struggle with it. Yes, I am depressed. Yes, small tasks become difficult during this period of time, but I don't expect everyone to give me credit when it's done. They're simple day-to-day tasks I should be doing, and when I do them, not a single ounce of accomplishment falls over me. So when I say I want to be remembered or to have an impact, I don't say that so everyone thinks I'm world-class and that I'm an unbelievable example of what a human can achieve. I want it so that, in my head, I feel I've actually done something in my life, something I am proud of. In my years of living, not once have I felt that. I am continually beat down by things that occur, failure after failure, disappointments stacking like old books on a shelf. Each day I grow hungrier and hungrier for that sense of achievement, for that feeling or that realization that I've actually done something with my life. Yet each day I feel like I'm falling further and further away from that goal. The Lord of the Ringer. This is an old story I had not thought of for ages. Not sure why it popped into my head today, but I want to document it before it slips away again. First, we have to go back to the way before times, when Radio Shack was the king of cell phone sales and still actually sold component-level electronics. I was your typical sales agent, 18, perpetually stoned and quite helpful for the average customer. My job becomes relevant later. Enter Dave. Dave was a regular party crasher in my friends group. I say "in" with sarcasm. He was that person everyone has known forever and just kind of tolerated but tried to avoid. Kind of guy that was constantly showing up already plastered and picking a fight with someone smaller. Thankfully, once we were all past school age, everyone cut him out of their lives a cancer. What happens below was just before graduation. We were having a little get-together. Just 9 or 10 friends getting drunk together. Not a crazy party or anything. Dave shows up and lets himself in as usual. Within 20 minutes, he's picking a fight, tries to sucker punch someone and ends up face-planting in the kitchen. As he's going down, his new cell phone comes flying out of his pocket. He was way too drunk to even notice, so we proceeded to pass the phone around messing with settings. This was one of those phones that was technically an early smartphone but still looked closer to a flip phone, mechanical keyboard and all. I changed his ringer to the iconic "You shall not pass" quote, and handed the phone off to the next person. I didn't think about it again until 2 weeks later when Dave storms into Radio Shack screaming about how someone at Bell fucked up and owes him an apology. Keep in mind, this was the very early days of smartphones, and the cost of data was still extremely high. I guess the next person saw what I had changed his ringer to and decided to one-up me big time. They had found a way to download the high-definition low-TR trilogy. Not only had it completely filled the phone's memory, but a few weeks later Dave got a bill for $3,500 of data usage. The truth is, I could have called Bell and gotten the charges removed from the account. It would not have been the first time I had helped someone with an accidental download. Knowing what a perpetual ass Dave had been to pretty much everyone in his life over the last 18 years, I declined to assist him and just gave him Bell's customer service number. I hope he had to pay every penny. Fuck Dave. Was told I required a doctor's note after taking sick time. I had a manager who decided we needed a doctor's note after a sick day. His reasoning was the note confirmed we were well enough to be in the office. Meanwhile, we all knew it was just to give sick staff a hard time. When he pulled this on me, I agreed and started packing up and told him I would contact my doctor and let him know when my doctor could see me. Then I started walking out. He asked me why I was leaving. I told him since I didn't have a note, and I needed one to prove I was not sick and could work as per his instructions, I needed to leave. I followed up with the fact that my doctor was in a different town, and it could be up to 2 weeks for me to get an appointment, all of which true. He told me I seemed fine and not to worry about the note. He stopped asking others as well. Emails people. It really helps against not my problem bosses. First time posting, sorry for my noob ways doing it. This month, 2 things happened that make me, 30M, snap. First was my supervisor, 45F, actively trying to stop me from solving a problem that she blamed my ass on happening. Solving it would put her in a bad mood with the manager. Second, was she simply ignoring my warnings that, if a payment was not done by the next day, a fleet of cars from the big-ass subsidiary that the support was recently passed to me would be stopped, company gases card. Sue, after hours of trying to solve it, I simply snapped, walked to the department manager, 50F desk, and said, if I don't receive support dealing with that many things, if she don't stop my supervisor's shenanigans, I would refuse to work with the big-ass subsidiary. After a pause, my manager asked what was happening. I passed to her the first and second cases. She said that I need to prove my boss misleads, or she cannot do much. So that night, I pulled out a chain of emails that I started after knowing my boss would again blew my warnings off, and forwarded to the manager. Boy, oh boy. Next day, my manager responded the emails tearing my supervisor apart, scolding her for not warning about the case and not trying to solve it. First time that I stand up against a boss jititsu move. Now my manager lets me report directly to her while dealing with big-ass company, resulting in my supervisor avoiding me like the plague. It's not that big, but after dealing with a bunch of lame bosses, this was the first time catching one in the shit-making process. Sorry for the bad English, guys. Edit one. Change, grabbed my feet, to stand up. Thanks, guys. Does anyone else have a parent who does this? My mother always finds a way to bring every story back to herself. Whether it's negative or positive, she never listens to a story without immediately relating it to herself. When I was younger, I would complain about things going on in my life, and without fail, she would always cut me off and talk about how much harder she had it, without listening to or affirming anything I said. So I stopped coming to her with any problems, but even now, if I dare say something negative about anything, she will find a way to bring it back to herself and whine and cry and talk about how difficult her life is. Once I literally said, I'm fighting with a friend, and that I was upset, and she didn't acknowledge it and just said, I was really popular back in China and I had a lot of friends, then started talking about how she had a fight with a friend who was too jealous of her. When she complains, though, she sucks all the energy out of the room and cries and wails and tries to turn everyone into her therapist. If we complain for one single sentence, she lashes out and is like, so what? I'm suffering too? Even when I talk about positive things, she will not even listen or reply to a single part of the story without just jumping into a story about herself. For example, a few weeks ago I mentioned that a friend of mine went to Boston and enjoyed his trip. Without even pretending to be interested for a single second, like asking which friend it was, what he did, etc., she immediately launched into a story about how 20 years ago she went to Boston, and then went into detail about how great it was. Like she just heard Boston and jumped right into her own story without even being like, oh, that's nice. I tried to continue my story like, yeah, he did XYZ, and it's like she didn't even hear me, she just kept going on and on about her own anecdotes. And last week it was my cousin's birthday, and she spent the entire time talking about her own birthday and what she wanted to do. In 5 months, she barely even acknowledged that it was his birthday, and whenever someone would bring up his accomplishments, she would start talking about her own kids' achievements. Manager said I was useless at my job, showed him exactly why. Long, sorry, TLDR at the bottom. This was about 20 years ago, so some of the dialogue won't be exact, but some of it is burned into my memory. At the time, I was working in a toy shop, and it was coming up to Christmas, so you can imagine how busy we were. No, busier than that. Each worker was given a specific section of the store to keep tidy and stocked. Mine at the time was what we called boys' toys, all the action figures and so on. However, I was also the only person other than managers who could process refunds, exchanges, and so on, and because Boys Toys was right beside the tills, and the managers could be anywhere, no radios, the cashiers got into the habit of calling me for help. And it being nearly Christmas, there were lots of exchanges, refunds, and other things needing my intervention. Our store was franchised, and we had a district manager, D because he was kind of a D and also his name starts with D, who had never worked the floor a day in his life. He had some kind of business degree. He visited a few weeks before Christmas, came into Boys Toys an hour or so before closing and got mad because it was messy and there were some gaps in the shelves. He refused to listen to my attempted explanations and stormed off. Next morning, he was right there at opening time. When we had our pre-start meeting where sections were assigned, he interrupted our manager to say, "I'm putting myself with OP today. She clearly doesn't know how to handle the section, so I'm going to show her what's what." There was an awkward silence for a moment before manager went on with assignments. I kept perfectly silent. D trailed me to Boys Toys and looked around. "Well, what's first? Or don't you have a plan?" "Well, first I usually— Oh, sorry, that's the tills calling for help. I'll be back in a minute." Dealt with the tills, returned, got halfway through explaining the first job, and was called away again. By the time I got back, it was 15 minutes into shift, and he hadn't done any work yet. I have to give it to him. He stuck with it all day. I finally managed to show him what we were doing, and he schlepped up to the stockroom and down to the shelves half a dozen times. Tidied the same set of shelves because kids loved throwing things all over the floor. Watched as I was called away an average of 5 times an hour. I didn't usually keep track, but you bet your ass I did that day. He took his lunch when I did, 10 minutes late because of a refund. He didn't apologize, of course. I was too lowly for that. But the next morning at the opening meeting, my manager announced that from now on, Boys Toys would have 2 staff as a matter of course, and that the managers would make an effort to be more available to the tills. TLDR. District manager thinks I'm being lazy, arranges to show me what to do, realizes it's because I'm doing too much of the manager's jobs and not enough of my own. Dress more appropriately for church. Sure, I'll follow the rule literally. A couple years ago, I joined a small but tight-knit church community. Everyone was pretty relaxed. People came in jeans, dresses, even t-shirts sometimes, especially at youth services. No one was disrespectful, just comfortable. I usually wore long skirts or dress pants and nice tops. Nothing flashy and definitely nothing revealing. But apparently that wasn't churchy enough for one particular elder, an older woman. After service one day, she pulled me aside and said with that sweet fake smile, "Sweetheart, I just wanted to encourage you to dress a bit more appropriately. We should always look our best for the Lord." I was confused. I asked what exactly was inappropriate about my outfit, a long navy skirt, a tucked-in blouse, and flats. She said, "It's not bad, but, not quite holy attire. Maybe think about what you'd wear if Jesus was sitting in the front row." The next Sunday, I showed up in my most over-the-top church outfit. Full floor-length choir robe, white gloves, a wide-brimmed hat with a fake bird and a little veil, Bible in hand, stockings, low heels, and pearls. I looked like I was either about to preach, get baptized, or time travel back to 1954. People stared. One usher asked if I was part of the clergy now. Someone whispered, "Is she in a play?" And bless her heart, the elder gave me a stunned little nod when I sat close to her and said, "You look very reverent today. Thank you." I figured this is how Jesus would want me to show up. Next week, back to my usual outfit. Never got a comment again. Want your dogs to be off-leash in the park? It would be a shame if they escape. This is a unique one, because it was malicious compliance against me and my neighbors by the city. I can't stop thinking about how genius their malicious compliance was, so had to post here. Some backstory. I live beside a 4-quadrant park, with cross streets going through, so each quadrant is 1 block by 1 block in size. One of those quadrants is fenced in and may or may not be owned by the local school district. There were some shady deals, and it's not clear if they ever legally owned the quadrant. I won't go into the details of that, but the neighborhood has been fighting for access to the park for as long as I can remember. Recently, that quadrant was completely renovated using public funds. Since it is used during the school day as an area for the kids, it has decent security. The only way in and out is through 4 doors at each corner of the quadrant. The deal struck with the community is that during non-school hours, MF after 3 p.m. Saturday and Sunday, the quadrant would be open to the public and those doors would be unlocked. Shortly after the park opened, people, myself included, this isn't ITA. I know I shouldn't have. This is a self-deprecating post. Began letting their dogs run in this park. It was perfect, since it was completely fenced in. When others started complaining to the city, my wife and I stopped letting our dog in there, but others kept using it. The city couldn't just lock it up and deprive everyone access. But how to prevent unleashed dogs? In my opinion, they came up with the most simple yet genius solution. Rather than lock all the doors to the park, they padlocked them open during non-school hours. Now, if you come in to let your dog run, there are 4 gaping escapes into a relatively high-traffic area that your dog could run through. I still see a few very well-trained dogs running around in there, but most people are not going to risk it anymore. They may take our shorts, but they'll never take our freedom. This happened a few years ago, and our compliance wasn't exactly malicious, but I thought I'd share. We had a new CIO take over our IT group. They had next to no experience/competence and weren't even a finalist from the selection committee, but were a friend of the CEO and were hired. What they lacked in these areas, they countered with micromanagement and the demand for absolute professionalism, superficial BS, if you will. One of the first policies they implemented was no shorts, and attire must be office appropriate, no holes, no graphic t-shirts, etc. Effectively business casual, especially for supervisors. Now there were various positions in IT, but several of us, who were also supervisors, had to work in dirty, unconditioned spaces, etc. Several of us made requests to wear shorts, installing new cabling in the floor of the server room, unloading, installing equipment, wiring buildings in the summer that had no low AC, etc. All were denied. When walking out of a meeting to discuss this, we noticed that the CIO's secretary and several of the female office support staff were wearing skirts/skorts. We brought this up at our next meeting and were assured that this was different, for reasons. Obviously, the women in our group were not about to wear skits while iting about, but several started wearing skorts. Later, I was looking through my ThinkGeek wish list, told you this was a few years ago, and at some point I had placed a utilikilt, https://utilikilts.com, in the list. Dear reader, I mashed that buy button so fast that the kilt damned near arrived the next day. I also shared this with a few of my closest male co-workers who did the same. Early the following week, we all show up in our kilts, and our co-workers had a good laugh, as did our manager, a good egg, trying to make the best of the CIO's eccentricities, who said nothing to the CIO. It just so happened that on that day, a Windows update had borked the CIO's computer, and they needed someone to take a look ASAP. While not my job, I eagerly volunteered as I was in between tasks. I showed up in my kilt with the CIO present, who just sort of stared as I worked, fixed their computer in a very professional and expedient manner, and left. Shortly thereafter, I get a message from my manager that we needed to talk. Long story short, while he was sympathetic, I was in violation of the no shorts policy. I said that if women can wear skits, we should be able to as well. Full disclosure, I was the only person with a very specific, hard-to-come-by skill set, so I was fairly secure in my position and was happy to take one for the team, as there'd likely be little consequence for me personally. Anyway, while we didn't go crazy with the kilts, we made a point of wearing them when we had some visibility outside of IT, which caused a lot of discussion from other departments, from laughing to good-natured ribbing to solidarity. A short time later, we had an all-hands meeting. The policy was being amended so that managers could make exceptions, e.g., when we needed to do building infrastructure maintenance, etc., and that from now on, Fridays would be casual day, still no shorts, but more relaxed clothing. I honestly think they had seen this on *office space*. The mutual understanding, though, was that in return, we needed to retire the kilts, which we did, for the most part. Power-tripping receptionist gets no candy. Years ago, I was hired by a small business to handle all the accounting and payroll. We had about 10 of us in the office, 4 more in the shop out back, and about 50 workers in the field on various jobs. I had 2 people that I supervised, and I reported directly to the owner. The receptionist, let's call her Karen, had basic receptionist duties, and she occasionally ran some errands for the owner and his wife, picking up their dog from the groomer type things. Karen had this queen bee thing going on because she'd worked with the owner since the beginning. She'd sneer at employees. 2 mins late in the morning, you'd get a raised eyebrow and a dramatic lifting of the arm and tapping her watch. Attempt to bully them. Owner would tell her to ask me to do something. She'd come into my office with a smirk and act like she was laying down the law. And if you weren't in Karen's good graces, things you needed done, packages sent out, appointments made, office supplies ordered, asterisk stuff a receptionist does asterisk, somehow took way longer than they should. It got to the point where instead of dealing with her personality, we'd just do her tasks ourselves just to avoid friction. One thing the owner liked to do when he was at Costco was get a box of granola bars, candy bars, or other snacks, and put it in the kitchen area for everyone to grab one for a treat. One day, the owner brought a box of Snickers in, and Karen bounded with glee to the kitchen. As she walked by my office, I noticed she had grabbed a bunch of them and was trying to quickly get back to her desk. Later that day, one of the shop guys, Kevin, came in, and I told him to grab a Snickers bar from the kitchen on his way out. Kevin chuckled and said, "Does Karen know about them? If she does, there won't be any left." He mentioned that every time the boss brings some snacks in, she grabs a bunch and hoards them in her desk. Sure enough, in the kitchen there was only 1 candy bar left out of the whole box. Now, this is the kind of thing I usually just roll my eyes at and go on living my life. And I did. New box of treats? There she goes to the kitchen. Honestly, who really cares? Until a couple months later. The owner called me into his office and wanted to talk about this huge tax penalty notice we had received in the mail. Turns out, Karen had gone through and opened the mail on my desk, a big no-no, saw this juicy problem, and instead of putting it back on my desk as she should have, ran it to the owner to try and throw me under the bus. What had happened was, the state had implemented a new system, and it spat out these tax penalty letters to every business in the county. It was a mistake. We'd filed and paid everything on time. But I had about 15 minutes of panic while I dug the file out, and we called the assessor's office to straighten everything out. Oh, now it's on. Sometime later, Karen was out running some errands for the owner, and I saw him at her desk looking for paper clips. I saw an opportunity. I helpfully looked with him until we came to a drawer with her candy stash. Friends, it was like opening a treasure chest. There were about 40 candy bars that Karen had squirreled into there from various boxes the owner had brought in over the last couple of months. The owner got real quiet, then grabbed all the candy bars and laid them out on his desk in his office. He'd immediately figured out how when he buys a box of 30 or so candy bars for 10 people in the office, it's emptied quickly. Later, Karen came back to the office. She put all her stuff down and opened her drawer to get herself a treat. Her face went from confusion to shock when she saw the drawer was empty, to white as a sheet, when just then the owner came out and said, "Karen, can you come to my office for a minute?" According to the owner, she had reasoned that she was owed a fair share of the candy, because she claimed that she worked harder than anyone else around the office. So whenever a new box was opened, she would just take her share and put them in her drawer. Over time, her share had grown to as many as she could carry back to her desk without looking silly. Karen was given a formal reprimand and was told that if he brought any candy in, she had to wait a day for everyone else to get one before she could take one. She was very quiet and fairly decent from then on out. She mostly behaved for the next couple of years until I moved on to another job. It was particularly funny to watch her facial expression when the owner brought in a new box of candy, like a scolded puppy. But the best part? The owner went out to the shop with the candy bar cash and gave them all to the guys out there. Kevin came in the next day with a big grin and told me that Snickers was the sweetest candy bar he'd ever eaten. "You want me to participate in Sunday school?" Enjoy my extensive knowledge of your holy book. So my relatives and parents are very firmly a part of this cult. It's mostly in the States, but it does have some worldly presence. Not gonna say which one it is, because I don't want my parents to find this post. I left the cult about 2 years ago now, after they refused to acknowledge that I had several medical problems, and the religion believes that people can become like Jesus and heal their own bodies. Whack, right? And I'm not talking about a little scratch or a cold. I'm talking about cancers, contagious diseases like measles, polio, whooping cough, broken bones, psychological disorders. It's really crazy. But whenever I come back, they always make me go to Sunday school to show respect for the family. Bullshit. It's 'cause they want to convert me back, and whenever someone from the cult finds out someone has left, they make it their personal mission to bring them back. So this past Sunday, I didn't have work, and my dad told me I had to go to church with the family. He said I'm still able to go to Sunday school since I'm just in university. We arrived to the church. I'm super dressed up, like very fancy looking. The women, when I come in, are very pleased. They know I've left, and are like, "Wow, it's so nice to see you back. Hope you come more often now we've missed you." I go down to my Sunday school class, and it's a bunch of uni kids and an older woman, strict-looking teacher. Perfect. She sits me down and starts talking about the Bible and what's wrong and right. Cue malicious compliance. I took 2 years of intensive Bible classes. I've translated from Hebrew and Greek. I've actually read the whole Bible cover to cover. Some points were made. Teacher. And so God said that we most never lie in bed with another of the same naughties. Me. And where does it say that, ma'am? Teacher. Well, in this verse here, asterisk shows asterisk. Me. That was actually mistranslated from Hebrew. It actually says, man shall not lie with boy. Teacher. Asterisk frustrated asterisk. No, that's not true. And besides, there's this verse here which says homosexual naughties is wrong. Asterisk shows other verse asterisk me. So, by that logic, wouldn't that mean that anyone, male on male, female on male, or female on female, who was having oral or anal naughties would be gay? Teacher. Asterisk, horrified asterisk. The whole class went on like this. I refuted claims about the unalive of children, the uselessness of prostitutes, about immigration, and so on. After church, my dad was pulled aside by the teacher, and when he came back, he sighed and shook his head and said, "Fine, you don't have to come anymore." I replied with, "Is she not impressed with my thorough knowledge of the Bible?" Don't assume I am a crook. This happened a few years back, when I was between jobs, a mini recession was underway, and I wanted a who cares job in a high-energy environment. I ended up managing a food stand at the local NHL hockey arena. In the stand there was myself, stand lead, one head cashier, a cook, a runner, and a number of cashiers. This company started from the position that all their employees were crooks. Sorry to be so blunt, but that was their reality. It was not an unfounded position. Refilling beer cups and pocketing the cash from the sale was not a rare practice. I had 2 of my cashiers fired after secret shoppers caught them. The trick was to do this with non-inventory items. At the start and end of a night, I counted everything. Beer cups, the cardboard triangles on which pizza was served, popcorn bags, bags of potato chips, etc. Bulk items could not be counted. Popcorn, draft beer, nacho chips, etc. At the end of the night, we garbaged the bulk items that cannot be carried over to the next night. Cooked hot dogs, pizza sliced, popcorn, etc. We may have wolfed down a few items. We're closed. I'm going to toss these 3 leftover slices in the bin. Anyone want one? I recorded the waste, 3 slices, but they may not have all made it into the garbage. Apparently some suit envisioned that stands might loading up with extra food from the delivery folks or cooking extra hot dogs. Manglement got their panties in a twist about us eating the garbage and sent a memo that all waste was to be boxed up and carried down to the warehouse. So we did as told. After counting the waste, into the box went a random assortment of pizza slices, hot dogs, and popcorn. It wasn't put in neatly. There was always lots of popcorn. Manglement probably didn't care about the popcorn, but the directive was vague, so they got it anyway. The box was stuffed with popcorn. If the warehouse ever did anything with what was in that box, it would be a fermenting, fly-infested mess by the time they got around to opening the boxes. At the after-work beer party, the directive was discussed. None of the stand leads liked the assumptions made regarding our integrity, and they adopted the practice. A month or two later, I had reason to chat with the warehouse on another topic, and I asked them what they did with all the food waste that was brought down. Answer: we toss it right into the dumpster. We're not digging through that mess. You never go in and count anything? Nah, the suits tried to make us, but we refused. We already have full-time jobs, and they wouldn't hire anyone whose job description was to dig through garbage. It's just the suits trying to intimidate you stand leads. I resumed binning my waste and not lugging anything down to the warehouse. Nobody noticed. I passed the word. Neither we nor the warehouse told management. The empty suits never noticed. No cash register rolls? I worked for distribution for a building supplies company. Stores would manually order their store-use stuff by fax, and they would order cash register rolls by boxes of 50. So often they would order 2 boxes. Office staff would key it in as 2 rolls, and then order pickers would ship 100 but bill for 2 rolls. I brought up at a team meeting that we were always going short by 49 or 98 rolls, and why it was happening, and the manager said it would never happen again. Except the next day, still happening. So I decided I would ship exactly what they ordered. The order said 2 rolls. I opened a box and sent 2. I figured the stores would start squeaking about it right away, but nope, not a word. This went on for weeks. Finally, the busiest sales weekend of the year approached, and I confessed to the manager they might want to check cash register roll levels at the stores. Sure enough, many stores were almost out, and courier shipments of cash register rolls appeared at the door that day. They couldn't fire me because I had shipped what was on the orders. I almost brought down the company on their biggest sales weekend. They started keying the orders right. Sometimes, I really want a job. I don't know if this is the right place for this kind of thing, but I really want a job. I'm 16F and I want a part-time or something so I can buy small things for myself since my parents basically ignore whatever I want, and that annoys me. I tried to ask my mom recently and she said I can't do that and I should focus on studying more, which I understand, but it's only 3 hours on school days. I don't think it's that bad. I tried to explain more, but she said she'd lock me in through the main door from the outside. She has done this before. Just so she makes sure I don't get out, and that really doesn't sit right with me. Any help or something? I'm rather lost. Supervisor tried to bully me. Said goodbye to their job instead. This happened several years ago now, but Facebook just reminded me of this story. I was at uni at the time and worked for a large chain supermarket alongside my studies. I have a lot of complex medical issues, some of which weren't diagnosed yet at the time. As a result, I was in and out of hospital a lot and on light duties to avoid injuring myself on the clock. This particular supervisor had a disliking for this because she thought I was being lazy or something. Anyway, all the staff at the store, it was one of those small convenience-style stores so there weren't many of us, had each other on Facebook. It made finding cover for shifts easier, and for the most part we all got on all right. I had made a jokey status about something funny that happened on my shift, and her one brain cell came to life and she thought it was smart to leave a mean comment. I commented back and told her to shut the fuck up. She did not, and made several nasty and derogatory comments about my health issues, was racist towards a friend of mine that jumped in to defend me, and used disgusting language against a disabled friend that had innocently commented on the original joke. All while she was meant to be on the clock. I blocked her after that, but not before screenshotting the whole conversation and emailing it to every manager I had contact information for. The next day I was called in for a meeting with the store manager, the area manager, and HR. I submitted a formal grievance on the matter. It turned out she had been bullying another manager for being gay also, and was already on a warning. Within 2 weeks, she was gone. She'd been there for years, and she wrecked her job within 5 minutes by choosing to pick on the wrong person. I learned not to have colleagues on social media, but I also learned to use someone's own stupidity against them. If you're gonna spout hateful shit, don't do it on a public forum with your job listed on your profile. The joke's on her anyway. I got a diagnosis shortly after that incident, finished university, left that job behind, and have never been happier. She's still in that same town, utterly miserable, still working a shitty retail job for another supermarket. edited to add paragraphs. I forget sometimes I need row format differently on the app. I'm having serial killer urges. I keep getting these uncontrollable urges to unalive something. At first, it was animals, and I acted on it. Now, I'm starting to feel the same way toward humans. It's not like I'm completely heartless. I feed stray dogs and cats. I like animals. When I got my first salary, I donated it to a child welfare NGO. But at the same time, I feel a twisted pleasure in inflicting pain and suffering on living beings. And yet, I'm also capable of empathy and compassion. This paradox is tearing me apart. I've been suppressing these urges for a long time, but each month they get stronger. I hate the world. I was born into a dysfunctional family. My dad has bipolar disorder and schizophrenia. Home life was hell. School was even worse. I had undiagnosed ADHD and ASD, was overweight, socially anxious, and an easy target. I was physically assaulted while outnumbered. I was verbally body shamed. I was sexually assaulted. It was traumatic. When I was a kid, all I felt was sadness. As I got older, it turned into anger. At 18, I got into bodybuilding, MMA, triathlons. I became fit, strong, and tall, 6'3". I started picking street fights, overcompensating for all the years I felt powerless. Now I'm 21. I don't care about street fights anymore. I don't want to hurt animals. I just want to unalive humans. As an ex-Muslim atheist, I don't worry about God, hell, or the afterlife. My country has a low, unalived conviction rate, and law enforcement is incompetent. I know I could get away with it if I become strategic, calculated, and a bit tactical. But a part of me still thinks it's wrong. The anger and urges are almost unbearable. I keep telling myself I'd only target rapists, drug traffickers, and murderers, no innocent people, but I know once I start, there's no going back. I'm having second thoughts. Mental health is taboo here, and I'm afraid if I seek help, it will backfire. I just feel deeply conflicted. The world hurt me, and part of me wants to hurt it back. Entitled mother yells at an assistant dog handler. My partner and I were in Target looking at the toys. A little boy came up and patted my partner's assistant's dog, Physicateric, cardiac. I calmly said, "Please don't." When I saw him, he ran away. A few minutes later, his mother came past, pointing us out, saying our dog was for the blind. I corrected her, and she yelled at us, stating WR should have told him instead of yelling at a 4-year-old. She kept saying it over and over again till we just walked off. I did perverted things in high school. Looking back, I did some very creepy and embarrassing things. I remember hitting puberty and being unable to hold back certain urges. It started off harmless. Some girls would come to school in more revealing clothes, and as soon as I got home, I would get myself off. No big deal, but it got worse. During exams, I would almost always get urges because the girls in front of me would wear tight jeans and my mind wouldn't be able to focus on the exam. So then, I would go to the school bathroom to let one out, just so I could concentrate better. This is where the real bad stuff begins. I would sometimes record a video on my phone and put it in my pocket with just the camera poking out, then go home and jerk off to the video I made of the girls in our school. I think the worst thing I did was that I even jerked off in class. I was alone at my desk at the very back, so I didn't even feel the need to go to the toilet. I got the urge and just rubbed the tip through my jeans until I came. This happened twice. I have since, of course, realized that what I did is horrible and creepy and have deleted the videos I made. To be honest, I don't know how some of the people from school are still best friends of mine after what I've done. Sure, everyone does dumb stuff when they're 16, 17 years old, but that isn't an excuse. These things I did still haunt me sometimes to this day, almost 4 years later. I know it's all in the past, but sometimes I still get people coming up to me and asking if I really did those things, which I just deny nowadays. If anyone has any advice how I can look at myself without thinking I'm somewhat of a creep, that would be greatly appreciated. My past experience of meeting people on Roblox did not end so well. When I was 9, I met some people on Roblox. They were around 11 or older, I think. We became good friends. There were 2 other people involved. We eventually transitioned to Discord, where we were exposed to inappropriate content. I believe I was 11 when we made the switch to Discord. After a year on Discord, we gained knowledge about malware and similar topics. We also met a 15-year-old, let's call him Person A. Little did we know, this person would get our group chat into cult-like activities. Then we met another person, let's call them Person B. Little did we know, they would scare us and try to be a hacker. I don't remember the order in which we met them because my memory of this is a bit blurry. We met Person B in a Roblox password database guessing server. They were using a bot named Kyanite. They had a rich account and I wanted to get into it. I tricked them with a virus, but luckily it didn't do much. It was an obvious virus, and I helped them remove it afterward. They were understandably upset. However, they took it to the next level. They moved on from password guessing to scamming little kids through games and terminating their accounts. Person B and my original friend teamed up. Person B had brainwashed my original friend, and he betrayed me and sent pizzas to my fortunately fake address. They also put it up for auction. Person B started guessing weird, specific details about my real-life activities and my house, causing significant distress. By this time, I was only 12. They also exposed me to seriously bad content that you do not want to know about. I eventually got Person B to leave the group chat, but they came back after a while. It sort of felt like he groomed me to get chill with him. Then, we all kicked him out. A quick story, we had let new people into the group chat, friends of my original friend. They had exposed us to extremely bad content just as Person B had. It was illegal, and we kicked them out. Person B had shown me the content for the first time before. He said someone sent it to him and told us all. I was curious at the time and asked to see it. I was curious to see what it was. I cannot remember how I felt when I saw it. I just hope I didn't say any bad shit, but I know I started to troll. Not to mention I was 12 years old at that time. If you can't understand what the content is, it's best not to know. Now for Person A, he was bullied in school and was very antisocial. He found a video on YouTube promoting a group and decided to join. The group was bad. It was full of literal pedophiles. He didn't know that at the time and left the group to join the so-called good version. It wasn't full of pedophiles, but it was full of wannabe terrorists and harassers. I joined the good side, and after seeing what my group chat had become and what this group truly was, I realized how truly bad and messed up this had all gotten. I had matured and left that behind. I had just turned 14, and it's been a month since I left. I also informed my parents, and they understand. Life is already better. Sometimes I do get nightmares of the group chat trying to defame me in some sort for some random shit. Mostly for when I asked to see that shit. The thing in the quick story thing I sent when I was 12. I just have episodes of thinking about this and it causes me significant distress, which led to me even questioning if I should live this life or not, and also making me think about other things I've done in the past. I participate in mosh pits because it's the easiest way to be covered in guys' sweat. The absolute rush and thrill of mosh pits, violently bashing into each other, resulting in all sorts of bumps and bruises and other miscellaneous injuries. Yet there's a sense of community. When the music stops, everyone loves each other. If someone falls or is injured or loses something valuable, many come to their aid to ward off the mass violence to give them time to recover. It's such a rush and such a good time, but for me there's an additional layer. Dozens of, mostly men, crammed in a tight space, jumping around, bumping into each other. These things get sweaty. Now, it certainly can feel good to work up a good sweat, but for me, it's even better. I want to get completely covered in it from as many guys as possible. The combination of violence and the intoxicating aroma of so many guys' sweat is just absolutely sublime. On a good night, I come out of the even looking like I've jumped in a swimming pool. Surely some of the sweat is mine, but I've got a good helping of dozens of other guys on me as well. After the show's over and I'm back at home, I usually like to keep the shirt on and take care of myself a bit. I like to hold on to the shirts unwashed for a fair while, and giving them a good huff is always a pick-me-up. As you may be able to ascertain, I'm somewhat of a kinkster, so I know that involving non-consenting parties in my musk kink is pretty bad behavior, and if any of the moshers knew before or after that I rubbed one out to their smell, they would certainly not want me there, and would probably feel grossed out or even violated. But where else can you get to experience great live music, a good workout, and extreme naughty's gratification all in one place? Grandma cares. I'm not 100% this fits, but it's a story that I've never forgotten and elevated my grandma to almost godlike status in the eyes of a young elementary kid. When I was in early elementary school, I was visiting my grandma with my family. This was the late 70s/early 80s, and my grandma had tons of binders full of photos of kids, grandkids, family events, etc. When visiting, we would often pull them out and look through them. This morning it happened to be me, 7 or 8M, sister, 1011F, and cousin, 1011F, looking through the photo binders with Grandma sitting in a chair nearby. We had been pulling them out of the cabinet end table, looking through them, when either my sister or cousin ran across a photo of me in one of the binders. The picture was of me around 2 years old, standing in my birthday suit, head to toe with nothing hidden. I don't recall exactly anything that my sister or cousin said, but I remember them making fun of me and picking on me. I kept telling them to stop. I got more and more upset, but they kept going. I think Grandma was just sitting watching this exchange until I turned to her and said, "Grandama." Grandma slid forward in her chair and, in a nice, even tone, told the girls to give her the binder. She looked at the page with my picture, opened the page, and took out the picture. Sister and cousin were quiet as soon as she asked for the binder. She looked at the picture and then handed it to me and said, "Here, this is yours," and she sat back in her chair. I remember my mood completely changed, like I'd been given the most amazing gift. I looked back at her and asked, "It's mine?" She said, "Yep. I think this is the MC." I proceeded to rip that picture into as many tiny pieces as possible with the biggest smile on my face while my sister and cousin complained to my grandma that I was destroying the photo and that I should stop. Her response, with no other words while all this is happening, in that calm grandma tone, "It's his picture. He can do whatever he wants with it." The only thing I remember after that is having the biggest smile on my face while joyfully tossing those small pieces in the garbage, while my sister and cousin whined and complained. There's too many versions of me. I don't really know who the real one is. I act completely differently around different people, to the point I don't know who I actually am. All I do is mirror people, steal the aspects I like about them, and cram it into my brain to try and replicate. I have so many different versions of me, and they're all different depending on who I talk to and even what account I'm on. I don't know who I am. I don't know my favorite food. I don't know the style of clothing I want to wear. I don't know how I want others to perceive me. I don't know how I want to perceive myself. I don't know my favorite movie or series. I don't know a lot about myself, honestly. But yeah, there's like so many different masks or versions of me, and I genuinely don't really know who I actually am. I grew up being the weird, undiagnosed autistic kid that people excluded a lot when I was younger. I tried to be more likable by acting how others acted, but I kind of lost myself in the process. Ironically, it never worked, and I've always been viewed as weird despite the masking, so it was all for nothing anyway. When I was younger, think young child up until preteen, I tried to be different people entirely. I would entirely steal the personality of the characters I liked, mimic them, and try to convince myself I was them. Rinse and repeat, over and over. Was that healthy? Probably not. But I was not in a healthy state of mind then. I'm not that surprised that I liked acting classes so much when I was younger. Looking back on this, LOL. I don't really know if there is a real me, to be honest. They're all technically me, obviously. But which version is the most true to who I am? I don't know. I don't think I'll ever find that out. Had my first foursome that included my best friend. Me, M23, and my best friend, M22, were at my parents' summer house last week Sunday, and he's one of the only people that knows I'm bi, but I've never really wanted to do anything with him since I view him like a brother and it'd be weird, but he is objectively very attractive. We were out in town, getting drunk, and met 220 yo girls there, two gorgeous brunettes, and started buying them drinks. After a while, we invited them over back to the house and continued drinking there. My parents recently installed a hot tub on the back deck, and my friend suggested that we all get in. The girls said they didn't have their bathing suits, to which he said that no one wears bathing suits in a hot tub, which was so hot. We all got naked, got in, laughed, messed around, started doing dares, and we dared them to make out, after which they dared us to make out. It ended up being a free-for-all, and we went back inside to fuck. Me and my friend didn't fool around that much, but there definitely was some touching, a bit of mutual stroking, some frotting, and I took the opportunity to play with his balls and slap his ass while he was fucking one of the girls, which he didn't seem to mind. Watching the two girls go at it was also incredibly hot. I don't think I'll ever experience something as hot as that. I feel so grateful. I don't think there's a better way to bond, ha ha ha. Going forward. Fit notes required. The background here is that during work, I had an accident that damaged my back, slipped discs that didn't resolve, and subsequent additional damage due to unnatural wear and tear from compensating poor posture and gait. I had a fit note that cleared me for light duties. Now, most of my store team were, and are, these guys are my family even years later, incredibly supportive of my various limitations. Depending on whether I was having a good day or bad, they'd shuffle things around. We did that for everyone. We worked to accommodate whoever needed a helping hand, just to clarify that I wasn't given special treatment. My main difficulty is standing still. Sitting, walking, moving, those are fine. On a good day, I can stand at the self-checkouts for a couple of hours, with some pacing. On a bad day, not at all. Good days I can work delivery or backstock. Bad days I did decarding, facing up, putbacks, write-offs, and sitting on tills. However, one colleague was not. She considered it drastically unfair that everyone worked around my damage. So much so that she went above everyone to file a complaint to the store manager that I should be forced to do self-checkouts too. Sunday evening, a charming message was sent to the work WhatsApp group by one of the lower managers stating that going forward, having pain here so you can't do self-checkouts, having pain there so you can't do delivery, will no longer be accepted. Unless you have a fit note, you can't refuse to do your tasks. I was scheduled to work on the Monday, thankfully a closing shift, so I had a narrow window to work with. Monday 8 a.m., the stars aligned. I was blessed to snag a telephone call back from a GP. If you're in the UK, you'll know how hard it is to talk to a doctor, let alone see one since the plague. It's a nightmare. Anyway, I explained the situation to her, and she was *furious*. Emailed me an amended fit note to hand in to work. That afternoon, I cheerfully went in and handed it to the duty manager for the shift, who read it, and then promptly started pissing herself laughing before letting me get started. A 3-month fit note that prohibited me from any lifting, pulling, standing, anything remotely strenuous whatsoever, and stated frequent, regular breaks, effectively barring me from all of the tasks I did on good days. Apparently that colleague blew a gasket, filed a complaint with the area manager who dismissed it, whereupon she told him she'd go to HR about this, as well as his inaction, and was promptly told that this would constitute harassment and disability discrimination if she insisted. Well, you did want a fit note. Entitled mom lets her kids run wild, gets mad I didn't let them touch my food. AIDA removed me for being too spicy. So, our AIDA removed this for violating their must be fair and accurate rule, but I'll let y'all be the judge. I, 23M, Netherlands, went to McDonald's with my fiancé for a chill meal. We're child-free, but I'm genuinely fine with kids, as long as they behave. I'm a punk with tattoos and piercings, so I get stared at by kids often. Doesn't bother me. What does bother me? Kids screaming, running around, throwing toys, and climbing on furniture while the parents sit back like it's a spa. That's what happened here. 2 young kids were literally using tables and chairs as a jungle gym, yelling and throwing a toy car. There was even an iPad on their table, but they ignored it. The 3 moms, one clear Karen leader, paid no attention. The kids kept running right up to our table, so we turned a chair to block the path and I set up a barrier with a few more. Just wanted to eat in peace. That's when Karen gets up with her goblins and storms over. Karen: is there a problem? Me: yeah, Your kids keep running up to us, so I blocked the table. Karen, you're looking at them strange. You're unfriendly. Me, nah, just trying to eat. She starts yelling, this is McDonald's, not a 5-star restaurant. This is the Amsterdam ghetto. Me, yeah, and it's not a playground either. Control your kids. Then she hits me with, this is the Netherlands. We speak Dutch here. Me, then why are you speaking English? And finally, are you on crack? You look like you're on crack. I sarcastically said, yes, I am. I use ketamine too. She screamed, F you, while flipping me off and stormed back. I stayed calm and didn't raise my voice once. Before leaving, I placed my ADHD meds on top of my ice cream so she'd see it, then jokingly said, we should try cocaine tonight, as we walked out. I never insulted her or her kids first. I didn't yell. I matched her energy and said what the staff couldn't. Some friends say I was too much. Others say I handled it like a pro. Let me know, what do you guys think? To clarify, no, this is not AI. And oh, I wish I was lying about this. Mom wants me to reconnect with my absent father. Hey, y'all! So on Sunday, I, 20F, got a text from my dad, and he texted me. I have made it clear to him in the past that I have no interest in speaking to him and have not spoken to him in 3 or 4 years. In the past, my mother has told him that I do not want to talk to him. Yet, my mother texted me today, and she told me to talk to my dad because he really cares about me. My mom thinks I should talk to my dad because he's my parent, but I truly don't feel comfortable connecting with him. My dad was quite absent from my life, and my mom raised me by herself. I don't hold any hatred towards my father, but connecting with him makes me feel uncomfortable. I do not want to force a relationship with someone that I genuinely don't want in my life. However, my mom keeps saying that I need to talk to him, and I feel stuck. My dad has gone as far as showing up at my mother's house out of nowhere in the past, simply to gift me things or to spend time with me. I understand that he's my dad, but I don't know how to approach this situation since he roped my mother into this. What should I do about this? Got even in my own way. Decades ago, I was in a relationship with a guy who lived with his mother. Things got a little tangled in my life and I ended up living with them for about 6 months. This was my first experience living with someone outside my family. I had a set of really nice roasting pans that were my favorite for lasagna or pot roast, etc., and I used them that year to cook Thanksgiving dinner. I had to work that night, so his mother told me she would get things cleaned up. I had no reason to doubt her, because the kitchen was always reasonably clean. Got back the next morning, things are put away in their usual spots, food safely stored in the fridge, the whole 9 yards. Christmas rolls around, I take my pans off the top of the fridge, and out of their sealed bags to find a moldy, congealed mess of nasty turkey leftovers still in my now destroyed pan. I moved out over the next couple days, but before I left, I duct-taped a potato to the back of the least-used drawer in the kitchen. My parents are divorced and now my mom is acting very differently. I, 15M, am having problems with my mother. For context, my parents separated last November and now live apart. I have always gotten along very well with my father. My mother is kind of an example of why this subreddit exists. She always wants to talk about something that happened to me, etc. I usually refuse because 1, I don't have anything to talk about, and 2, I don't feel like talking to her, not the best way, but that's how it is. One evening she came into my room while I was gaming and said that it was so difficult to talk to me and how unfortunate that was. In the same breath, she told me it was late and I should stop gaming. She said she wanted to phrase it nicely without telling me directly to stop. We also had an argument about my mobile phone, which cost £10 a week at the time. It was her turn to pay, but she didn't, and got upset because I wasn't available. I explained to her that it was her turn, but she said my father should pay. I pointed out that she also had to pay. She replied that she was already paying for this, and asked me what my father was paying for. Of course, I had no idea what my father was paying for. It should be noted that she doesn't pay more than the current child benefit. I had no idea, so she told me that my father shouldn't have bought a new car and a new watch. Her argument for everything. This escalates until I use words like shit or ass, and she says, but that's not the level I raised you to have, although she doesn't know what my level is. and I don't know what hers is. Another thing, my parents both have access to my account and can see who is debiting what, which my mother does. The amount in question is 1,800 euros. After several requests from my father, this amount reappears in my account after a few weeks, all without any consultation. I could write a whole book about the things my mother has done. I mean, she's my mother, but I'm not sure what's going on with her. English is not my native language, but I hope you understand what I mean. Spilled her beer on my wife's feet and ignored it. We were at the recent Wu-Tang Clan show at Madison Square Garden the other night, and this small group of people in front of us seemed to be having a great time. It was an odd pairing of two middle-aged folks, and what I'm assuming was their 30-something-year-old daughter? Not sure. Anyway, you could tell she was a type, taking selfie videos every 5 minutes and had no idea why she was there other than to party. Which, to be fair, that's fine, and I don't really care if people do it regardless of how cringy I find it. But she was flailing herself all around and dancing like she was the next Oracle of Delphi. This is where we had a problem. She had sat her large beer cup on her seat, and my wife's seat was just behind hers. About 1 minute after she set it there, she did one of her prophecy reading maneuvers and knocked the beer over backwards onto my wife's feet and filling one of her shoes partially. It also splashed over onto one of my buddies sitting in the row on the other side of my wife's seat. This woman-child looked back at me and my wife in horror for 1 second, realized she had messed up, and then decided she was going to go on about her business and ignore the issue completely. She did not apologize, she didn't acknowledge, she just kept on going. This was the moment that upset me the most. Sure, getting a beer down your shoe sucks, but what really sucks is when the person who does it has absolutely no remorse for what they had done, accident or not, and chooses not to apologize. So I did what any normal person would do in that situation. I picked up the beer cup. They had lids with large holes, but still some form of lid, so it was still about half full, and removed the lid and dumped it all over her seat, foam cushion for good absorption, and a small amount over the front onto her feet as well. She looked back for a brief second when her feet got wet, and we met eyes as I was doing my best customer service-style smile for her while holding the now empty beer cup over her seat. She quickly looked away and continued her dancing, choosing to continue to ignore the situation. The best part was her knowing she couldn't sit down, but also not wanting to tell the two she was with what had happened because she already accepted mentally she wasn't going to admit fault. So she stood awkwardly when the other two sat down, and after a minute the guy, father, also quite intoxicated, pulled her down into her seat after she was hesitating for so long. The beer started oozing out of the cushion the second she sat down, and she convulsed, TBH, in about the same way she had been while standing the whole time, and writhed around in the beer chair for a minute while being held into it by her male companion. You have to love it. Before standing back up with a completely soaked ass full of beer. Her pants were wet from the belt line, down past her knees. She continued to get pulled down into her seat by the guy multiple other times before the show ended. I don't think I've had a small petty revenge work out so well in my favor before, and it was quite thrilling. Thankfully, I was able to put a smile back on my wife's face after she saw her stand back up the first time. My mom, the only suffering brat in our city. Well, there are so many fake AI stories, so I'm adding one that isn't genuine AI. My mom wrote to our mayor maybe 2 weeks ago and got the automatic response in a letter that I saw last week. I didn't read all of it, but it was something like, "Thank you for your concern. The mayor is a busy person, so his assistant will deal with your ideas, blah, blah, blah." The very idea of her being the only suffering person in this case is off. You see, there is to be a new tram line in my city for which we even have some money from EU, and it is a very large investment, plus in one place they had to change existing roads and add another level to one of intersections. The idea is that trams and buses go underground and cars use the current level 0, ground, and +1, above ground. And there were notifications everywhere, including local TV stations and newspapers probably 6 months ago, explaining changes in bus and tram routes and how all of it affects people living there and so on, repeated constantly when construction started 3-ish weeks ago. And people living near the new line are numerous, possibly a town 65000, so it's not only my mom. Yet she decided she was and is the only victim here and wrote to our mayor. Not to some people in companies working there, but to him directly. And no, I didn't think, as all good karma bots do, it was a joke. I think this is a huge embarrassment and nothing to laugh about. But my mom says that will show him. Probably the mayor, but I'm not quite sure what. Also note that my mom is retired. Even with rerouted buses and trams, it takes her 40 minutes longer to go in the affected direction, and most of shops she likes, plus her family doctor, are in the opposite direction, so she stays trapped in traffic jams generated by this new line maybe once, twice a year. People traveling to from workplaces experience massive traffic jams and rerouted buses and trams at least twice every day. But somehow they understand the situation and don't berate innocence. A toddler-level entitlement, if you ask me. My ex destroyed my confidence with other men. I was engaged to someone about 15 years ago, and everything with us moved fast. He proposed after 3 months. But when we started actually making plans for a wedding, I felt like he was rushing me, and he started to show his controlling side. If it took me more than 5 minutes to respond to a text, he would call and ask why I was ignoring him, even though I wasn't. When he would get mad, he would storm out and leave. I just felt like I didn't do anything right. One night we went to his friend's house for dinner. They were a gay couple who he had been friends with for years. While he was inside with one of them, I was outside talking to the other, and he proceeds to tell me that one night while the three of them were hanging out watching a movie, my fiancé put his arm around this guy, and this guy thought it felt flirty. Well, the next day, I called my fiancé and told him what this person said, and instead of being upset with his friend, he blew up at me and told me it was over. He had his sister come get my engagement ring. For weeks I tried to talk to him, and the last time I tried he told me I was bad at naughties and had tree stump legs. I never forgot it, and it has destroyed my confidence in myself, and has made it impossible for me to believe I can ever confide in someone or believe they won't leave me. Seen and not heard. I work in contract security as an armed guard at a major utility company. I pick up extra work on my days off from my main site covering banks that the company I work for has as clients as well. Today I covered a branch of a large bank that has a white and red logo, like stagecoaches, and traces their roots back to the mid-1800s. After I was allowed to enter the bank, the branch operations manager gave me a rundown and read me the riot act right off the bat. I had a feeling at that time that this might be a long day. 30 minutes later, a bank customer came in looking lost and said she had an appointment with a banker. I greeted her and told her to take a seat and they'll be with her shortly. That prompted Madame Baum to come out from the back and get on to me for telling the customer to take a seat. Told me that I wasn't allowed to give any direction to anyone coming in as it could cause problems. Okay, that's reasonable enough. An hour or so later, a man entered the branch with a problem and he was a bit irate because of his issue. Baum said she could try to help him and ran into issues which caused him to get more irate, especially since she was not acting very helpful and kept putting the blame on him for something that appeared to be the bank's fault. She came out from behind the teller desk and was looking for a banker to help the gentleman, and while she was wandering around, I engaged him in conversation. He was wearing a Marine Corps hat, and I started chatting with him about what he did in the Corps and other things along that line. She finally figured something out, and instead of calling the gentleman over, she called my name and did a throat slash. After she was finished with the gentleman and wasn't able to help him while still blaming him for the situation, she called me over and proceeded to lay into me about how we had just spoke about talking to people. She said that I'm here for presence only, and I'm not here to de-escalate, one of the primary purposes of a security guard, or to speak with the clients. She said that my conversation with the man could cause problems for the bank, despite it not being about the bank at all, and that I wasn't to talk to the customers at all. I asked her if she wanted me to be seen and not heard, and she indicated that's what she wanted from me. She once again threatened to call my supervisor if I had a problem and didn't understand her. Message was received loud and clear. I notified my supervisor of the incident, and then decided I was going to comply with her orders to the letter. Cue malicious compliance with me deciding to communicate for the rest of the day with signs, from the limited sign language I know from my wife and friends, and gestures. People would ask me questions, and I'd just gesture and point the "to please wait here" sign. People would talk about the weather, and I'd just nod. I directed people to stand in line with gestures and nods. This went on until just before noon, when the branch manager pulled me into his office with Madame Baum. He proceeded to talk about their concerns and asked me what had happened with the irate gentleman. I filled him in, and it was obvious by his reaction that my version of events didn't match with what Madame Baum had told him. Nevertheless, he proceeded to tell me how I was supposed to do things and that we had to work together. According to the both of them, anything that I say, even not related to the bank or financial matters, can cause problems, and it's best to not say anything, especially to irate customers. Afterwards, as I was leaving his office, I informed him that I'd already let my supervisor know of the situation and that any further issues would be best brought to his attention. I'm half expecting them to call my supervisor to have me removed early, and that will be perfectly fine with me, as I never plan to cover this location in the future. I am eating lunch now, but I plan on continuing my malicious compliance after my break ends. I'll be present and do my rounds as I'm supposed to do, but nothing says that I have to greet people or discuss anything with anyone. Asterisk, asterisk, end of day. Update, asterisk, asterisk. When speaking to my ops manager at the end of the day, he informed me that they requested that I not return to the branch because of how I responded to their request to not speak to the customers. Told him that was fine, as I was going to request to not go back to that branch anyways, and asked if I was getting wrote up. He said that I was in the clear, as it was obvious that I was following the client's instructions to the letter. I know it's probably not a very satisfying conclusion based on a lot of the stories here, but it's a good conclusion in the contract security world when following the client's instruction literally and engaging in malicious compliance. I masturbate to autistic people. I am a 17M, and one time I saw an autistic adult woman with Down syndrome, and I thought how cute she was. I went to a bathroom stall quickly in the local pizza shop by me and jerked off to her face in my mind. I walked out to wash my hands, and I wasn't finished, so I did it again, and I left some on the door. I ran out and then found my dad and said I had to use bathroom. A couple months later, it happened again when I saw someone in a wheelchair making the loud noises, and I almost ejaculated in my boxers, so I ran to a nearby exit sign and went to town. I walked out like nothing happened, even though they didn't know my truth. I am scared my parents will find out and punish me. It's not the first time. I jerk off to midget pornography every time I get a chance. I did something I can't tell my boyfriend. Well, I absolutely can. I just don't want to. Ex of 5 years, broken up a year ago. Now dating a lovely man, only been 2 months. Ex has been trying to contact me lately, and I thought about it and agreed to put the last nail in the coffin. Just one call, and he can never contact me ever again. Because I never really said goodbye after he cheated on me. I just left. He had so many problems of his own. I feel nothing for him now. Absolutely none. My heart only aches because I don't know how I will explain to my boyfriend that I agreed to call my ex for one last goodbye. A goodbye I never even felt the personal need for. But I thought and realized I never want to have something of ex ever again. Not a thought, nothing. Not even the slightest effect on my relationship. I want this heartache of not telling my boyfriend to die on its own. I believe it will. Because ex does not matter to me, and never will. And now, he has no grounds to try to sneak his way into my inbox ever again. I did one last favor for ex, and now he is done. My mom was unalived 5 years ago, and I still text her phone every day. Her number doesn't even work anymore. It's probably been reassigned to someone else. But I still send her texts, random things. Made it home safe. I miss you. You'd love this sunset. I know no one's reading them, but it's like a thread I can't let go of. Some part of me thinks if I stop texting, it'll mean I've really lost her. No one in my life knows I do this. I guess I'm afraid they'll tell me to move on, but I don't want to. Roommate tried to sleep with my fiancé. Me and my fiancé have been couch surfing while waiting for our move-in date. We have all of our stuff packed into the vehicle, and we are only 2 weeks away. The last place we were at was with a couple that she knew. The wife was pregnant, and for a few days things were going well. They gave us a tour of their house and everything, and me and the husband got to flex our cooking muscles together. We got along really well and even exchanged numbers so we could keep in touch. Not long into our stay, however, my fiancée calls me while I'm at work, saying she needs to talk to me as soon as I get off. When she picks me up, she tells me she's been in the car all day. She told the roommates that she went shopping. She started crying and told me that the husband had grabbed her ass and tried to get her to sleep with him. My initial reaction was explosive, but when I calmed down, I told her that we can go back and get our stuff. When we got there, the couple was sitting on the couch watching a movie. He called me buddy when I came in, and I had to resist the urge to throw something at him. I told him I needed to shower. Meanwhile, my fiancée quietly grabbed the few things we brought in. In the bathroom, I took a marginally decent crap. To save you the nasty details, the conditions were right for me to scar him for life. He had this overpriced $200 loofah in the shower. I used it to scrub my body, felt great. Then I used it to clean my unwiped bottom, making sure to not wash it and put it up where he usually hung it. After that amazing shower, I came out and got dressed. I checked on my fiancé in the car and went back in for one last gut punch. I told his wife that he tried sleeping with my fiancé, and to no one's surprise, I find out this isn't his first time. I left in a hurry while they argued, and me and my girl got the hell out of Dodge. I got a text the next day, one of him in all caps. "WTF is wrong with you," followed by a picture of his loofah covered in dry fecal matter. I simply sent a laughing emoji and blocked his number. When the big company doesn't trust employees, bored of the repetitive posts maybe from bots, I have a different story about economic incentives. I used to work for a multinational that allowed to fly business class for intercontinental client trips. It must have been some accountant worrying that employees could trade the ticket in, fly coach, and pocket the money, because the policy stated that the boarding passes needed to be included in the expense report. Since people hated to spend $610K USD on a ticket and get reimbursed a month later once they could produce boarding passes, they all bought their tickets at the last minute, thus paying $10-15K. This is the economic lesson. People respond to incentives. So the company ended up overpaying for plane tickets because it didn't trust the employees. The policy changed when people started using electronic boarding passes and forgot to ask for paper ones. Genius bean counters must have found significant savings in the average flight costs, but probably they were too dumb to figure it out. Keep crushing my food. I'll return the favor with interest. Saw another post here that reminded me of this one. TLDR at the bottom. The company I worked for at the time had vending machines that were paid for with company cards topped up with a daily allowance with any excess spending being deducted from your salary. The prices were at cost to the business, so it was cheap, convenient, and free, unless you were greedy. One of the items in the vending machine was the lovely Kinder Bueno, both milk and white chocolate versions. Me and a colleague, A, would almost always buy these if they were in stock because they're an incredible invention to all of chocolate kind. They are, however, very fragile, and another colleague, R, started making it a habit to crush them in some way whenever we bought them. R would hammer fist if we left them on the desk, slap it straight out of your hand while walking, and even a slap on the arse if you dared to put it in your back pocket. R figured that because they were basically free, that this was fine to do without replacing them, etc. A and I both disagreed and told him to stop because it's annoying and technically not free if we keep having to buy replacements, but R continued anyway. On to the MC. One day the vending machines got stocked with massive bags of crisps, so we bought a big bag of Quavers, and of course our beloved Buenos. R crushed the Buenos, laughed and carried on working like nothing happened. He went for lunch, and A had had enough and was genuinely pissed off at this point, so he told me his plan. We both opened the Quavers, crushed them into dust, and then poured each bag into his jacket pockets, which was hanging on the back of his chair, and zipped them back up. End of the day comes around, and he shuts down his laptop, puts on his jacket, and goes to put his hands in his pockets as we sit there smiling and giggling a bit. At first he thinks the big prank was that we'd zipped up the pockets, so he's also smiling as that would be a harmless little inconvenience. Then he puts his hands in his pockets, frowns, and then pulls them out to find them absolutely covered in Quaver dust. We erupt in laughter. He asks us what was the reason for doing it, and I just said, "Leave our fucking buenos alone." A moment of silence, realization, and then a defeated sigh. Truce? Truce. The next time we got a bueno, he visibly thought about doing it, then remembered the Cover incident and pulled himself back. We laugh about it now, and it definitely served its purpose as our buenos were safe for the next 2 years of working there. TLDR, coworker kept crushing our Kinder Buenos. We crushed 2 massive share bags of Quavers and poured them in his jacket pockets. Opinions wanted. Parents who do not want to leave their children anything. I had a conversation with my mom, who I have since gone no contact with after she acted like a complete fool at my wedding and leading up to it. Drunk, crying, mad at me for not catering to her needs, etc., about her plans for retirement. She had stage 1 breast cancer, and I felt optimistic about the treatment plan. She was pissed that I was not crying and doomsdaying her diagnosis. There is long history of shit with her, but I was indifferent by this point. Anyway, her original plan was to leave me money, but only if I would agree to be her caretaker. I said, "I am not going to agree to this. We are not at that point, and I'm not making promises." She then said, "You know, I've been thinking about it, and my friends agree that we shouldn't leave our kids money. We should spend it on ourselves enjoying life." I told her, "It's your life. If that's what you need to do, I don't care." And you know what? I really don't care. I don't need or want my mom's dirty money. She is terrible with money, and candidly, I'm in a more stable financial position than she is. I saw another Reddit thread of a boomer woman who doesn't want to leave her daughter anything, and most of her followers agreed. What are y'all's thoughts on the matter? Confession. I never told anybody but wanted to talk about. A few years ago, I was seriously planning a series of Unalived. For context, let's just say a lot happened to me from early childhood to my mid-teens that I don't want to get into, but you can probably guess. And it made me grow up hateful, angry, and with violent thoughts. Ever since I was a teen, I was obsessed with the idea of growing up to be a serial killer. Fast forward years later, and those thoughts still come, especially when I'm hurt or going through shit. I wanted to act on them, but didn't want to lose my freedom or hurt an innocent person. So I came up with the idea of using dating apps, pretending to be a minor to bait predators, then going to their house and unalive them, staging it as a suicide. One time, I even had the perfect setup and knew exactly how to get away with it, but I never went through with it. This was 4 years ago now. Nothing ever came of it because I got too paranoid and backed out. I knew it was too risky, and that I'd never get laid again if I served a life sentence, so I guess my dick saved me. Don't steal from the unalived. Years ago, there was a farmer called Buck, and the thing about Buck was that he was obsessed with getting money. He'd lie, steal, and cheat to get it, and the one person who he wanted to get money off of was his dad. As his dad owned the farm, he was fairly rich, and he had a safe that everyone saw inside some way or another, and everyone knew there was a few £1,000s in there. This was in the 60s, so A, it'll be more today, B. The money was different back then, remember this. The problem was, Buck knew the combination but couldn't take the money as his dad would know, so Buck had to wait for the perfect opportunity. Sadly, one day, Buck's father ended up passing away now. The only part of the story I don't have a clear recollection of is if Buck waited till after the funeral to open the safe, or if he found his dad unalived and went to open the safe. But in the end, Buck opened the safe after his father's passing. Now, his dad must have had the best sense of humor and the knowledge he was going to die, because instead of finding the thousands in the safe, he found a single £1 note, propped up in an arch so it was standing, staring Buck in the face. Side story, after everyone found out that the safe was empty, everyone wanted to know where the money was, as everyone saw that it was full, until one day, Tom, one of the farmers, said that the dad hid it down the well, but secretly watching to see who'd jump down he well first as he'd made that up. The One and Only Neighbor, Part 2. After that short conversation, I didn't see her for quite a while. Sometimes I could smell cigarette smoke and assumed it was her. A few days ago, I bumped into her in the hallway and casually asked if she smoked. She said no, with a straight face. I laughed and told her to be a good neighbor and give me some company while I smoked. But again, she insisted she doesn't. An hour later, there was a knock on my door. To my surprise, it was her asking for a cigarette. We went to the balcony, and that turned into our very first real chat. We spoke about friends, social circles, lifestyle, everything and nothing, for almost 3 hours. By the time we wrapped up, it was late, and we both headed back to our rooms. Not long after, maybe half an hour, she knocked again, this time holding 2 glasses of juice. I invited her in and gave her space to sit. She seemed nervous. I asked why, but she stayed quiet for a moment before asking, "Can I trust you?" I told her yes. Then she looked at me and asked, "Can we do it?" I said yes, but added, "I'll give you time to change your mind, only until I lock the door." I put on a song, and as we listened, I slowly moved closer, holding her hand. Just as the song was about to end, I locked the door and leaned in for our first kiss. I fucked my cute tenant. Our house has additional rooms available for tenants. One of those tenants was a girl who got introduced to me via a friend. She was already living elsewhere, but her workplace was far from her location, so she was looking around her workplace. My friend suggested her that I have a room available. First time she talked to me. She was already giving flirty eyes. She looked out the rooms, and few days later, finally, she moved in. She used to call me in any inconveniences we started talking. After few dats, she opened up and told her desires of doing multiple things, including naughties. She was a virgin. We flirted. One day I was alone in the house, and she was too. I was talking to her and casually said, "Keep her door open." I barged in when other tenants were not present and locked the door from inside. She was surprised and taken aback. I said hi and pulled her close to me by the waist and started making out in her room, pushed her on the walls and started spanking her and squeezing both her ass and boobs. She was a slim girl, didn't had much assets, but was grope able to squeeze her ass and pull her hair. I started unbuttoning her shirt and took her hand and placed it on my dick. She started rubbing it rigorously while I was unbuttoning her. She was topless now. I sucked on her one nipple and pinched the other. ND, she was already moaning while rubbing me off. I pulled her skirt down and I was rubbing her pussy over the panties. She was wet. Already, I fingered her without taking her panties off. She was on heavens and my fingers were soaked. She pulled my knickers down. I took my dick to her face, but she was new and was very hesitant to blow me. I tried, but she was not ready, so I left it and I was fingering her. She didn't had a bed, but a mattress only. So I put her down on the mattress and penetrated slowly. I had a condom on. She was tight and wet. She started moaning loudly. I held her mouth so that her voice didn't go outside and forced myself in her. It was in, and she moaned with heavy breath. I fucked her slowly and cowgirl for a little, but then I sped up. She started screaming. I kept her mouth shut. After 5, 6 minutes, she stood up and her legs started shaking. I asked her if she's okay. She said yes, but needed a break. I started caressing her, and then a few minutes of making out later, I fucked her in. Doggy slowly spanked her ass continued, and that was where she was screaming when I started going fast. And my hands were covering her mouth. Fucked her badly. My dick was wet of her vagina. Few minutes later, she pushed herself out of grip and started shaking. That's where I fucked her in missionary. She was gripping my back hard. I was feeling her nails engraving in my skin, but I kept on going until I came. I fell on her and she took a breath. When it was over, we both were sweating a lot. I pulled myself out and removed the condom. It was filled with cum and my dick was limpy. We took breath, drank water. I smoked a cigarette. We cuddled for some time, listened to music while our naked bodies were touching each other. I started groping her again and playing with her pussy again, and 10, 15 minutes later I was up again, and we again fucked for round 2. She was exhausted at the end and she said not anymore. She wore her panties back and we just cuddled after 5-7 minutes of cuddling. I was up again, but she was tired and it was paining her. She said so. I stopped, just smoked cigarette, and then we dressed up. I asked her to go outside and see if it's okay for me to go out. I went out and we fucked again for a few days later. A bit long, but I thought I'll give the reader a visual representation of what happened. Give it a read and do let me know your thoughts. I appreciate all your upvotes. My friend masturbated while I was asleep. My friend and I are both ex-Muslims, but we have different upbringings. She grew up in a predominantly Muslim country and was raped by a family member. Her family knew and they did nothing. I think she hates Islam because of that. I grew up with a non-religious family, however I am completely sympathetic and feel for her, but she has a complicated relationship with naughties. She is very hypersexual, masturbates a few times a day, and will have withdrawals if she does not have naughties or masturbate. Sometimes she will say jokes to me like she will flick my bean, and at first it was funny. But sometimes I feel like if I gave her the opportunity, she would have naughties with me. Sometimes I look in her eyes and I can see lust in them. One night she was drinking and came to bed. She told me she was very horny but could not have naughties because she was on her period. We moved on and both fell asleep, but I woke up to her fingering herself. I think she was drunk still, but I lay frozen. I didn't know what to do. I know she has a fucked up relationship with naughties, but this was too much for me. I don't understand how people function. Okay, but hear me out. Karen goes into a fast food restaurant to yell at a guy just doing his job. Karen makes $100K plus a year, devout Christian, does not abuse drugs. Jeffany works a 9-5, clearly struggling financially, works out in the mornings, has a skincare routine at night, keeps her house clean, tells stories to her kids at night, cooks in the evening, is nice to everyone she comes in contact with. What am I missing? Asterisk confidence? No. Total douchebaggery? Possibly. Skills? Yes. Dedication? Sure. It just seems like everyone in the world has something I don't. Maybe it's because I see Jeffany making TikToks, probably made bank recording Karen in public, but the two are fine. Some dude I know worked for a fast food restaurant for less than $13 an hour the majority of his life. Another woman walked to my workplace for $8 an hour for a decade. She didn't have a car and refused to have anyone drive her. Healthy, but damn. I know people with college degrees living with their parents in trailer parks. It's just hard to believe if you're born in one of these places that you'll ever make it out. The people that get to go on TikTok and talk about it to large audiences are already succeeding. They already made it out. Every form of media I consume is of someone who made it out. Most people die here. Most people do not and never will make $100K a year in the US. Statistically, I'm fucked. It's like being on a deserted island. Oh, this reel will distract me. It doesn't get better. It probably isn't getting better for Jeffany either, but she seems pretty happy on the surface. But I'm expected to lie or believe someone qualified enough to tell me, reality isn't a complete hellhole against the common interests of humanity, it's a beautiful place to live. For fuck's sake, how could anyone actually sane function and exist in this world? It sucks. If you're sane, you already know it sucks. Scroll a sub about suicide. People are in need of desperate help every day. Someone commits suicide every 11 minutes as a complete act of complete desperation, something that none of us living folk would have the balls to do. So how the fuck can you look at the world and continue to function in it? The only logical conclusions are lying to yourself, having no other choice, distraction. How Karen of Hamburg took the kids and is now on trial. I came across this story of a steakhouse entrepreneur from Hamburg, Germany, who seems to take the trope of the entitled narcissistic mum and ex-wife to the extreme. When Mrs. Block's kids visited their dad in Denmark, they stayed there instead of returning, very possibly because they didn't want to return to their mum, who, as a daughter describes, treated them like crap. Following that, Christina Block and her new boyfriend apparently decided it would be a wonderful idea to send some goons to Denmark. When the kids celebrated New Year and watched the fireworks on the docks, those masked gentlemen appeared, beat the crap out of the father, and abducted the kids to bring them to their mum. Of course, now she denies everything and tries to blame anyone, even claiming at some point her henchmen acted by themselves and on no one's orders. The links provide more info and lead to the English translations of the German news articles. Just unbelievable what some people think they can do to their own family members, even the young ones, because they got some more euros than the average person. Trial of Christina Block for abducting her kids by force. https://www.ndr-.translate.goog/nakrikten/hamburg/proces-Christina-Block-114.html?x_tr_sl=sign D ampersand underscore X underscore TR underscore TL equals sign Ian ampersand underscore X underscore TR underscore HL equals sign DE ampersand underscore X underscore TR underscore PTO equals sign WAP. Christina Block's daughter describing her mum's parenting. https://www-ndr-d.translate.goog/nakrikten/hamburg/14-j-block-102.html $x underscore tr underscore sl equals sign d ampersand underscore x underscore tr underscore tl equals sign ian ampersand underscore x underscore tr underscore hl equals sign d ampersand underscore x underscore tr underscore pto equals sign wop. Old lady got the ticket instead. This was taking place at my apartment about 21 years ago. I was 24 back then and was living in a 18 apartment building, probably made of cardboard and paper because the soundproofing was awful. I had this old lady and her husband as a next-door neighbor. Once in a while, she would call the cops on me for noise disturbance while I was listening to some music or watching a movie. Each and every time the cops arrived, they were forced to admit that my volume was not high enough for an actual complaint, but they still asked me if I could turn it down a little. This happened a good dozen times before I got pissed and asked the policemen if they were allowed to ticket someone for repeatedly bothering them for nothing. They didn't really answer, but I could tell that it was making them think a lot. That was the last time I saw the police at my door from that old B** teach. Weeks later, the janitor told me she told him that she got a huge fine for bothering the police with false accusations. Justice served. Edit. Typos. Okay, let's call the park officer. This happened July 4th weekend. I am a member and have a place in a self-contained camp community. Nice quiet place with a lake and pools and a restaurant and things like that. I love it because my kid can be a kid like I was and go wander with friends and disappear until dinner time, and I don't have to worry. Our place is on a small cul-de-sac that is grassed in, and we use it for kids to play and set up cornhole and all that. Because it's July 4th, a bunch of people have guests, so the park is more full than normal, and a guest of someone on the circle parked at the edge of the grass. Well, my kid and another kid were playing catch, and one of the kids missed the ball, and it hit the parked car. Owner of the car comes out hot and going at the kids. Me and the other kid's parent both go over to calm the situation. Obviously, if there's damage, we'll take care of it because it's from our kids. But this guy starts going off about all these dents and this big scratch and a crack in the windshield, and all this is the kid's fault. I was willing to be reasonable, but when you start saying you want a ton of extra work done trying to blame my kid, I get a little less reasonable. So we're going back and forth, and then he says the magic word that if we aren't willing to pay for everything, he's going to call the park safety office to come deal with it. Knowing where this was going, I smiled and said, yes, okay, let's do that. So the officer comes out, and to no one's surprise, but this guy, the area his car is parked is a no parking area. So not only does the officer tell him to deal with it, because if he had followed the rules and parked in an actual parking zone, this wouldn't have happened. And because they guy told him he'd been parked there for 2 days with no issues before now, he got a nice fat ticket and order to move his car. He turned bright red, but didn't say another word, and moved his car, and we didn't see or hear from him the rest of the weekend. For certain services, after a 20 to 25% base, the rest of my tip is heavily dependent on our conversation. For example, when I get my nails refilled, I'll tip a 25% base, 20% plus 5% to compensate my technician for at least one bloody cuticle. I love chatting during my appointments, so I'll ask about weekend plans or something more specific if I've seen a technician in the past. If we carry on past small talk, that's awesome. I love hearing about their lives and passions. At that point, we're well into the 50% range. Anything additional is based on how interesting and/or peculiar the conversation becomes. Recently, a technician told me that she's gifted with second sight, which allows her to see auras and speak with the unalived. I had so many questions, many of which she answered. She told me about my aura, purple and blue, her experience growing up with second sight, how she uses it to heal and help others, how she perceives others, and the deceased people with whom she speaks. Of course, I have my doubts, but that doesn't matter. It was such a pleasure to listen to her. I don't know her well enough to confidently say that she was being completely truthful. But even if it was an elaborate lie, I have no regrets about tipping 200%. That was one of the most enthralling 90 minutes of 2025. My aunt tried to play matchmaker for my mom at her own wedding. I hope they end up together. So last month we had my mom's little sister's wedding. It was her second marriage, and honestly, it was such a vibe. Beachside, super fun, games, dancing, all the joy you'd want at a wedding. My aunt, the bride, decided she was going to play matchmaker for my mom, 46, divorced for 11 years. She has this best friend, a guy, and literally set up a wedding game where my mom and him ended up dancing together. Not just a quick little dance either, they were laughing and dancing for like 15 minutes straight. And it wasn't forced or cringy, it actually looked really natural and fun. Then later, during another game, think Pass the Orange but with a coconut from chin to chest. Only the grown-ups played, and yes, my mom and this guy were part of it. Everyone was cracking up, but you could tell my aunt was loving her little matchmaking plan unfold. Honestly, I thought it was kind of sweet. My mom was genuinely enjoying herself, and I low-key want them to end up together. My aunt and mom probably joked about it later, sisters talk, but I can't help wondering if anything more happened between them that night. Actually, I really do want my mom to date and maybe marry him. They looked so good together, and I loved seeing them as a couple. Plus, he was genuinely nice to me too. So today I'm actually going to meet my aunt, and you know I'm going to dig for some info about this guy. She's the type who would spill every detail if she thinks it might lead to a love story, LOL. Honestly, I think she'd be over the moon if my mom and him ended up together. And selfishly, I'd be kinda hyped too because that means I'd finally have a football buddy to play with and stay up watching matches till midnight. Let's see what she says. I lie about being allergic to alcohol because I don't trust myself when I drink. I, 31F, tell people I'm allergic to alcohol. I'm not. There's no rash, no swelling, no ER visit, but the reaction is real, just not physical. When I drink, I become someone else. Not in a fun, party animal way. In a dark, reckless, I might not make it home kind of way. It's like my brain turns off the second the alcohol hits my bloodstream, and some ancient hurt takes the wheel. I've woken up in strangers' beds not remembering how I got there. I've walked down freeways at 3 a.m., I've sobbed in public bathrooms while texting people who blocked me years ago. I've been taken advantage of more than once and convinced myself I deserved it because, well, I was drunk. So I stopped. Cold turkey 2 years ago, but I hated the conversations it brought up, the questions, the pity, the oh, come on, just one drink. So now I just say I'm allergic. No one argues with allergies. Sometimes I miss it. I miss the warmth in my chest, the confidence, the fake joy. But I don't miss the danger. I don't miss the shame. I still go to bars. I still order cranberry soda with lime and pretend it's a cocktail. I still laugh along when people say, God, I'd die without wine. And inside, I think, I nearly did. My father places hidden cameras around the house. It all started with my father trying to hide a camera in my room without telling anyone that he had put it there. After an exhausting conversation with him, he finally removed the camera. But literally a week ago, I found a small camera in the bathroom, hidden in a face mask can, in which he made a small hole. When I talked to him about it, he said that it was a jamming module, and he was checking how it works in a damp room. But there was definitely a camera in the can. I'm worried that he might also set up hidden cameras around the house and spy on me. My father is an asshole in general. This is not his first idiotic act. But it is because of this act that I can no longer sleep normally and be at home. I was already paranoid, and now this. I'm 17 and I currently live in Russia. I will only enter university in a year. There is no way to move out. I talked to my mother about this. She said, either we endure or we move to our hometown. And my hometown is in the Luhansk region. If I move there, I will lose all my friends and the opportunity to enter a good university. Plus, it is not safe at all there. Please give me advice on what can be done about this, but somehow suing him is not an option. We now live in a good city only on his money, and my mother's salary is not enough for anything. I'm using Google Translate. English is not my first language. Serve pizza while hopping on one leg? Got it. Back in the early 2000s, I was a waiter at a famous red-roofed pizza shack. It was back before they went downhill and closed the dining rooms. One night, the teenage dishwasher got caught selling weed to other employees and was fired on the spot by the newly minted manager who wasn't much older. No one was tasked with doing dishes after that, and the bus tubs of dishes were piling up and people started setting them on the floor. I went back to set some dishes on the pile, turned to go back to the dining room, and twisted my knee when my leg got lodged in between two bus tubs on the floor. I heard a crunch and fell. I sat on the floor in pain and then tried to get up and put weight on it with little success. The young manager saw me and told me that I had to continue serving pizza because I was the only waiter and I would be fired if I didn't. So I hopped. From the kitchen window to the tables, serving every pizza. Customers asked what happened and I told them that and why I was still serving while hopping. They were angry and one confronted the manager. Finally, I got sick of the hopping and called my girlfriend to come get me. On the way out the door, the manager said, "You better get a doctor's note," and I left. So I went to the ER, and I ended up having a torn meniscus and ACL damage. I lawyered up since I knew it was a sure bet, and a year and a half later I won a $10,000 settlement from the company. The first thing I did when I cashed that check was have a huge pizza party with all my friends in that same restaurant. That manager was there, giving me stink eye the whole time. I ruined the whole surprise. Guys, I did a dumb thing and I don't know how to feel. I'm pregnant with baby number 2 and I have a boy currently. My husband and I definitely don't want more kids. So baby number 2 is it for us, he's scheduling a vasectomy. My gender reveal is Sunday, and I asked my friend to be the keeper of the gender, but obviously I have access to my results via NIPT to my email. I wanted a girl because something I read forever ago made me realize what I'd miss out on having just boys. Just stuff like being in the room for my daughter during her children's birth or wedding dress shopping or stuff that a girl needs her mom for. So basically I had anxiety, and I looked at the results. I wanted to know because I don't want to be one of those people that react in a horrible way during a gender reveal. I looked at the results, and it's a boy. I cried. I think I can be okay at the reveal now that I know, but I feel so guilty for having these feelings and for ruining the surprise for myself. I will, of course, love my son, but I just can't shake the feeling of knowing I'll never have a daughter now. Married 14 years, never seen wife naked. So, like the title says, I've been married 14 years and have still never seen my wife naked. She's extremely self-conscious, and even though I absolutely love her body, and she should too, I still can only see her with clothes on. I never thought I'd be this age, married this long, and still having to mentally undress her. But here we are. Naughty's attempts, and I use this term generously, can only occur in pitch darkness. Any hope of looking into her eyes is not possible. I've only really gotten it in once or twice in that time anyway, though. Usually it's just painful mashing. We can't use lube because that's gross, and only she can initiate. My feelings do not matter at all. And attempts only occur maybe once every other month anyway. It's totally duty naughties so she can lay there and check the box. What I would give for even one time with some passion, to feel wanted, to feel like she wanted it too. We didn't even get that on our honeymoon. 0 naughties at all then. She didn't feel like it that week. I should have gotten an annulment immediately. I now understand why people cheat. So yeah, that's my secret. People think we have this great life, and in reality it's just misery, and my feelings like I have no say in our relationship and I should just be happy to be married or something. What a joke. Revenge on a road rager. Reading all these stories resurfaced a memory that I had long forgotten. This is so petty and so stupid, but hey, this sub is called Petty Revenge, so here you go. I was in my 20s and I was driving home from the grocery store when this guy in a convertible cut me off in rush hour traffic. It was really sudden, and I narrowly avoided hitting him. I honked at him, more out of alarm than anything else, like, hey, you might not have noticed that I was already occupied the physical space that you just pulled your car into. He started screaming at me and flipping me off repeatedly, furious that I had dared to honk at him. He started driving really slowly in the left turn lane until the light turned yellow. Then he zipped through at the last minute, flipping me off one last time as he made it through the light, and I didn't. My heart was still racing from the near miss and the ensuing confrontation when, a few blocks later, I noticed the exact same car sitting in front of an apartment building. I pulled over and tried to decide the best course of action. That's when I noticed the peas. I had bought a bag of frozen peas for some reason, and they were sitting there on top of my grocery bag, daring me to use them for revenge instead of whatever dish I was planning on making with them. Did I mention that the top of his convertible was still down? So yeah, I opened up the peas, dinner be damned, and dumped them all over the driver's seat. Insert, revenge is a dish best served cold joke here, LOL. Anyway, I never got to witness the results of my petty revenge, but I can imagine it. If me honking at him enraged him, I wish I could have seen what finding a bag of thawed-out peas on the seat of his BMW did to him. Mother wants to move in with me. Long post, you've been warned I have an overbearing, emotionally unstable mother. See previous post for an example. She recently was in the process of selling her mobile home to move in with my brother because his partner is having their second child, and my mom was going to help with childcare, cleaning, cooking, etc. Well, she sold her place and was at my brother's house for 48 HRs before getting into an argument with his partner about using a pitcher for coffee. Yep. Brother's partner asked her not to use that specific pitcher because it couldn't go in the microwave or something, and my mom basically told her if she's going to live there and help her out, brother's partner shouldn't nitpick everything, to which my brother's partner said, "This is my house." For reference, though, my brother's partner has never worked even before having one child, never paid a dime towards the house or the kid or anything they own. My mother is the one who paid to get them in the house and bought all their house stuff, furniture, etc. And in general, if I'm being honest, my brother's partner is a 35-year-old who sits on the computer playing Roblox all day while sticking her 3-year-old child in front of Coco Melon, so yeah, there's that. Anyways, my mom got very angry when she said it's her house, so she got her things and left, to my other brother's place, 2-bedroom trailer. But he has Asperger's, high-functioning, but difficult at times, and they've been butting heads over little things as well. Like he tells her to treat his place like an infant, so she doesn't break anything, which upsets her. So she doesn't want to stay with him. She got $5,000 for her mobile home, BTW, but she's horrible with money, so she's freaking out and keeps trying to guilt me into letting her live with my partner and I, who live an hour away for many reasons, my sanity included. And she keeps calling me saying she can't believe she's being treated this way by us. Even though I really have nothing to do with the brother's partner drama, but she's making it about wanting to live with me, and I'm trying to help her find a place to live. She wants it closer to me, so I said okay, sent her like 30 affordable rentals, and I doubt she's even looking at them because she really probably just wants me to say she can live with me for some reason. But I cannot do it. She is healthy and capable of living alone, doesn't need a caregiver or anything. A couple years ago, when I lived out of state with my partner, she decided she needed to come live with me, so I said okay, and she stayed for 2 weeks before being so angry about the way I was treating her that she moved back to our home state. All I did was ask her to not come into my bedroom and wake me up in the morning because my partner and I often sleep naked, and it's a bit inappropriate and inconsiderate to him to just come in instead of waiting for me to wake up or text me or something. I'm not going to go into it too much, but I am 24 years old and I cannot live with her. We do not get along when we live together. There are always issues, and she always feels mistreated even when I just want minor boundaries as an adult human. I can't take it. I can't talk to her because she thinks boundaries and mental health are ridiculous, and that I'm being cruel to her. She said she wanted to come up in my area for the weekend to look for places, and that she'd stay in a gross run-down hotel. She always guilt trips me. For the time being, so I said she could spend just the weekend here to go look for places, so she doesn't have to waste money on a hotel, but I honestly have a bad feeling she's going to come here and try to stay, and then freak out on me when I repeat why it won't work, and I just want my own space to live in as an adult. Because of this, she says she doesn't know why she's even alive anymore, and guilts me more and more because I don't want her to live with me? Am I wrong for thinking that's a bit much? She makes me feel like I'm a horrible person for not being fine with whatever she wants. I really wish I could tell her to just take a break from my brother's partner, stay with my other brother for maybe a week, a couple days at my place, if she doesn't get pissed off and melt down before then, which is 50/50ths, and then go back to brother's partner and set some boundaries or expectations about things like sharing spaces, items, and etc. like an adult, but she will act like that's crazy if I suggest it. She can't have a conversation like that. It's either let her do whatever she wants, or you are a horrible, cruel person for telling her not to, or feeling any type of way because she's done so much for you, and etc. I need help. The weekend hasn't even started yet, but I'm feeling so drained. I'm only attracted to my boyfriend, and I'll never tell him that. Recently, I've come to the realization that I'm only attracted to my boyfriend, which, honestly, I'd consider a win. Obviously, I can acknowledge that people are attractive, but I can't be attracted to them, if that makes sense. Plus, the only times I'm attracted to someone are when they have traits that reflect him. I've been with him for almost 7 years now, and I'm still hopelessly attracted to him. I tell him he's handsome and beautiful all the time, but I'll never let him know just how much I adore him. Wouldn't want him getting a big head lol. Slept with 100 plus people. Literally would never tell anyone this. So here you go. I'm a 34-year-old woman, was big into coke and MDMA and all the rest of it from a young age, 16, all the way to 26. I've been clean since. Turbulent upbringing, abusive alcoholic dad. My first naughties experience was naughties abuse, and throughout my teens I was more experiences that were not consensual, put it that way. Anyway, growing up with depression, PTSD, bipolar, and my coping mechanisms, drugs, I just used naughties as a form of, well, fucking nothing really. I hated naughties. I hated myself. I was so unhappy and unstable. But here we are, 100 plus people. The only person that knows is my best friend. Why am I sharing this? Fuck knows. I'm new to Reddit, and felt like just getting rid of this stain on my chest. I want to leave my husband because his grown child is unstable. As the title states, I want to leave so badly because I cannot deal with how unstable his kid is. They're a grown adult, and they've had their troubles with drugs and alcohol. This week has been really bad, and they've been off the walls. Manic, if you will. Psychotic break, if you must. Their father basically dumps the responsibility on me because he can't handle it. Here's the thing. I grew up in a household with a very unstable sibling. Every time his kid flips out, I get literally sick with flashbacks because my sibling did the same thing. My stomach's a mess. I can't sleep because I'm worried his kid will do something stupid. I love my husband, but I want to leave because I no longer can mentally or physically take this emotional stress. My entire life, I haven't had a home that I don't have to worry about someone going off the deep end. Keep the change, you filthy animal. I am a server, so of course I work for tips. This table had a wonderful time. Their every need was met for about 2 hours. I enjoyed stopping by to check in on them throughout the evening. Fast forward to the end of the evening. I am putting in my tips and run across this annoyance. I had to reread it. I give them the benefit of the doubt, as the payment was split between 2 cards. No, the other couple tipped appropriately for their portion. The charge was for $99.92, and they left me 8 cents. So the total would be $100. To begin, if you are going to not tip, that is your own decision. But really, pennies? They don't even begin to cover my tip out for the table. I didn't bother to enter the .08 tip into the computer. I hope that the OCD itches them right in the brain when they check over their bank account. I hope that they recheck their bank account for days afterwards, just to see if the number changes. I get it. I round up on change as well. Integers just feel so nice, especially at intervals such as 100. Don't do this at the cost of someone else's livelihood. I won't deign to accept it. Entitled Dad screamed because my brother put that he had brown hair on his driver's license. My brother passed his driving test and applied for a driver's license, and when my dad saw the card on the table, he literally screamed at the top of his lungs. He was eating a bowl of porridge, but he slammed it on the table and it splashed everywhere, and he started wailing and yelling like someone had hurt him. My brother had put that he had brown eyes and brown hair, and my dad yelled that Chinese people don't have brown hair. He started screaming and saying my brother was self-hating and denied his heritage and wanted to be white. My brother doesn't have light brown hair, but he also doesn't have jet black hair, so he decided to put dark brown. But my dad continued screaming and saying, "No Chinese person has brown hair. Who are you kidding? Why do you hate your culture? Do you think you're mixed? You have black hair." My brother didn't reply, so my dad kept shouting things like, "Just because you're in America doesn't mean you're American. And why don't you dye your hair blonde if you want and finally be white? Is that what you want?" And stormed off. It really seemed like he was projecting or something. I haven't seen him take anything this personal since someone said something about his car needing to be fixed. The funny thing was, the license was just sitting on the table like my brother hadn't even taken it out or shown it to him. He just left it there and my dad happened to see it. Make assumptions and rude comments. Have fun being understaffed. I started working part-time at a gym at the beginning of last month. Most of what I'm hired to do is check people in at the desk, make protein shakes, and answer phones, emails. About 5 to 10% of the job description involves cleaning the studio in between classes, which involves wiping down the weights, some of which are very heavy. Yesterday, I was working my normal shift and bending down to pick up a paper that a client had dropped on the floor when I pulled my back like a sprain or something. I immediately told one out of the 2 managers on shift and said that I would probably be totally fine. I just needed to ice for a few minutes and not pick up any of the heavy weights for the rest of the shift. I wasn't planning on filling out an injury report unless they wanted me to, and they were understaffed, so I was fine sticking it out for the last 3 hours of my shift, as long as I wasn't heavy lifting. The manager said that that was totally fine and nicely told me to get him if I needed anything else. About an hour later, I was helping my coworker clean the workout studio and was cleaning the benches while she did the heavy weights. Generally, I would have done the weights since I am about 30 years younger than her and more able-bodied on a normal day. However, she is more than capable and has cleaned them many times. The other manager on shift walked by the fitness room, gave me a dirty look and asked me to switch to do the weights, and made some under her breath comment about not believing that I was making my coworker do it. Then she walked away without listening to my explanation about my back. I chased after her and said that she was right and I was definitely too injured to do the assigned job she had given me. Also that I had to use my PTO to leave immediately to go see a doctor, and asked her to get me an injury report to fill out. She looked like I slapped her in the face and started to backpedal, saying that I didn't have to do the weights, but I doubled down and demanded an injury report ASAP. Then I clocked out and left, leaving them severely understaffed. I told the other manager what happened on the way out, and he sorta laughed because he knows that the other manager is generally a bitch, who is much more likely to get stressed about the understaffing while he is very chill and a go-with-the-flow leader. Honestly, I should probably thank her for giving me that push to see a doctor leave early, because they said if my back keeps hurting, I have a good case for workman's comp. The smallest petty win over a bully. When I was in high school, one of the tough girls I was friends with suddenly turned on me and went from being a friend to being my bully. Turns out a different girl who was jealous of me told this bully and the rest of the girls in my group that I said they were fucking bitches, which wasn't true. I hadn't said that, and I don't trash talk my friends. Anyway, that's all it took, and my now former friends were cornering me in the school hallways, intimidating me and pushing me around. It finally stopped 2 years later when I fought back, but the heartbreak and hurt about the whole unfair thing lingered for years. Anyway, I was working cash at a big retailer after graduation when my former bully came in. She saw me, came up to my till, and asked to use the store phone to call a taxi. This is before everyone had cell phones. I said sure, and handed her the receiver. She tries to call the taxi, and the store's automotive desk picked up. She hung up and tried again. The automotive desk picked up. She said something to me about it not working, and I just shrugged like I didn't know why. She tried again and again with the same results while I ignored her and did my job. Finally, she gives up and left. I never told her she had to press 9 to get out of the store's internal phone system. I hope she had a long walk in the hot sun and it made her feet hurt. I didn't get even, but at least I got that. Update. 26, moved out a year ago. Mom wants daily calls, texts in the morning and night and whenever go. Last post, https://www.reddit.com/r/entitledparents/s/hiudddd4. Hello, I know I said I would update on Monday, but it's been a very busy week. I started putting my foot down with my mom when she started doing the guilt tripping. I just said I'm not going to talk like this anymore and ignored her for a little while. She came back a lot calmer and for the first time realized that it wasn't going to work. We still had some bad conversations, and I felt socially trapped a little bit, but there has been improvements on her not freaking out about where I'm going or what I'm doing every second of the day, which has honestly been nice. I don't mind telling her about my day, but I didn't like feeling obligated to say every little thing. I'm upset that my mom is just now much more subtly guilting and emotionally blackmailing me. I can't really call it out, and I'm not sure what to do. The situation is improving, though, so thank you for all your help. I'm sure in a year from now it'll be even better if I keep trying. We talked today, and she still has now taken the path that I had a bad attitude and was nasty to her. And if I want to be an adult, I have to not speak like a petulant child. I don't think I was mean or nasty. I tried to be very civil. Maybe I was, I'm not sure. I saw a therapist and they helped me greatly. I recommend everyone go talk to one if you have anything going on in your life. She basically told me to stand my ground and try to tell her how I feel when she does things. Say things like, I feel X when you do Y or when you don't allow me to do Z, etc. I think the biggest breakthrough I need to make is that if I don't like a conversation, I don't have to be in it. I guess if you have any questions, I can answer them here as well. TLDR. Getting much better, making progress, still struggling, not sure where to go. Petty revenge against me. I deserved it. I used to work as a buyer at a large company. One time my boss had me looking for a product that we needed custom made and rushed. It was a $110,000 spend. So I reached out to my suppliers and had a couple respond saying it could be done. One representative named Ricky did a whole bunch of work for this and worked hand in hand with me to get the product designed and have samples made, which helped a lot for our marketing team. The other rep, they did some work but nothing crazy and had a sample made but of lesser quality and same price. And then my boss decided to choose which supplier we go with, and he chose the supplier that didn't do that much because they had a 3-day faster delivery time, despite me recommending to go with Ricky's company. And so I had to break the bad news to Ricky. She was mad and decided to no longer work with our company, which I understand. Anyway, that was 6 years ago. And to this day, I still get a ton of spam calls and texts, at least once a day and sometime 3+ for a few months at a time. A few of them always address me as Ricky. They started coming in mass soon after I told Ricky we'd be going with another company. I've blocked hundreds of numbers and even paid for one of those subscriptions to have them erase my data from spam callers, and it didn't help. And the company my boss decided to work with, they were nearly 3 weeks late on delivery. The pettiest of petty, but dang, it made me laugh, and still does. I've enjoyed lurking here, and hope you will enjoy this fond memory as much as I enjoy remembering it. It was many years ago, but I still laugh when I recall that day. I was on a highway traveling northbound. The route is divided, 2 lanes either direction. I eventually needed to exit right to get eastbound onto the interstate. A couple or 3 miles before my exit, I found myself behind a real dominguero. This guy was going about 10 under the speed limit. The typical flow of traffic in this area is 5 to 10 over. So I thought I'd get over into the passing lane and get around him quick before I had to exit. I get in the left lane and he speeds up. So I speed up a little more. And he guns it, so I thought, hey, he realized he's going way too slow. I'm not trying to get a speeding ticket out here. So I got back in the right lane and dropped in behind him, now doing about 5 over with several car lengths between us. But as soon as I got settled back in that lane, he starts slowing down again, and now we're going even slower, like 11 or 12 under. So I ease back into the left lane and the SOB guns it again, now doing at least 15 over, and I can't pass without a criminal level of speeding. So I let off the gas and let him get ahead. And that's when I noticed, this jackass has his driver's window all the way down. And I knew right then what I was going to do. I eased back in behind him. Predictably, he goes back to turtle speed. Third time, I get into the left lane and start to pass. He speeds up. And when he lines up so that I am right up next to him, I veered to my right, hugging the striped line as close to him as I can legally be, and I pulled the lever to activate my windshield washer. I held it with mischievous joy, spraying and spraying and spraying. Just as I hoped, it went straight into his open window and soaked him. I got him good. Not just the arm he had propped up on the door, I got him all over the side of his stupid face. He let off the gas, shook his head like a wet dog, pretty sure I got it in his ear, and wiped his face with his hand. Laughing maniacally, I gunned it, got in front of him, and exited onto the interstate about a quarter-mile later. I laughed and laughed for miles. I laughed until I cried and my cheeks and ribs hurt. I still laugh about it. Hopefully you will too. My mother thinks being a parent entitles her to control, obedience, and constant praise. And if I dare push back, I'm the one who has to apologize. Hey Reddit, I've been lurking here for a while, never really had the guts to post anything, but today, I need to vent. I need to speak up because saying anything at home feels like lighting a fuse in a room full of gasoline. I'm in my 20s, still living at home, not by choice but because the job market is an absolute nightmare right now. I'm retraining in a new job field. It's like a second apprenticeship, doing everything I can to move forward, applying to dozens of jobs, hoping something sticks. And while that's already stressful enough, what makes it worse is the person I should be able to count on. My mom is the one who makes everything feel heavier. She's the kind of entitled parent who thinks that being my mother means she's always right, always justified, always the victim when things don't go her way. If something goes wrong in my life, a job rejection, a bad day, burnout, her response isn't comfort. It's blame. Her favorite line? Your mindset is the problem. I could apply to 10 jobs in a week, putting real energy and hope into each one, and when I get nothing but silence or rejections, her answer is, well, you were expecting failure, and that's what you got. No, I wasn't. I was hoping but she doesn't understand the difference. She can't. She hasn't had to apply for a job in decades. The last time she looked for work, she walked in, said, "I'll work for free," and boom, she was hired. She genuinely has no clue how hard things are now, yet she talks to me like she's a career expert and I'm just lazy or entitled. And when I try to explain how different things are today, how emotionally exhausting it is to try again and again in a broken system, she gets mad. Not just annoyed. Furious. She'll storm off, slam doors, refuse to talk, sulk like a child. And somehow, I always end up being the one who has to apologize, not because I did something wrong, but because I dared to stand up for myself. That's the pattern. Every time I express how I feel or try to set a boundary, she plays the victim. Suddenly she's too old for this, or says, "I'm just doing my best." And if I don't immediately back down and comfort her, I'm the ungrateful one. I'm the bad guy. This woman doesn't want conversation. She wants submission. She wants me to sit there, smile, nod, and thank her, even when she's hurting me emotionally. If I don't, she'll act like I'm the monster. Growing up, nothing was ever good enough. Got a good grade? You can do better next time. Did something kind? That's what you should be doing anyway. Every win was ignored, and every flaw became a full-blown indictment of who I am. Now that I'm an adult, she's even less of a mother. She expects me to organize my own birthday, bake my own cake, and act like everything's fine. But when it's her birthday, or anyone else's, suddenly I'm the family caterer. I bake, I serve, I smile. One rule for her, another for me. She hates when I take a mental health day or just spend time in my room. If I sleep in or stay quiet for a while, I get passive-aggressive jabs like, "Wow, wasting the whole day again?" She doesn't ask for help. She waits until she's angry and then lashes out because I didn't magically know she needed something. As if I'm supposed to have spider sense and telepathy to detect when the queen wants something done. But here's what cuts the deepest. If I stand up for myself, if I calmly explain how her behavior affects me, she shuts down. She plays the poor me card. She says I always twist her words, or that she can't do anything right. She makes it impossible to have a real conversation because any challenge to her entitlement becomes an attack. She expects me to constantly prove I love and respect her. but she has never once truly acknowledged how hard I'm trying. She wants me to show endless gratitude just for being allowed to live at home, while using that as leverage to dismiss any of my needs or struggles. She calls me dramatic, says I live in a fantasy world. Once even mocked me by saying I have TF2 pyrovision, like I just make problems up in my head. But this isn't fantasy. This is what it's like to live with someone who treats love like a currency you owe interest on. And on top of everything, she's deep into conspiracy stuff. Anti-vax nonsense, alternative medicine over facts, the whole package. One time I had a serious medical concern, hemorrhoids, which asterisk run in the family asterisk, and she just refused to acknowledge it. Said it was because I eat wrong, and I just have to think healthy. Meanwhile, her asterisk father had the same issue, and she has varicose veins herself. But logic has no place in her world. So yes, I still live at home. And yes, I'm thankful for what support I get. But the cost is high. My peace, my mental health, my independence, they're taxed every day. And if I ever want peace, I have to pretend. Pretend she's right. Pretend I'm not hurt. Pretend I'm okay. But I'm not. I'm tired. Tired of walking on eggshells. Tired of being the only one who has to apologize. Tired of being the scapegoat in my own damn life. Someday I'll get out of here. And when I do, I'm not just leaving the house. I'm reclaiming my voice, my space, my future. Thanks for listening, Reddit. She whispered, "Go raw," on our office trip. After that night in the parking lot, things between us were never the same. At work, we pretended like nothing happened. But when our office planned a weekend trip, I already knew the spark would return. The first evening, everyone was busy with drinks and games around the bonfire. She sat across from me, stealing glances, that same mischievous smile. When the noise got too much, I slipped away, and she followed. Instead of the parking lot, this time we ended up in one of the rooms. The moment the door shut, her drink was on the table, and her lips were on mine. It wasn't soft, our mouths crashed, tongues fighting, like we had been holding back for too long. I pinned her against the wall, hands sliding under her dress, grabbing her ass hard. She moaned into my mouth, grinding against me, already wet and needy. We stumbled to the bed, and she fell face down, looking back at me with that teasing grin. I was about to grab a condom from my wallet, but fuck, I didn't have one. Neither did she. For a second, we just looked at each other. Then she whispered, "Screw it. Go raw." That was it. I pulled her dress up, panties down, and shoved myself into her dripping wet pussy in one hard thrust. Her gasp was loud, her body arching as I slammed deeper. Doggy style, her ass bouncing back against me, the sound of skin slapping filling the room. "Harder!" she begged, and I gave it to her, grabbing her hair, pulling her head back while my other hand smacked her ass. She moaned louder, taking every stroke, her pussy squeezing me so tight I could barely hold back. The sight of her bent over, ass in the air, dripping and taking me raw, pushed me over the edge. I pulled out just in time and shot all over her ass, thick cum dripping down onto her cheeks and lower back. She laughed breathlessly, looking over her shoulder. "Messy boy." We collapsed on the bed, sweaty and grinning, both knowing this trip had just rewritten our story. Told rude lady we couldn't accept Canadian coin. This was probably about 15 years ago, back when I was still in retail and working for a popular bookstore chain in a very affluent area in the US. One lady came up and was on the phone the whole time, getting annoyed when I had to ask questions, not even looking at me, just an all-around rude turd. Anyway, I heard her say to the person on the phone that she still has so many coins left from her previous trip to Canada, and she was still trying to get rid of them. Then I saw her specifically picking out all of the Canadian coins to give to me to pay for her stuff. Normally, I didn't care if a few made their way in. It happened, and I didn't kick up a fuss, but it bothered me she was specifically picking them out to unload them on us. So I decided to be petty because her manners were non-existent. "Sorry, ma'am, I can't take these. They aren't US tender." "What? Oh, who cares? Canadian money is all over and it doesn't matter. They look similar." "Sorry, that's policy. I can't accept foreign money." She scoffed, rolled her eyes, And of course was grumbling and snotty when she handed me the right coins, but whatever. I made her slightly inconvenienced for her rudeness. Mwahaha. Road rage revenge. Today I was on the highway heading out to our summer place. 2-lane highway at 9 a.m. minimal traffic. We are all good. As I'm passing a rig on the highway, some idiot starts riding my bumper, like almost in my back seat. I can see him flailing his arms and yelling. My cruise control is set at 120 km/h, so not like I'm going slow. As he was passing the rig, he makes a dangerous swerve right in front of the truck, passes me on the inside lane, gives me the middle finger and starts brake-checking me being a total ass. But the idiot has his company's name and phone number in huge letters across his rear window. At this point, I'm pissed off, and I can be a petty asshole. So I called the number hoping I would get the guy driving the car. A man answered, and I asked if it was him driving like a maniac on the highway. He said no, he was in town. I told him what the clown with his company name was doing on the highway, and the gentleman thanked me and said he'd deal with it. Because the arsehole is still ahead of me, I see him answer his phone, followed by a lot of hand-waving. He then pulled into right lane and slowed right down. As I passed him, I was laughing my ass off because it looked like the boss was tearing a strip off him. Let that be a lesson to everyone. I may look old, but I don't mind taking the time to ruin someone's day. Rant complete. Thanks for listening. Accident. A while ago, I was renting a flat. I was speaking to a pal on the phone and ran a bath. I forgot about the bath and went to sleep, woke up in middle of night and turned off the taps, let bath water out. The next morning, a neighbor told me there has been water leaking into 2 flats below. The flat below me, 4 rooms, ceilings, water had come through. The carpets were soaked, bedding soaked. The flat below 1 room had water damage too. I couldn't believe it was my actions, but 2 plumbers say it's bath overflowing that caused it. My neighbors believing I was the cause, which to this day I'm not sure. All were livid and thought very little of me. It was one of the most stressful situations had ever been in. Anyone else can relate? You have 2, give 1 to my son. Airport seat drama. Flying home from visiting family. I had booked myself and my 8-year-old daughter 2 seats together on a fully booked flight. A woman boards late with her son, around 10, and tells me to move because he wants a window seat. I explained politely that we booked these seats months ago. She then goes, "You're an adult, sit alone, give him the window." I said, "I'm not leaving my child alone with strangers." She actually yelled that I was teaching my daughter selfishness. I refused to move. Flight attendant backed me up. The woman spent the whole flight glaring at me like I stole her vacation. "No, Karen, you didn't pay for 2 seats. Plan better next time." My dad throws a tantrum when we order food that isn't the specialty of the restaurant. This is so specific, but my dad literally throws a tantrum in the restaurant and yells if we order a dish that isn't the specialty that they're specifically known for. For example, if we go to a restaurant that's well known for making good chicken, and we aren't in the mood for chicken and order IDK steak or roast pork or pasta or something, he will nag and complain for literally the whole meal as if we're committing a literal crime. He'll shout or whine, "You don't go to a chicken restaurant and order pork WTF?" Even if the pork is good. Like, sure, it may be that their chicken is the best, but that doesn't mean you're forced to order it. Even if we go twice to the same place, he will whine and yell and nag if we got something that isn't the specialty. Like, we went to a Chinese restaurant that was famous for dumplings, and he threw a tantrum because we ordered noodles. We had ordered dumplings the last time we were there. Once my sibling and I went with my parents to a Vietnamese restaurant and ordered Vietnamese coffee with our meal, and he complained the entire time because he said, "Why didn't we go to a coffee shop and buy that instead of getting it from a faux restaurant?" I get having your own preferences, but him trying to control what other people get, even if he doesn't have to pay for it, seriously ruins the meal for everyone. I miss my ex-boyfriend so much I feel like crying. I broke up with my abusive ex in April. I started seeing someone new and things were going great, but today I've been overwhelmed by waves of nostalgia and I miss him so badly. I want to hear his voice, see his face. It sucks because I know I'm better off where I am now. I feel so guilty that I miss him. My current boyfriend is great and he doesn't deserve this. I just needed to tell someone, but there was no one for me to tell, so here I am, getting it off my chest to strangers on the internet. I cheated on my boyfriend. He found out 2 months ago, chose to stay. But the guilt eats at me. Me and my boyfriend have been together nearly 2 years, and a few months ago, I just started sexting this dude on Snap. I don't know why. I guess while I was doing it, it didn't really feel real since it was just words. But one morning I woke up after falling asleep mid-convo, read through everything and just felt terrible. I just blocked the guy there. Anyways, my boyfriend found out 2 months ago and he chose to stay. We definitely aren't the same as we were, which is to be expected, I know. I told him multiple times that I know I hurt him, and if staying with me does more harm, then he needs to leave. He says he's the happiest in the world with me when we're together. But when I leave, he starts to remember again, and I'm the same way. I just don't feel good enough for him anymore, like I've just broken him so much I feel like the devil. I don't know what to do. I want to be with him so bad, I love him so much, and he loves me. I regret this so much. I watched my dad's infidelity destroy my mom, and I've become him to an extent. I want to be with him, but I feel like it hurts him to look at me sometimes. I am at the deepest depression of my life. I have never hated myself so much. Fuck insecurity and need for validation. Nothing compared to the guilt and shame of doing the one thing you've always been against. Making a splash with his compliance. Obligatory, not my story, but my father's. My father told me this tale of his childhood. He was a young child at the time, so this would have happened sometime in the early 1940s. He grew up in a farmhouse, and he and his sisters were often shooed outside to play, especially when their mom was busy with chores such as making dinner. However, the previous few days it had been raining, so she hadn't gotten those breaks and tempers were flaring a bit. The rain finally let up and she sent them all outside, but there still was an immense puddle almost directly in front of the front door. Therefore, she admonished them to stay out of it. Well, my father really wanted to play in that puddle, but he was old enough to have made the connection with what happens when you don't obey mom, so he did what he was told and stayed away from the puddle. Now, I don't know if he'd already figured out his mother's preferred phrases, or it was happy coincidence, but he was planning on the following from the beginning, or so he told me. As the afternoon wore on, he played here, then there, and as he became aware that it was getting close to dinner time, he made sure he was on the opposite side of that puddle from the door. Dinner time came, and Mom called the kids in. His sisters went in fairly promptly, avoiding the puddle as requested. He, however, continued to play on the other side, ignoring the call. When she realized he was still playing, she called again, obligatory, not real name. "Johnny, come in and wash up for dinner." Nope, no response, just happily playing away. Then she said it, and boy was he ready. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. John Michael Smith, you come straight here, right now. And so he did. He ran asterisk straight asterisk to her, right through that immense puddle that had been calling to him all afternoon. Fallout was a through scrubbing of a bath and a cold late dinner, but he still remembers today the joy of that splashing run. Be available during lunch? Sure thing. My manager sent a passive-aggressive message to the whole team, clearly aimed at me. Lunch breaks are unpaid, but everyone is expected to be available during core hours, including lunch. I used to take a quick walk or step out to grab coffee, never missed meetings, never late. But fine. If she wants me available, I'll play along. I started eating lunch at my desk every day, no headphones, not working, just sitting. I ignored emails and messages, and when people came over I'd smile and say, "I'm on my unpaid break, but I'll jump on it at 1. One day she sent a message at 12:10 asking for a report ASAP. I didn't reply until 1 o'clock. Someone else had scrambled to do it by then. She later asked why I didn't respond, and I said, I was available, just not working, as instructed. She never brought up lunch breaks again. Entitled dad demanded my autistic son stop flapping his hands in his restaurant. I, 33F, have a 7-year-old son with autism. One of his stims is hand flapping when he's excited. We've been working on restaurant manners, and he's actually great. No yelling, no throwing things, just happy flapping while we wait for our food. Last weekend we went to our favorite breakfast spot. It wasn't very busy, so they sat us in a booth near the window. About 10 minutes later, this man, maybe late 40s, comes storming over from across the room and slams his hand on our table. Can you control your kid? That's disgusting while I'm trying to eat. I was stunned. I said, "Excuse me? He's not even making noise." He sneered. "He's waving his hands like a lunatic. People don't want to see that here." I calmly said, "My son is autistic. He's allowed to enjoy his breakfast just like you are." His wife then chimed in, "Well then, maybe he shouldn't be in public if he can't act normal." The server overheard and came over immediately. Without me even asking, she told the man and his wife they needed to leave for harassing another customer. He threw a fit, swearing at me and my son as they left. The other diners clapped when they left, and the manager even comped our meal. So to the entitled dad, "No, my son won't stop stimming so you can feel comfortable while you eat your pancakes. Grow up." A morning that turned into a nightmare. I woke up early in the morning at 8 a.m. to a sensation on my hand. I looked up and saw a 3-inch cockroach on my hand, and I screamed and got out of the bed terrified. Don't you laugh, I am scared of roaches, yes. I'm a strong person, I'm not scared of a lion, but the way roaches make my skin crawl, I was freaked out. So I called the friend whose place I was living at, and she said it was all right, she'll call for pest control. So I somehow managed to unalive the roach and lock the room. But I don't unalive things, so I managed to sweep it up and left it in the rain to wash of the spray. Some kind of brain I have. And then I slept in the hall on the sofa, scared shitless. I was having nightmares that I had roaches all over me, and then I woke up again from a call from friend saying the pest control guy is here, and to get the pest control done. The 2.5 hours of my life were the most terrifying ones. It was a bungalow, so there was an infestation and the roaches had made a colony. So the next hours I spent terrified on a sofa while roaches ran all around the house dying of the pesticide. I felt both terrified and horrible to have been there and to have had them unalive. I'm in a hotel right now. My whole day was spent being anxious. I still am. Thought letting it out might help. My ex-boyfriend raped me when he found out I cheated on him. TWSAY, F21, recently cheated on my BF, M23, of 2 years. I fucked up big time, I know. I slept with a guy who I used to have an on and off thing with, making it worse as we had history. In all honesty, I cheated because I was deeply unhappy with my boyfriend, and I honestly just liked the attention. A pathetic excuse. I should have just broken up with him, like I had judged so many other cheaters for not doing. I have been cheated on multiple times in the past, too, making it even more horrible as I know what that pain feels like. The following days after I cheated, I was sick with guilt. I was vomiting all day, ridden with stress and anxiety. I couldn't handle it. 3 days after it happened, I decided I had to admit what I'd done and end the relationship. This is where things got bad. My boyfriend and I sat on the couch and I confessed everything. I could tell his initial reaction was more angry than it was sad. I was scared. I knew he had temper problems, so I was already nervous to do this in person, but over text call didn't feel right. He was silent for a good minute before he lost it. I was expecting his reaction to be throwing shit, hitting the wall, screaming at me, but it wasn't. It was a very collected, deliberate anger. He wrapped his hand around my throat and climbed on top of me and started saying horrible things. He wasn't yelling, he was talking in a low, deep, angry voice. It was fucking terrifying. He called me every degrading name under the sun. He lifted up my skirt and was being so quick I couldn't stop him. I was crying and begging him to stop, but it was only making him angrier. He told me I was a fucking whore who clearly needed to be shown a good fucking. Then he said, "You want cock so bad, I'll fucking give it to you." I was sobbing at this point, but I was trying to be quiet. He was so angry I was scared to fight back, I just wanted it to be over. When he finished, he started crying, got up and walked out. He left me there. I could barely move. I wasn't even crying anymore, my lip was just shaking and I had my eyes shut so tight. Afterwards, he texted me and said if I tried to report him, he'd tell the police that I have a rape kink, I shamefully do due to past naughties trauma, and that he would show them the messages, videos proving it, claiming I wanted it, and it was CNC. I am into CNC, not real fucking rape. He also claimed that he would tell all my family and friends that I cheated on him so my reputation will be over. IDK what to anymore? Part of me thinks I deserved it for cheating and I shouldn't have provoked him. Part of me thinks he's a monster. I'm so lost. I feel so broken. filthy Airbnb and arrogant host. This was quite a few years ago. We went to our first Airbnb and arrived late in the evening. The facilities were horribly dirty. In the bathroom, across from the toilet, was what looked like vomit on the wall. There was old food in the kitchen refrigerator. There were dirty fingerprints all over the cupboards, fridge, stove, etc. The bed was unmade and the sheets looked used. The second bed frame squeaked loudly every time you moved, so bad that I had to put the mattress on the floor to sleep. We complained to the host and she said that she pays a cleaning service to do that, and grudgingly brought over new sheets and towels. When we complained about the vomit, she said it was a paint stain, which it wasn't because I cleaned it up. Because it was late at night, we stayed the night, then asked for our money back as we had originally planned on staying a week. She told us that we had to cancel the booking when in fact she was supposed to. When we canceled, we found out that we were docked an extra day penalty because we had canceled early. If she had canceled, then we wouldn't receive the extra day penalty. We left the next day. When we discussed it with the host about getting a refund for the extra day, she refused, then told Airbnb that we were difficult and that she had kicked us out. We argued with Airbnb for months to no avail, as they believed the host even though we had sent them pictures. Their policy was that since we canceled, we were penalized. I happened to notice that the city where the Airbnb was had an online registry of licensed secondary suites. I looked up the Airbnb address, and it was an unregistered suite, which meant that it was never inspected and hadn't paid the city licensing fee. I made a complaint to the bylaw officer with details of the suite and pictures showing the rear entrance. The Airbnb host received a $2,000 fine, plus had to go through the inspection procedure for another junk of change. All for not refunding $150 for the extra day. Dental catalogs. My neighbors decided to block the intersection and light of mortars, yes, the aerial kind that use tubes as launchers, on the 4th of July for over an hour. Next level illegal in my state. They wouldn't stop even when asked. We even mentioned that it's illegal and that other neighbors were hosing down their cars and watering their yards. I also expressed concern about all the unalived, dry brush they cut down and abandoned in their yard a month earlier. One of the homeowners got 1 foot from my face and yelled, "Fuck you." As we were walking away, the police showed up and informed the neighbors that what they had going on was a jailable offense, not just a citation, but jail just for possessing them. They were pissed that they had to clean up, but did it. Just so you know, the homeowners are missing many teeth, and I was feeling especially petty and signed them up for dental supply catalogs. I felt kind of bad about it until I and other neighbors found a ton of firework debris in bushes, on dry grass, and under trees. It's been really dry here and there is a burn ban. They could have started fires, so fuck 'em. My best friend sends me photos of her boyfriend. My best friend has gotten into the habit of sending me photos throughout her day, and that it's okay. A year ago, she started dating a guy, and those photos became pictures of her and her boyfriend being affectionate. I thought it was strange, but didn't say anything. Recently, those photos turned into intimate photos of her boyfriend. I've tried to stop her and tell her that what she's doing is wrong, but she keeps doing it. We've been friends since school, and she's always been very open with me because she trusts me a lot. But sometimes it's uncomfortable, and I think she crosses a line. The last time I talked to her about this, she got angry and told me that I'm her best friend, that she knows me and knows why she sends me those photos. I'd like to mention that I'm a gay guy, and I really don't want to think that they're provoking me to see my reaction. I've thought about talking to her boyfriend because he's a nice guy and doesn't deserve to be exhibited with those intimate photos and videos without his consent. But sometimes I think they might both be behind it. What should I do? The postman always rings twice. Around 15 years ago, I worked in an office with a guy who had a laser printer installed in his office because he needed it. If anyone sent jobs to his printer, he would chew them out, even though we only had one other laser printer and it was on the other side of the office. He was an obnoxious jerk, and universally not liked. We discovered the need for the laser printer. He was selling stuff on eBay and was printing mailing labels on the printer. I had to drop off a ream of printer paper on the table with his printer and noticed an eBay mailing label. He was in a meeting, so I took it to a copier and quickly made a copy before putting his label back in the printer tray. I then used it to mail a box of pens to the recipient and went to the post office to submit it. I was back in the office before his meeting was over. When he posted his package, using the same shipping label, it would be returned to him, and he would have to pay for another shipping label. Plus, the delivery arrived late, and eBay would ding him. He never mentioned anything at work, because he was breaking rules to run his eBay business there. Over the next 6 months, I did this 3 more times. I'm pretty sure he had no idea how that was happening. Careful on what food you steal. Back in the early 2000s, I worked for Hooters as a manager. We had this old dude that was funny as hell. One day he played a little prank. He made what looked like blondie or peanut butter squares that were made from the flour that was filtered out of the fry oil. We filtered the oil every night. There was always a layer of cooked flour and we would toss it out. Like clockwork, one person would grab one and take a bite and then spit it out. Fast forward 10 years. I am now working in sales, customer service at large cable internet company. We had about 300 people total in this office and I worked second shift. There were maybe 50 people on this shift. Every night someone would take my food. I wanted to teach them a lesson. First, I wanted to make brownies with laxative baked in. My roommate stopped me and said, "Why, if the person get really sick or harmed? They might fire you." So that's when it hit me. The fry oil blondes. I went up to the store to get the things I needed to make Hooters style wings. I think we made 30 or 40 wings that night in my little tabletop fryer. I let the oil cool down a bit and started to filter the oil to make my blondies. The next night I took them to work. My desk was close to the break room where the refrigerator was. 2 hours into my shift, I found out who was the thief. It was one of the quality service managers. She was hacking and spitting all over the floor, demanding to know who tried to poison her. I could not control my laughter. She saw me and went to my manager. He took me into an office and asked what I thought was funny. When I explained to him what I had done, he was trying to stay professional but cracked. After he found out it was not poison, and she had brought this on herself, he told me to go back to work. She was written up for taking someone else's food. I told everyone what happened. She left the company a few months later. Crazy my food never got touched after that. I have a secret drawer filled with used condoms, and my friends found out. Using an anonymous account for this, I, 31M, have a specific drawer in my bedroom. What makes this drawer specific is the bottom drawer, which so happens to be filled with used condoms, properly used ones. In January of this year, I had done it with my SO at the time. She has finished, and I took it off afterwards and had nowhere to put it. No bin was in the room. I see the drawer across the room from me, and I immediately walk over with the condom in my hand, open the bottom drawer, and throw it in there and act like nothing happened. It happened 2 more times, all for the same reason. It is now August of this year, and the realization that there are 8-month-old used condoms in the bottom of my drawer in my bedroom. I purposely avoid this drawer for a reason and forget what is in there. Until I had friends over and they were just exploring my room. A friend, while doing this, opens the bottom drawer, and then they see all 3 of the used condoms in my drawer, now constantly reminding me of it. I'm too scared and disgusted to throw them out now, and I don't want to see the state they're in and have just accepted losing a drawer and possibly getting some weird virus. Holiday hell. How do people put up with their parents deciding to come along to a holiday you paid for ages ago for yourself and your significant other or special person in your life? For context, I won a holiday some time ago. The only thing I had to pay for was extra accommodation for one other person and the fuel to get there. Everything else, food, spa, 2 nights for one person, a trip out to a D&D event, author talk, and cosplay fun day, yeah, I'm a nerd, was sorted. I mentioned it in passing to my parents, whom I live with, that I wanted to make sure my car was safe for the journey. Some 4 hours drive on some pretty harrowing roads in wet weather. They immediately booked the accommodation for themselves and packed their bags, saying they were coming. When I politely explained it was just for 2 people, they told me they deserved the holiday and they were going, that I couldn't afford it. They went through my bank accounts, withdrew money as repayment for the accommodation they'd booked for me, checked all my budgeting and ripped it to shreds. They then kept going on and on about the trip we were all going to have. They have no interest whatsoever in D&D, cosplay, history outside of their own special interest area, author talks, or any such thing. I didn't want to take them, because one particular parent has mobility issues and one event I was going to was upstairs. They pushed me to cancel it as they needed the holiday, and it would have been so unfair on them to not be able to go upstairs. My +1 I was going to take with me initially came down with COVID and we all got sick, so I was given a booking for another time and a different but even cooler event. Well, that another time is now today and I haven't told anyone yet. I'm scared. What if they suspect something and demand to come? What if something happens to me on the road? They won't forgive me if I just take off without telling someone. I put boundaries in AMD, try to be honest with them, but they just walk all over boundaries and do what they want anyway. Always have. How can people set firm but fair boundaries and be listened to by parents who never usually listen? Am I being selfish, wanting a break from them and not wanting them to come? Am I being selfish, telling anyone, just taking time for myself to heal and refresh so I can help them? I've told a friend about their behavior, but said friend just called me an a-hole and that my parents really deserve the break. Would you just take off and go to the pre-booked holiday? Or would that be a dick move? Thanks. My mom texts and calls me incessantly when I don't answer my phone right away. So first and foremost, I'm 30 years old, meaning I'm a grown *** woman. These past few months I've been talking to my mom less, because she was making everything about her when I had a breakup in April and that was the last straw. This has been going on my entire life. I didn't go no contact, I just speak to her a lot less frequently. Now this past week she has been texting me random, irrelevant information that does not involve me. I'd hate to sound harsh, but it's just the way she's doing it. She will send me back-to-back texts when I don't respond and then say something like, "Yep, I'm happy for me too," without even giving me a chance to respond. Today I took 20 minutes to respond, and that was way too long for her, so she had to be snarky about it. I was napping. About a month or two ago, I was in an online therapy session and she called me 5 times and sent me like 10 text messages panicking because I wasn't answering. I'm an adult with a job, dogs, and a boyfriend that lives with me. Yes, we're still together. Why does she feel entitled to my time like this? I have 3 other siblings that live in the same city as her. Bother them. I'm just super frustrated and it's making me pull back more and more. She's always wanted so much attention from everyone and always acts like a victim when she gets called out. I called her out for sending me 1,000,000 texts today and told her I was putting my phone on Do Not Disturb. Her response was simply, "My bad, have a good night, over it." Update. I confronted her and she apologized, mixed in with some over-explanation and invalidation. She's going to think we're good now that she's apologized, but that's not a real apology. "I'm sorry, but" is not acceptable. I don't know if I'm just crazy or overreacting about my mom or not. I want to start by saying my mom is a good woman. She had a hard upbringing, I know, and she's gave me a real good life, and I am thankful for her. That's all just a preface to say this. It seems like she likes to argue, and I always end up feeling bad, like maybe I let her get to me too easily, and I could have diffused the situation better. Anytime I try to stop by and visit her, we always end up in an argument, and it's always over something silly. Example. This evening, I was showing her something I ordered off Amazon, and she asked me if I had Amazon Prime, and I told her yes. She then said, "I didn't know that. I could get you to order me stuff and I'll pay you." To which I responded that I've told her, because I've ordered stuff for her before off there. Then she immediately starts getting defensive and argumentative about the fact that I've not told her, saying, "You've only told me you had a Sam's Club membership," to which point I start getting aggravated. And then that's when I feel like she feeds off that by making snide remarks and saying, "I'm just not going to talk to you about it anymore." Am I just letting her get to me and overreacting? Or is that her goal to get a rise out of me? Maybe she has something within her that makes her like arguing, or maybe I'm just being sensitive and need to chill out. It's really hard to explain the whole context of the arguments we get into and how silly they seem. Anyways, any opinions would be appreciated. Video attendance is required. We're still mostly remote at work, with more and more of the coordination done over chat. Meetings are mostly audio and shared screen. One unpopular program manager has begun to make it a point to ask everyone to turn cameras on for better communication. He called me out today and I discovered a lovely bit of maliciousness. I turned my camera on, and we immediately discovered why TV announcers dress simply. I was wearing a golf polo with fine horizontal stripes. Every time I moved, a moire pattern danced across the screen. It was the most obnoxious, attention-grabbing thing I've ever heard. Cue 5 minutes of razzing me about my shirt. I spent the rest of the meeting fidgeting in my chair. I can't wait for next week's meeting. I have several more shirts with similar patterns. Sexting is better without sending nudes. I just feel that must if the time sexting feels interrupted by asking for photos. I like to think sexting is like writing an erotic fantasy with another person. It's creating erotic art, though imagination. Don't get me wrong, sending pics can add to the fun, but most people are so insistent on wanting you to send nudes that turns off all the fun. What I try to say is, sexting by itself is amazing, and doesn't rely on pictures or audios to be good and enjoyable. Mom wants me hospitalized over messy table. When my mom and aunt visited us last week, I noticed that I was having panic attacks. My psych thinks my anxiety is surging due to some missed doses of meds, so we're correcting that. Mom called today to propose an exercise challenge where we would hike, bike, or run in new territory. I agreed on principle, but shared that I am dealing with some anxiety and have less bandwidth for the unfamiliar, so I'll stick with neighborhood walks for now. Then my mom sent my husband some texts. Here's what she said. Please read to the end. 1. She feels I have lost touch with reality. 2. Why wasn't she told about my mental deterioration? 3. My husband needs to place me in a locked facility and go live his life. 4. I am effed up and will F up his life, drag him to extremes, suck the joy out of him and make him placate me from one unmanageable moment to the next 5. He needs to turn me over to the pros who will make me take responsibility for my actions. 6. My husband tried logical replies, but she didn't seem to respond to what he said. 7. She knew I was bad word for mentally ill people when she saw our cluttered dining room table with mail left on it, etc. We have other places to eat, but she wants sit-down dinners at the table. Either you sew a patch into my child's sweater, or you remove it from your son's. This is a WhatsApp conversation I came across a few hours ago. I was waiting for a friend to get in my car to drive to work together. I was unalive sometime on Facebook and found screenshots from the conversation. For more context, the kids involved in that WhatsApp convo seem to be in elementary school, and they have to use uniform. Fake name for obvious reasons. Here's the conversation I translated from Spanish to you. EM. Asterisk. Good evening, are you Bubba's mom? BM. Asterisk. Good evening, tell me, how can I help out today? EM. I'm sorry to tell you this, but my son tells me that yours has a Sonic patch sewed into his uniform. These cartoons are what's in it this time, and honestly, I find it unfair because my son is actually a fan of Sonic, and yours has caused ruckus. I tried to search anywhere for someone who could do the same job. BM. Asterisk. Yep. My son has it overlapped into his jacket because I can't place his personal info for safety reasons. I sewed the Sonic patch myself. I'm so sorry you couldn't find anyone who could do that job for you, but I can send you the sewing pattern for you to attach it to your son's jacket. EM. Asterisk. You serious? I have no time for these things. I actually have a job. How can we resolve this? Either you sew the patch into my son's jacket, or you remove it from your son's so you can sew his full name just like everyone else, and we're all good. BM. I'm sorry to hear you don't have time to spare for your son to make him feel special. I'm not going to sew his jacket. I'm not going to remove the patch from my son's jacket either. I'm doing my best to make my son feel special and make him happy and eager to go to school. I'll kindly ask you to please don't contact me, unless it is for school matters. Otherwise, I'll have to report you to the school management. Have a good one. EM. Asterisk. Too bad you're teaching your son how to be pretentious and self-centered. You'll regret this when your son gets older. Good night. BM. Asterisk. Instead of this nonsense, why don't you focus on raising your son? I'm raising mine my way. See you. Would the truth make you want me more? I have to admit something, and maybe it should feel shameful, but it just feels electric. There's a thrill in knowing I mean more to someone when I slip out of my everyday disguise. When I accept that invitation, money promised, pleasure unspoken, I let a side of me escape that I don't show anyone else. Sometimes, when I glance at the jewelry around my neck, I'm reminded of how powerful it feels to be desired and rewarded. It's not just about the cash. It never was. Not really. It's the way his eyes linger, the lines I cross, the secrets I'd never whisper to my friends. Every message, every late-night call pulls me further into a world I know I shouldn't crave. But I do. And here I am telling you, knowing you'll imagine the rest, just by the way I pause before hitting send. Some confessions are meant to be half-told, tucked behind a sly smile and a blush that refuses to fade. You can judge me, or maybe you're just a little jealous. Either way, now you know I like being someone's secret indulgence, and maybe I like having you as my audience, just as much. I am a stalker and a bad person. I have been stalking my ex for over a year now. After about 9 months, we got back together, only for him to break up with me because I am emotionally unstable. I got him to fall in love with a character I made. I made an account on a social media I won't name in case he sees this, where I pretended to be a mentally ill girl desperate for attention. This account was originally just a vent account and had old vague vent posts that kept up with the mentally ill girl who wants attention thing. He fell in love with it within a day. He thinks he's dating this thing, and soon I will reveal that he was fooled into dating a girl who doesn't exist. I told this to my friend, and he says I'm crazy, manipulative, and toxic. I know he's right. I just can't stop. Every time I try to stop being this way, I fail. This is just me. Everything gets the same results. There is no win. The last 2 days, my mom has been in a constant mood, like agitation, yelling and complaining for the last 48 hours. I have stayed calm the best I can and have tried to not break down or get frustrated with her. But no matter what I do or even don't do, she has yelled at me for it, especially today. I have a cat, a little sweetheart who has gotten me through the last 2.5 months. My mom scared him yesterday, and I told her that. She got mad at me as if it was my fault. Today he had an appointment as he's a bit sick. The vet came in, talked a bit, then went out to do a few things for my little boy. As soon as she went out, my mom immediately changed, went from sweet with the vet to berating me, specifically bringing up what happened yesterday, saying, "I'm not going towards him, he's scared of me," in a very condescending tone. And he really is scared of her. He has flinched after seeing her, squirms when she tries to give him his medicine. I thought I needed help. I was wrong and have done it myself now, and refused to let her pick him up when at the vet. Yet she still doesn't see he's terrified, just continues to be mean and angry at him. No matter what I've said, she has yelled at me today. I asked her a question about something, don't remember exactly what, but just a simple question. She immediately snapped at me. Even just talking to her, she snaps at me. The vet for my cat said to not give him anything other than the food they prescribed and his medicine. My mom wanted me to go against them and give him a dry food we got, after a few days on his new med, despite them saying not to give him anything other than the given food and medicine for the next 4 weeks. I told her I won't be doing what she said. Her response? "Oh, right. Because I forgot you know everything." I'm just following the vet's orders. I have stayed quiet. I get yelled at. I have followed her. I get yelled at. I try and communicate. I get yelled at. I ask a question. I get yelled at. I even speak. I get yelled at. No matter what I do, it will always give me the same results. I will always get yelled at. She has decided to blame her mood on Mercury going in retrograde, which is not a reason, but an excuse to yell at me no matter what I do and to try and make me leave it alone and take it. She likes to say me being on testosterone is not an excuse for my agitation, despite it changing my hormones and agitation being the main side effect. But she believes because I'm using that as an excuse, she can use astronomy as hers. But that's not that same as my hormones literally changing. But I guess I'm stuck with whatever this is until she decides to stop. Whenever that is. I wish I wasn't stuck. But with what she's done with basically my life, I am stuck until further notice. I might be 18, but she is forcing me back to when I was 8. Sweet, petty, malicious compliance paying $20K in fines with mainly coins. https://www.bangerdaily.com/2025/08/001/central-main/government/main-fines-thousands-of-pennies/ The case of a contractor who violated shoreland zoning rules in the town of Palermo took an unusual turn last week when he used a small swimming pool's worth of loose change to pay the bulk of his $20,000 in fines and fees. Kurek estimated more than 60 buckets of coins were removed from the premises to be transported to Machias Savings Bank. It took bank tellers multiple days of counting to confirm the full amount. Rent increase. I have been living at home for close to 3 years now, ever since moving home after a breakup. I would first like to say that I have no problem paying rent to my mother, as I pretty much always have while under her roof. Me and my current GF have been saving for a while to move in together and have our own apartment. I told my mom our plans, and it seemed to stress her out. She had nothing positive to say about it, only that it's so expensive out there. Yes, I know that. Since then, she's asked that my rent be increased and framed it in such a way that she's struggling to make ends meet. Now here's where my touch of resentment comes in. Ever since I've moved in, she's been able to travel and take vacations for nearly the first time in her life. She's signed up for some annual vacation club, going to Jamaica every year, and planning weekend concert getaways as well. I feel like I'm out here grinding for my future and her enjoyment. Is she being entitled, or am I being entitled for thinking this way? I cut myself and abuse Adderall and hide it. I made this account mainly because I really had to get this off my chest. Things I'm so shameful about I couldn't confess to people I knew. To start, I do self-harm, more often than not, with a razor. Now this experience is common, however it becomes worse because I tell my GF to not cut herself. She is indeed under the impression I don't cut anymore. However, as she cuts herself, I do too, but only in secrecy. I feel so bad, and I haven't in like 2 days, but I feel so awful about it. I feel like such a sleaze, but I don't know how I'd confess it to her. She is aware that I self-harm, in her mind used to, but I just never told her I kept doing it. I reassured her that I wasn't, and I feel so awful and like a dick. I abuse Adderall. While it is an unprescribed supply, it is insanely clear I have ADHD. I do not wish to list out the symptoms I suffer from, but do know that I do have ADHD evaluation in the months ahead. However, I do abuse this drug. It makes me feel so good, and I take it when I'm down. I get work done, I feel great, and I couldn't care less about the fucking crash. I just can finally feel normal on it. Like my cutting, I do not tell my GF about it. I feel so ashamed about my usage, but at the same time, it helps me greatly. I feel so awful. I feel like a sleaze and a shitty boyfriend, and I'm very sure most would agree. My partner's parents tried to bribe me. Not my parents, but my BFs. My BF, M36, and I, F34, have been together a little over a year. His parents hate me over a gift. I will try to link my old posts, but it's in my history, but I gave a jokey gift in a basket of other gifts to MIL. Not legally, but easier to call her that, on Mother's Day. She and Phil have been just awful, but the siblings and significant others have had my back as well as my BF. Last night I stepped out to tend my garden and had to get some stuff out of my car. There was a letter on my car. OP, we are deeply sorry if we offended you. Please understand that we, as parents, love our children, and you have now taken all of them from us. This smear campaign is going overboard. Please do not be cruel. And also a check for $15,000. I showed this to my BF, and he took pictures and sent it in the sibling group chat. This morning was a blizzard of calls and texts. My BF got texts from his mom, and he asked the obvious WTF. She said she figured that was a peace offering, as she knew I grew up poor. The rest of the talk went a bit like this. BF, Mom, this is too far. I'm sorry, but this is just over the line. OP and I are no contact. Do not contact us, and do not come on our property, and do not come near us. Stop. Just stop. Mill, I wanted to protect you, but if you want to be stubborn, so be it. Keep her. But don't lose us. We are your parents. We love you. She can leave you anytime she doesn't want you. Parents never abandon their children. BF. If you loved me, you would have accepted the person I love. I know damn well you don't like her. You made it very clear. Mill. She's no good, but it's not my choice, okay? I know it's not my choice. You have to make your own mistakes. And she sent a wall of text of why I am not good for him. The very apparent reasons of me being queer and not religious were there, but here are my favorite other ones. I am thin, so clearly I am on drugs. I garden, and clearly I am growing drugs. I am of a particular race, and in certain parts of town that race sells drugs. Our children will be sick because I will do drugs while pregnant. Oh, and I like anime, which makes me immature. There were more, but it's just bizarre. Fucking hell. Signage not allowed? Fine. I'm forwarding this from someone who works in Yosemite National Park. He manages a building which houses staff, both male and female. There's only one restroom in the building, long story, with 2 stalls. As one might imagine, not all men who use stalls keep them in a condition that women would care to confront. So this building manager taped the astrological sign for Mars, a circle with an arrow coming from it at a 45-degree angle to the upper right, on one door, meaning that that stall is for men. He taped the astrological sign for Venus, a circle with a plus sign coming out from the bottom, on the other door, meaning that stall is for women. Again, as one might imagine, Yosemite is a hot mess. Not only because they're way understaffed and swamped with visitors, but also because of arbitrary rules from above, shall we say. A month or so ago, he was advised that the women's sign, but not the men's sign, must come down. He complied. But then, in its place, he put another identical men's sign, but with a red circle over it and a diagonal red line through the circle. Mission accomplished. Food stamps, caseworker blues. About 20 years ago, I was applying for food stamps, and during the process, I informed the caseworker that I made a few bucks a week collecting and returning 5-cent soda cans. She informed me that I had to call her and report this as it was extra income. So the next day, I did, 9:30 a.m. Hi, this is me, I found a nickel can. 10 o'clock. Hi, this is me, I found another can. 11 o'clock. Hi, I found another can. That afternoon, when I made my 5 call, she told me I no longer had to report my extra income. I never heard anything more about it. Is it entitled for a parent to demand I change my phone wallpaper? This isn't really a solid thing I can label as entitled. I'm really not sure, but I've posted here before and figured this subreddit might have some advice, or be able to tell me if I'm overreacting. Okay, so I, 17F, do photo manipulations as a hobby, and recently I made one of my OC I was super proud of, and I set it as my phone wallpaper. It's not inappropriate in any way, nothing naughties and no nudity, or anything political in any way, it's just a bust shot. When I showed it to my mother, 55F, she just kind of went silent for a moment, and then immediately started ranting at me about how it was ugly and I had to change it. When I told her I was super proud of it, she told me that if I didn't change it, I shouldn't come crying to her if I get hate crimed. I was really stunned by this, but she's my mom, so I did change it. But later, when I told my friends, they all freaked out and said it was super weird and controlling. I was hoping this subreddit could offer some insight since our insane parents doesn't allow text posts. Is this entitled or weird, or am I just being a typical know-it-all teenager? I feel like it is, and I'm hoping I'm not wrong, but I wasn't 100% sure. Edit. I forgot to mention said picture is my PFP. Friends XGF want me? Hello everyone, I am M, 21, regretting for sending N** des to one of my friends XGF. So this happened yesterday. I was chilling and drinking with my friends. Suddenly she, my friend's ex, texted me and we start talking normally egg. What are your plans after college and all? Then suddenly she start talking about her ex, my friend, who was right in front of me. At first she was just blaming everything, oh him, and I was like, oh okay, ha. Then she started talking about their C**UL relations and blame that his D**CK was not sufficient for her, she was not satisfied, and need a D**CK who can make her mad. Till now I was a bit drunk and I started flirting with her, even she wanted me to flirt with her. Then she asked me for my D*CC pics, but I denied politely, but she insisted me to send pics, or she will send the screenshot of me flirting to my friend, but I still denied. Then all of a sudden she send me a photo her touching herself. I scold her for that, but she keeps sending an *des too. 3 videos and about 7 pics. That made me hard as steel. Then I send her mine too. I think she liked it. I'm writing this day after that incident after hangover. Dropped a quarter out of my pocketbook that landed by my foot, only to hear behind me, "Go get it." Update. For those calling this fake, you're breaking one of the rules posted by this subreddit. Nobody cares if the story is fake. There are no truth police here, so move along. Also, those who type something to get some bot to check you also are breaking rules of pointless arguing. Edit. I was shopping at Michael's a few years ago for Wilton chocolate melts, so I could use my Star Wars theme ice cube trays to make Star Wars themed chocolates for opening night of Star Wars The Force Awakens. I had the chocolate I needed, and I reached into my pocketbook to get my pen out to cross off get the chocolate melts off my things to-do list I was going to get out next, and when I reached in, a quarter fell out of my pocketbook landing by my foot. I watched it fall. Also, I say pocketbook because it's how I was taught to say purse. Suddenly I hear a voice say, "Go get it," from behind, and before I could get my quarter, a kid who had to be no more than 9 comes running up and grabs the quarter, then runs back and stands next to his mom. I ask the woman for my quarter back, and she says, "What quarter?" I say to her, "I just dropped a quarter and I heard you say to your kid to go get it." The woman continues to deny that she told her kid to do so until another woman behind her tells her she heard the same thing I said. The woman still refuses, feeling entitled, telling her kid go get the gumball or whatever candy he wanted from the quarter candy machines. As he does that, the mother flips both me and the other woman off, but an employee who saw and overheard everything took the woman's cart and went to return everything in the cart. The woman said she was going to buy all in her cart. The employee said she wasn't, and she can show herself out for her entitled behavior. The woman left after grabbing her kid by the arm and muttered something in her native language as she left. Worst high I've ever had. Was out at my buddy's place last week for a guy's trip. Everybody was smoking weed, drinking beers, and some doing mushrooms, fishing, the usual. Thursday night I smoked a lot of weed. I just remember sitting on the couch. I got so high I could feel my brain heating up. It was like it was melting. And the fucking fan, spinning on the ceiling, it fucked me up. I could hear every rotation of the blades. It sounded like womb, 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 constant, never ending. And for some reason it terrified me. I was just so zoned in on this fucking fan, I started thinking really dark thoughts like my girlfriend's gonna leave me, I'm gonna die, kept having gory visions of car accidents and blood, etc. Eventually, my buddy took me outside after I kept saying the fan was bothering me. I asked him at one point, "How long will this go on for? How much did I even smoke?" It was only 2 joints and being passed around. But I took some fat rips. He said it's only going to be a few hours, but it felt like an eternity. I also kept telling him how afraid of unaliving I was. It was fucking bad. My mouth was so dry he kept telling me to eat cheese, but I was scared for some reason to eat any cheese. So I just sat there locked in my own mind. I'd been getting high all week. I even took edibles and smoked at the same time a few days before, but for some reason on that night just good old smoking hit me hard. Scary stuff, man. Probably won't touch weed again for a while. The talk of Star Wars, video games, and philosophy is nice, but the paranoia just sends me straight into the pit of hell, and I find it harder and harder to get out of it each time. Does anyone else have this problem? Oh, I'll smile all right. I, 21F, work part-time at a retail clothing store while I'm finishing college. It's your typical mall chain, overpriced basics, weird music, and managers who think the customer is always right, even when the customer is actively shoplifting. One day during my shift, my manager Craig, 40s, always smells like Axe and insecurity, pulled me aside and said, "Hey, I noticed you don't smile much. You should really smile more. It makes customers feel welcome." I said, "You mean be friendlier?" He said, "No, literally just smile more. Even when no one's talking to you, just keep a smile on." Okay, Craig, you want smiles? You got it. For the rest of my shift, and every shift after, I smiled. But not like normal smiling. I smiled wide with too much teeth. I smiled while folding jeans. I smiled while sweeping. I smiled while telling a Karen we didn't have her size. I smiled at customers until they asked, "Are you okay?" One guy legit said I looked like I was about to snap. Another asked if I was in a cult. A little kid started crying when I greeted her at the fitting room. Co-workers caught on and joined me. We started calling it smile mode. By the end of the week, it looked like a haunted mannequin showroom. Craig finally told us to tone it down. I asked sweetly, still smiling, "Oh, I thought you said to smile more." He didn't bring it up again. My roommate kept eating my snacks, so I filled a bag of chips with broccoli. Living with a roommate who keeps stealing your snacks is honestly a special kind of hell. I'm not talking about the occasional, "Oops, I thought it was mine." I mean, every single time I buy chips, they magically disappear within 24 hours. And it's always the good stuff too. Never the oatmeal, never the canned corn, just my chips. I brought it up a couple times and got the usual, "Oh, I thought we were sharing" excuse. We weren't. So one day, I decided to try something different. I took an empty bag of sour cream and onion chips, filled it with raw broccoli florets, still cold from the fridge, resealed it, and casually left it on the counter. Like bait. Not even an hour later, I hear the bag crinkle, followed by unalived silence. Then the sound of the fridge opening, like he was trying to put the broccoli back where it came from. I didn't even look up, I just said, "Hope it was worth it." He hasn't touched my food since. In fact, he labeled all his snacks now. Broccoli, 1. Snack thief, 0. She won't quit. Let's bet. Last week I was called into work and I was already overstimulated with the job from the day before. I just wanted a day off to relax. I got there. I have to deliver my 200 packages, then deliver another route's 50-plus packages, and plus deliver the mail on top of that. I was on my period, and it was 90-plus degrees out. A coworker seen the look on my face, I guess, and asked if I was thinking about quitting. I said yes. 10 minutes later, I'm walking past him and a lady that just got hired at our station and who was always complaining about her route and how much she had, etc. I walked past as she was saying she won't quit. I already knew what I had to do. I was already planning on quitting, but I wasn't quitting that day, at that time. As I'm loading the mail truck, I heard, "She won't quit," echo in the back of my head. Really rubbed me the wrong way because how are you going to say what I will or won't do? I took the rest of my packages inside, placed the mail truck key back on the key hook and went home. She had to deliver the packages I left. She had to deliver the mail. She probably got over 13 hours that day. Made some money, so it wasn't really petty other than, I know she hated every moment of it because she doesn't know my route at all. She hates the heat also, and IDK, she complained about everything under the sun, so I'm sure she was complaining while she was out there. I left a stressful job. Amen. I'm in my early 30s and I feel like I'm going to be alone forever. I, 32F, had a long relationship that ended calling off a wedding followed a year after by a shorter one with an abusive partner. I went to therapy for a couple years and discovered myself again. A year and a half ago, I started dating someone that was sure about starting a serious relationship with the same goals as me. We had to break up because I actually felt neglected in terms of attention and communication, and I just couldn't deal with that anymore. I've always been a very organized person, academically outstanding with a promising career. To be honest, I've reached milestones that my peers haven't for years, but my personal life sucks, and right now I really think it's always going to be like this. Also, I gave up on having kids and getting married because of my age, and that broke my heart. I just feel old and unsuccessful. Revenge for the future. My sister got involved with an old BF about 12 years ago. He coaxed her into leaving her husband and kids. There were other things going on in my family at the time, but this situation really caused chaos in my family. The kicker is my sis was his sixth, count 'em, sixth wife. She divorced him about 8 years later. He got married to number 7 and they are now divorced. He is currently engaged to wife-to-be number 8. And I am seriously considering letting this poor woman know what she is getting into. I'm sure she doesn't know. He never has told past wives, and if he did, it was all that bitch's fault. Poor lil ol' me. Should I exercise my petty revenge and let future number 8 know what number she is and how he is not marriage material? My college roommates and her friends would eat all of my food, so they ate brains. I was in college full-time and working full-time, so I had little time to meal prep. I would make enough meals for a few days and store them on my designated shelf in our shared dorm fridge. I'd come home from a very long day and just want to eat and relax, but I'd almost always have no food left. 9 times out of 10, I'd actually walk into them eating my meals. They'd even have the guts to say how good it tasted, and they're sad there wasn't more. I've asked over and over to stop eating my damn food. Nope, wouldn't listen. So I went home to my parents' house and made a lot of spaghetti, good spaghetti, knowing they would most certainly eat the whole thing. Sure enough, I get home to my dorm after a long day, and these 3, not even my roommate's girls, are standing in the kitchen eating my spaghetti, and the huge bowl is almost gone. The one girl says to how much she loves it and wants to know how I made it. Straight-faced, I tell her that is a common meal we make on the farm. We go to the butcher and get head cheese. That's the meat in the spaghetti. She was confused, total city kids, and didn't know what head cheese was. I answer, well, it's pig brains. It's really good, isn't it? That's what most of my meals are made from. She throws my bowl of spaghetti down and runs to the bathroom, puking everywhere. The others took off out of the dorm running too. That is how I ended them stealing my food with such sweet, petty revenge. Nobody touched my food ever again. Nor did they talk to me. Win-win. Also, the meat was not head cheese brains, it was pork sausage and very lean beef mixed together to resemble cooked pig brains. Edit. All right already, Geesh. Head cheese is not brains, is everything but. In my family, we just use that term as all-encompassing. Every family has things like that. That's one of ours. Lighten up, Lowell, I truly wish this wasn't true. I would have been a lot happier and ate better. These girls were the true definition of zero fucks given. No morals. Asshats. When I say puke everywhere, I mean everywhere in the bathroom and on the carpet just outside. She was already puking by the time she got to the bathroom, and puke painted the bathroom trying to get to the toilet. Thanks for all the comments. It's been fun to read your stories, too. Reclined seat on 1-hour flight. Have a sore neck. My friends and I traveled between Sydney and Melbourne at the weekend on Qantas, 11 a.m. flight. Usual sardine can, no legroom. Chap in front of my friend immediately reclines his chair as soon as the seatbelt light goes off, essentially cutting off the blood to my friend's lower legs. When asked if he could sit upright, he responded that he had the right to sit back. Cue the petty revenge. My friend directed his air nozzle towards the guy's neck for the remainder of the flight, and we sat there and giggled as he tried to get comfy with the cold airflow. We imagined that he woke up the next day with a stiff neck and no idea why. Kept us amused in any case. I feel jealous and betrayed by my friends and feel so worthless now, and it's unalive me. I am a 20-year-old man who just got kicked out after my friends, 4 guys, 4 girls from high school, disowned me a few days ago for not being able to take a very racist joke. My parents told me to man up and don't listen to me. Just got kicked out of therapy because I can't afford it. And I saw on Instagram they are enjoying partying and having fun without me. It makes me cry now, how cruel they can be to me. Don't know what to do. Petty revenge is best served stinky. This happened back when I was in high school, 2009 or so. For years, we had an awesome school bus driver, nicest lady you'd ever meet, all of middle school and first year of high school. But in sophomore year, she got moved to a different route and was replaced with this witch who clearly hated being there and was constantly screeching at the most minor of things. I always had gum on me and often shared, and I tossed a piece to my friend in the seat across from me, one of those small Trident ones with the white paper wrapper, 2 feet at the most, and I've done this for years. The witch sees this in her rearview mirror and decides to punish me by separating me from my friends for 2 weeks, having to sit at the front of the bus. This annoyed me, to say the least. So, what do? Well, my parents had a garden, and they had a few chive plants growing in it. Super pungent onion smell. So every morning I would grab some, and as soon as I took my seat, would cram that wad into my mouth and chew it like gum, making sure to breathe through my mouth. Then would spit it out after we arrived, pop a few pieces of gum, and continue on. The first day or 2, she just gave me a glare. The third, she asked me to not eat whatever I was eating. The fourth, she called an administrator on me, saying I was being defiant and maliciously trying to annoy her. He asked me to stop, and I basically just responded, "You can't tell me what I can or cannot eat." Literally nothing he can do. Send me to detention for maliciously eating something? Ridiculous. He basically told her his hands were tied, and he couldn't actually punish me for my diet choices, and went on his way. I was back with my buddies the next week. Enjoy your wedding. So, this was back in the good old 90s. Friend of mine meets new girl. She decided that any time he spent with us was simply time taken away from her. Pretty much any time we just want to hang with our friend, she tells him he's not allowed to see us. No real reason. She just thinks he doesn't need to hang with his friends since he has her. A year went by and they decide to get married. I was assigned the task of planning the bachelor party, and I really disliked the whole idea of bachelor parties in the first place. Friend's fiancé pulls me aside a day before the bachelor party, which I hadn't even planned at this point. I just figured we'd go hang out at a bar and have one last good night together. She tells me there is to be no alcohol, and above all, no strippers. Personally, I'm also not into strip clubs, but this sounds like a challenge. So we take our little friend out to the local trashy strip club, get him good and liquored up, get him a few lap dances, and then it's the end of the night. I drive drunk boy back to his apartment, put a t-shirt on him that I bought for him at the strip club, and leave him passed out in front of his door, and ring the doorbell. Next day, he's uber hungover for the wedding, and, of course, his now wife is pissed at me. Didn't see much of them for the next 2 years, when he got divorced. It's ugly, but I hate men. Yet I am male, biologically and socially. Please don't judge me. I was born with it. I hate the way men talk. I hate when men assume they know things that they don't. I hate when men try to speak for you and they don't know what they are talking about. I hate when men attempt to box you into a corner or identity and they don't know who you are or won't give you the chance. I hate when men think they're protecting something and they really are just getting in the way and fucking shit up. Like everything was fine before you showed up, mister. Like men are the fucking worst, and they think they are so big and so great. They are literally the cause of global warming. It's weird, but some would say I hate my own gender. Why? Maybe trauma? Why? Maybe I'm just tired of the male species in general. They are toxic. Like, I'm so fucking done. I've been sexually violated by the male species itself. I'm so mega angry I have no words. It's men who are fucking America up, and women who live only to serve men. It's men who unalive far more than women. It's men who abuse far more than women. And it really has me angry. It's awful. It's toxic. It's bothersome. Who in their right mind wouldn't see what I have? I'm so sick, like icky sick. He's autistic is not a valid excuse to let your kid disrupt everyone else. Autism acceptance is important, but there are boundaries. I was in a hot tub recently, just trying to relax, when a woman let her autistic son jump in and treat it like a kiddie pool. Splashing, yelling, jumping around, completely ignoring that a hot tub is meant for calm, not chaos. A few of us politely mentioned that it wasn't appropriate, and her only response was, "He's autistic." Then she pointed to the main pool and told us to go there if we didn't like it. As someone who's also autistic, I find this kind of enabling incredibly frustrating. Autism doesn't mean you get a pass to take over shared spaces or disregard others completely. Inclusion and acceptance don't mean no rules. We should be teaching autistic kids how to navigate the world with support and boundaries, not encouraging the idea that everyone else has to adjust while they do whatever they want. This kind of behavior doesn't promote understanding. It creates resentment and makes things harder for the rest of us who are doing our best to be mindful of others. Realized SM very serious. I just realized my mom had some type of cancer which she fought and won. The thing is that when all this happened, I was only 8, 9 years old. I didn't even know the concept of cancer. I just remember that she and Dad went to the hospitals for months and months. When she came back, she obviously didn't have hair due to chemo. As a child, no one told me how serious this situation was. It is today that I was watching a reel about a cancer survivor, and suddenly, this memory clicked in my head. When she and Dad were not home, I checked all the medical papers of my family and got to know that she had breast cancer. The thought of even losing my mother scares me, and the situation could have been actually true terrifies me. I have been crying secretly in my room since the past few days. Eng is not my first language. Never assume someone is the help. I was building a house in an established neighborhood. It was a pipe stem lot, the last one in the neighborhood, and had recently been offered for sale. Since it was the last lot, it was fenced along 3 sides before I started. The first floor deck was done and the windows were delivered. The window company spread them out along the base of the foundation and along the fence. I was there alone at the time of delivery. For context, I am a woman of color, in my early 30s at the time. The neighbor to the left side, white male approx 55, came over and started yelling about the windows being on his fence. He wanted them moved. This was his fence, yada yada. I stared at him. I'd never seen an old white guy have a temper tantrum before. I'm pretty sure he thought I was some paid laborer and not the actual homeowner. As I said, I was there by myself. I moved the windows by myself, some were 4x5, farther down the fence, past his back property line, and also propped up more, awkwardly against the foundation. There was a gate along the fence between our properties. We were framing in the 2nd floor early one evening, when I saw the old guy with his wife, drinks in hand in their yard, near the gate. When they couldn't open it, they walked down to the end of the fence and were peering around. I was cracking up. After that very unpleasant exchange, I was sure there would never be a time we would need to use that gate, so I nailed it shut. I, a straight dude, want to live with and be married to another dude. I, as a straight dude, want to live with and be married to another dude. Before any of you guys come in here and tell me that I'm secretly gay or bi, I promise you I'm not. Maybe I witnessed too many unhealthy relationships between men and women, or maybe I have some crazy, subconscious, deep-seated sexism against women, but I genuinely think I might just want to not associate with women on a romantic level at all. I would rather have a close friend group of other dudes rather than a girlfriend or wife, if I'm being honest. But I do recognize that living alone might be boring and lonely if I don't have a significant other in my life, hence the husband idea. We would both work, earn money, go out on vacations, enjoy hanging out with each other, engage in hobbies, chores around the house, and yeah, be legally married for tax purposes. The other guy can still sleep with all the women he wants to, of course. There is no real romantic relation between me and this other guy. Does any other guy feel this way? I know if I talk about this to another person in real life, they will 100% think I'm hiding in the closet or something. But I genuinely think that living with and committing marriage fraud with another dude would be really cool compared to being married to a woman. This concludes possibly the gayest thing I have ever written. I have a couple things I'd like to share. 1. Sorry if that was clickbait. 2. I have a weird thing for diapers, just the feeling I just want to need them. My other buddy who wears them, probably the reason I'm into it so much, said that it was probably due to some traumatic experience in relation to diapers, and that's why I want to wear them so much. He wears for medical reasons. He said he's been mistaken for an ABDL, basically adult or adolescent who wants to be a baby, I think, a couple times and thinks that's what it could be for me, but I'm not sure. 3. I'm so sorry if that was too much for this subreddit. I haven't had a lot of direction lately and need to just express myself. We'll delete if this isn't okay for this sub. Revenge by proxy. I'll start by saying that I'm gay. I had a boyfriend for many years, and we ended up getting married. But this story takes place when we were just dating. My boyfriend and I lived in Arizona, and my mom and her husband lived in Minnesota. My dad and his wife also lived in Minnesota. That is where I grew up. My boyfriend and I had gone back to Minnesota for a visit. We stayed at my dad's place while we were there. My mom lived about 40 minutes away. She told us we could stay with her, but that we would have to sleep in separate rooms, since we weren't married, in reality because we were gay. My dad and his wife didn't care, so we just stayed at my dad's and would go visit my mom and her husband during the day. When my boyfriend and I did finally get married, we did not go back together to Minnesota for a visit. My mom's husband ended up passing away a few years later. My mom started dating another guy a year or so later. My mom wanted to go down to Arizona to visit, and her boyfriend joined her. My mom was going to stay at my sister's place with her boyfriend. My sister told my mom that her and her boyfriend wouldn't be allowed to sleep together since they weren't married. My sister knew about what my mom had told me about us. My mom was not happy and asked my sister why she would let other unwed couples stay together, but not her and her boyfriend. My sister calmly responded back that it was my mom's rule that my sister was just abiding by. My mom and her boyfriend ended up staying in a hotel instead. I took money from my parents for rent to buy a ticket to NYC to hook up with someone I met on Reddit, and I don't regret it. I, 22F, a college student, art major, in Texas, working a BS part-time minimum wage job at a coffee shop. Things lately have been very ass, had a bad breakup last semester and been barely keeping up with rent and school. Things have felt really stuck lately. I feel lonely and it's the same boring routine every day. A few months ago I met this guy on Reddit. He's a med student in NYC, a few years older. I actually found him on a NSFW page where he had posted his incredibly impressive junk LOL. Anyways, we chat, we start talking often, and he kept telling me how he would love for me to visit. Honestly, the thought of that was crazy, but I loved it. I ended up calling my mom, and may have guilted her into convincing my dad to send me some money, told them things were hard balancing school and work and I need help, otherwise I won't make rent. Dad, bless him, sent me a few $100s. I took the money and against all logic booked a trip to NYC, not knowing if this guy was who he said he was or if he would ghost me or anything. To my luck, he was the real deal LOL. I stayed at his place for the few days I was there. He took me to some nice restaurants and sightseeing, and we had some of the best naughties I have ever had. I'm back in Texas now, definitely a much-needed trip and change, but I also spent a lot of money that I didn't even have, so I'm kind of in a very tight situation. I'm looking at a second part-time job or something that can pay a bit more because I can't ask my parents for any more. Was I stupid? Probably. But I gambled and had a very memorable time. Can't wait for my next trip, Lamau. The time I stole a cat. Well, I didn't exactly stole a cat, but did more of a jerk move. When I used to live in university dorms, we had an open-air cafeteria at the ground floor, and there was a cat that used to hang around the area, which I called Mr. Cat. Yes, very imaginative, I know, but I don't like naming animals which I don't own. It makes me feel like I am encroaching on their freedom. Anyways, after a while I've befriended the Mr. Cat, and we had our breakfasts together. I would feed him a little salami and a couple licks of honey and whatever was on the menu that I could share with my little friend. After breakfast, we would chill together while I did whatever I was doing at the time. One morning I sat on my favorite table. Usually Mr. Cat would spontaneously teleport by my side by the time I had my tray, but not this time. First I thought something might have happened to him, but after looking around a little, I saw the little Casanova on someone else's lap. Now I'm not proud of what I've done at the time, but I did a little puss-seeps to get his attention, quiet enough that only he would hear it. He bolted right off their lap, and we returned to our usual routine. I want to apologize to that fellow cat lover for stealing Mr. Cat off your lap. I know it was a jerk move, but I couldn't help myself. My parents think you should be married with kids at 25, but never ever have spoken to a member of the opposite gender at 24. Does anyone else have parents like this? My boomer Chinese parents are extremely conservative and will scream if they see or hear about a college-aged kid in our family dating. OMG. When my sister was in college, not middle or even high school, they lost their shit when they heard her talking to a guy friend on the phone, and turns out he was literally gay too. When my sister met our grandparents for the first time since she was a kid, she's 26 and we hadn't been back to China in 10+ years, the first thing they said, before, "How are you?" or "Have you eaten?" or even "What's your name?" was, "But so old, why not married yet?" They are obsessed with marriage, and are also constantly trying to set up my relatives, cousins, and even friends of friends and church neighbors with the most random people. Because any child in their mid-20s who isn't married with kids is useless, because they consider them expired. What good is creating offspring if they won't fund your retirement plan and give you grandkids? Yet if their kid is dating in their early 20s or has moved in with their SO before marriage, they find this scandalous and improper and start screaming and insulting them LM Phao. My best friend, not Chinese, is 25 and moved in with her BF last year. She has a great job and apartment, and when my parents heard, they literally said so many negative and misogynistic things about that and acted like she was bringing shame to her family and things I can't even repeat here. Yet they scream and complain that my sister and brother aren't married yet at the ripe old age of 26 and 27. I don't really get the logic in all of this. Meet the new boss. Had a coworker who was a total peenoid. Everyone in the office, and I mean everyone, couldn't stand him. Let's call him Dick. Our company, about 50 employees, was sold, and when it was announced, there was also a printed announcement distributed informed us that the new owner would be hosting an evening event at a local restaurant, so he could meet us, and we could meet him. The coworker who produced the announcement, using some sort of graphics program, emailed the file to the woman who did our in-house printing and copying. Her job was to print it out and place it in everyone's mailbox. However, she was sent the raw data file, not a PDF, and had to open it in the graphics application in order to print it. This allowed her to edit it. She printed out copies but made and printed a special announcement for Dick. The one that everyone else received specified that it was a dress-up affair, meaning ties and jackets for the men. The one that Dick pulled from his mailbox said to come dressed casually and wear a company logo t-shirt. She also changed the start time on his sheet only to an hour later than it was supposed to start. Since people refused to interact with him, he never saw the official announcement, only the one that was placed in his mailbox. My role in this was to make sure that Dick's modified invite was removed from his desk and destroyed. At the restaurant, dinner had been served, most suit jackets were draped over chairs, and we were all eating when Dick walked in wearing shorts, a company logo t-shirt, and Crocs. He was given a name tag, we all had one with our name and job title, and shown to his seat. The new boss noticed, and when he was making the rounds after the meal, ignored Dick. 3 people were laid off in the next few weeks, a normal thing when a company changes hands, and Dick was one of them. Determined to be worthy of my wife and children's love again. I'll preface this post by saying that I know I fucked up, but I'm doing everything I can to stay strong and prove I can be a man that's worth fighting for. I, M28, and my wife, F27, had been going through some awful challenges. A big one was a drunken fuck-up on my part back in 2023, and I then got completely sober. I had fits, etc. when I cold-turkeyed alcohol, but deemed the risk worth it over losing her. After that event, things gradually picked up, and we got pregnant with our second child. Totally different pregnancy from the first child. My wife got prenatal depression and was a shadow of her normal self for the entirety of the pregnancy. I tried my best to be the constant in her life, and supported her through some things and thoughts that honestly made me ill at times. At the end of it all, we had a beautiful baby boy, and all was good and great again. Except I couldn't seem to settle and bond with him, and that really got to me. I bonded with our daughter perfectly, and he seemed to just hate me in particular. It really got me down and feeling inadequate. My wife noticed this, and had a discussion with several friends, family members before me, and then essentially told me to stop being so miserable or you're gone. This is where I made the wrong choice. I should have gone to therapy, etc. and got ahead of it. But I turned back to the bottle, and in doing so, turned our lives upside down. So I now don't live with my family, don't get to do the nighttime stuff with my kids, and only God knows if I can ever be good enough for my wife again after betraying her by drinking again. So there's my confession. I wanted to end it all, but that would be the coward's way out, and my kids deserve better than that. I'll keep fighting to prove that I can be a man worthy of my wife and kids again. I said 4 pieces! What's up, party people? Some simple MC here from the meat and seafood department of your Arizona hometown grocer. An old lady, a customer who insists to me that she is a regular, even though I've never seen this particular septuagenarian before, starts spitting, quite literally, vile filth at me from the very onset of our interaction. It's like a bad movie about a dyslexic meat guy who has a healthy dose of ADHD. Do you work in this department? I thought you were new. You might be new, so I'll say this as slowly as I can. I need Dover sole. Okay, sure. Coming right you. I need 4 pieces. As I'm starting to pick the fish, I realize that both the Dover sole and the rockfish are in the same row, and I originally thought 4 pieces was only 3. I tried to explain this to her, but to no avail. She doesn't understand displacement theory. I need 4 pieces. Okay, enter MC. I don't know where she thought I was going to magically find an additional Dover sole fillet, but I decided to work my magic. I weighed out the 3 pieces, printed the sticker, took the pieces to the side to be wrapped, then sliced 1 fillet in half. I then put it back on the scale so she could see. 4 pieces, right? The crazy thing is that any time I take a knife to a piece of meat fish at the customer's request, regardless of the reason, I had to enter it as a choice cut. When I reweighed the whole thing, I knew it was going to be more money for the same amount of fish. It was literally double the price. She walked off with her seafood, looking like Bert at the end of any Bert and Ernie Sesame Street episodes, with a womp womp whoomp coming from a nearby trumpet. TMDR. There was an old lady who swallowed a fly. She insisted on paying more for the same amount of fish. Update. Here's what I do when I write. I have my phone, and whenever something I think happens that's a good MC, I type it in my notes on my phone. I've done that for like 4 or 5 things lately. I haven't posted in a while. This happened a couple months ago. There was more to it than the just cutting the 3rd piece of fish in half and charging a fee for cutting, and she gets 4 pieces, yada yada. She was super funty to me, like big time. So I was like, oh yeah, we're making you a story. Even though there really wasn't much happening except that. So yeah, this one sucks as is in comparison to what I usually write. The good news is I just wrote one that I feel passionately about, where the head honcho wants the deli department to write down where they go and when and why and be specific. I had fun with that one. Usually my upvotes are in the 90%, but not this one. My bad. My mom made fun of my moobs and said she would give me S*X change hormones. 3. For context, I am overweight, about 28 BMI and very high triglycerides, 250, 300, so I'm very out of shape. I was talking to my mom about how I need to eat better foods, specifically less fat, and she brought up that my friend, same age, who is not overweight, also has high triglycerides, so it doesn't have entirely to do with my weight. She then asks if I feel better about it, and I said no, I don't feel better because I was feeling down about it. I only feel bad about the friend. Asterisk this, the first thing that might be considered insane. Asterisk, she moves the convo to about my body and that my moobs are bigger than what she had at my age, trying to humiliate me, and makes me show them to her, and asterisk makes asterisk my dad comment on them. Asterisk, he just says I do need to change my habits, asterisk. Then he leaves and I ask why she felt the need to make me feel that way. And she said, I had to make you feel bad so you could feel better. When I had made it clear that I knew what I needed to do, it just didn't make me sad. And then she moves her tactic to threats. Asterisk second thing, asterisk. She said she might as well force me to take S*X change hormones since I want to be a woman, because I have a feminine chest, which is a stupid reason to say that. I have never said this and don't want to be trans. I'm not transphobic, I just like being me. I then said, no, you're not, and started to laughter at the fact she thought she could do that. She then asked why it was funny, and I said, that's the stupidest thing you've ever said. And she told me to give her my phone, so I retrieved it from my room and gave it to her. When I went back into her room, she said, when you learn not to be disrespectful, you might get your phone back, and don't ever tell me what I am. Me, that's not what I said. Her, you told me what I'm gonna do. Me, yeah, because you're not going to give me S*X change hormones against my will. Her, I'm gonna do whatever the F*CK I want. Then I left and she told my dad to talk to me about it. So my dad came in mad and I asked what happened. She told him I was being disrespectful. I told him the story and he said, I don't know what to tell you. You know she does this. BTW M13. Edit. My mom likes to make threats in the heat of the moment, and last time I brought it up she tried to say, it happened 3 weeks ago, when it was within 5 days. I know I should have talked about it before. Don't scare women in the dark. I was at a party and wanted to go buy some cigarettes from a petrol station. It was around midnight. It was a short walk, maybe 500 m, along a lightly winding bike path in a village in Germany, with the road on one side and bushes/trees/fields on the other. There were barely any cars, 1, Two people on bikes passed me, but generally very quiet. So on my way back, I was a bit concerned when I heard rustling 30 or so meters ahead of me, thinking of a boar from the forest. I stopped and waited, but the rustling sound persisted. It was just behind a curve and I couldn't see shit. Then I heard some whispers and stifled laughter. Male voices. I'm not scared in the dark, but the thought of men clearly hiding in the bushes did make me nervous. I stood still, not knowing whether to run, creep back to the petrol station, call for a friend from the party to get me or whatever, when one of them said, "Maybe she went a different way," in a hushed voice. Since it wasn't a whisper anymore, I kinda recognized the voice as one of my idiot friends at the party, which was then confirmed when I heard another familiar voice say, "There's just the one way, she'll be here any minute now." The adrenaline already surging through me turned my fear into rage, and I was just about to start screaming at them when one of them said, "Let's go around the bend and see if she's already heading towards us." This birthed a different idea, and I did the Homer Simpson bushes thing. Well, not quite, since the bushes weren't very dense, but I tried my best. I heard them walk around the corner and positioned myself facing the bike path, grabbed a thin branch and waited. Then I saw their shadows, then them. Just as they were about to walk past me, I snapped the branch. Now would be the time to mention that I am pretty pale with jet black, almost waist-length hair that I let loosely hang to the sides of my face. The two dunces turned their heads at the twigs snapping, saw me and screamed like toddlers. Hot damn, I didn't know grown-ups even had this kind of vocal range. They even grabbed at each other from sheer terror. Sadly, the moment was quickly ruined by me almost pissing my pants with howling laughter, but it was still very nice while it lasted. The aftermath was what probably everyone expects. They became angry and started shouting at me. I shouted back, asking what they were intending to do then, followed by them sheepishly stammering around a bit, and then admitting that they had it coming, and finally us going back to the party, and me boasting to the others as well as recreating the visual effects over and over while cackling. How I was raped when I was 4 years old. So I'm a guy, by the way. But when I was 4 years old, I got raped by a girl named Amber. She was trans, and I don't know her age, but my sister told me a couple years ago, and she had a condition where she couldn't stay in the sun for too long. This incident took place at my daycare. Amber lived on the second floor of the daycare with her mom. This is how it started. First, Amber told me to go under the table with her. I was 4 years old, so I followed her under the table. The table was by the front door BTW and the door was clear. Then she started my pants down, and then she grabbed my stick and put my stick inside her mouth. Then after like 10 seconds she stopped, then she started to pull her pants down. And then she told me to try putting her stick in my mouth. I said no. But then after 10 seconds, she forced me to put her stick in my mouth. She kept her stick in my mouth for like 10 seconds. Then she let me let go. I remember it tasted salty, but then Amber's mom called her, so I started pulling up my pants. And she pulled up her pants, but they were not pulled up all the way. So her mom noticed and told her to pull her pants up, and then Amber went back upstairs. Amber did this 3 more times and was never caught once. Today, the daycare is closed. Now I can still taste it to this day every time I wake up, but I stop tasting it when I eat or drink. Also, I have never told anybody in my family about this in my life. I might tell somebody soon. Amber is in high school. Now my sister told me,